Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Tracy Ann Oberman and Jeffrey Whitehead.
What have you done with your life? Are you a famous film star? Are you a prominent politician? A great writer? No. You're just a middle-aged nobody with cardiac hypertrophy and 3 chins.
Ruth, I don't think you should be so hard on Mr. Scott. He is dead.
Oh, there's always an excuse, isn't there?
Oh, I know. There's so little pluck in today's corpse. After being autopsied, people never seem to pull their socks up and really make something of themselves. They're gutless. Literally, if I've had to...
Yes, Anthony. My point is that we never get anybody interesting to examine.
Nonsense. That's the beauty of the job. Every corpse holds a different surprise. They're like Kinder eggs that have died.
Maybe. But the fact is, I'm finding doing routine post-mortem after routine post-mortem is not exactly much fun.
You are a weird one, Ruth. I find a good PM the perfect way to banish the weekend blues. Makes you feel alive.
Well, I suppose so, in a compare and contrast kind of way.
I actually feel rather smug when I'm doing a PM. Whatever my troubles or upsets, I can look down at some stranger and think, well, at least my lungs aren't on a metal tray.
But don't you long for a case with some fascination to it?
Like a murder.
Oh, that would be nice.
Terribly overrated, I've always thought, murder. Rather showy from a pathological point of view. Oh, look at me, I'm the cause of death. Yes, we can see that, thank you.
Well, it wouldn't even have to be a murder.
Mr. Stab Wound.
Just something that exercises the full range of my powers. Detection, interpretation, investigation.
Levitation, telepathy, X-ray vision.
You've been rather quiet, Sergeant Oliver. Not feeling squeamish again, are you? Cowering over there in the corner?
I am not cowering. I am an experienced police officer who has witnessed countless autopsies. Any initial squeamishness I felt has long since been overcome.
In that case, Simon, might we have your observations about this rather prepossessing liver?
Certainly. I'd say it looks slightly discoloured, rather smaller than normal, and I think I'm also right in saying that it's really, really horrible.
Morning, everybody.
Be very careful, Chloe. There's some pretty grisly stuff here, but I'm a police officer. I'll protect you.
Well, there you go, Chloe. Now there's no danger of you being mugged by some intestines.
Thank you very much, Sergeant Oliver, but I don't let myself be bothered by all the organs and smelliness. I pretend it's tinned spaghetti and eat strong mints. Now, has everybody brought their baby photos in?
Why has everyone been taking photographs of babies?
It's photos of us as babies. I'm organising a little Who's Who competition.
Mine's on the desk in my office.
Dr. Webster?
I do have a picture, but I'm not technically a baby in it.
How old are you?
12. It was taken at my first ever autopsy. I have a chalk ice.
Dr. Webster, you never take part in any of my office games. I seem to remember at the Christmas party you ducked out of playing Operation.
I haven't the surgical training. Besides, the small plastic patient was anatomically speaking in a very bad way.
So, are you telling me you don't have any photos of yourself as a baby? Surely your parents took some.
Oh, they did. My father would compile album after album.
I always think photographs are a wonderful heirloom.
This was to document my various childhood skin complaints.
Oh, bless. I bet he was always getting his wallet out, proudly showing people your acute psoriasis.
My father moonlighted in dermatology, Simon, and his meticulous zeal in all things inspired many medics to follow him into pathology, me included. His methods were effective, even if they seem peculiar to people like you and the staff of Boots.
Yes, well, Dr. Webster, I'll probably just leave you out of any office games in future. Because clearly, cutting up dead bodies all day means you'll be far too important for, say, Chloe's Eurovision sweepstake.
Oh, there's no call to be like that. I enjoy your little quizzes and jollifications as such. Let me have a dig around in my cellar for a photo. Can you delay the competition a bit?
You're asking a hell of a lot, mister.
You've got to give me a shot. I know I can crack this.
All right. You've got 24 hours.
Are we done here yet?
Pretty much, I'd say. It's perfectly straightforward. I think it's safe to say there are no indicators of any suspicious cause of death.
I disagree, Dr. Webster. I think Mr. Scott was slain as part of a bizarre satanic ritual.
Do you?
No, No, I don't. I think he died of heart failure or liver failure or a combination of both, just like everybody else does.
I tell you what, though, there are one or two curious little features. What do you make of those rather unusual marks around the neck?
Oh, bless you for trying, Tony, but it's clearly a shaving rash. All I'm saying is I want to do work that has some personal human value to it.
Good God, dear. Sounds ghastly.
I love to look down at this man's face and say, he didn't commit suicide. He was murdered. Or, let me do this case. That man was my favourite chef.
I recognise this man.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing.
Yes, in fact, as it happens, I do actually recognise this man.
Yes, he does have one of those familiar looks about him.
What I mean is, this man was a friend of mine.
What? You only just realised you knew him?
No. I spotted it when I came in.
Well, there are rules about doing post-mortems on mates, I'd imagine. Why didn't you mention this before?
I didn't want to name drop.
Oh, quite. I hate that sort of pathologist. It's all... I remember once making a very witty remark to Liberace as I checked the temperature of his lifeless corpse with a rectal thermometer.
So where'd you know him from?
Well...
Was he a secret business partner of yours?
No.
A love rival?
No.
A mysterious figure who seemed to hover threateningly around the fringes of your life, always waiting for a bus as you passed by, or peering in at the window as you ate tapas? A guardian angel, perhaps? Or a nemesis?
No.
Well, who the hell was he, then?
Well, the thing is, I can't remember. I definitely know him from somewhere, but it's just not clicking. Dear, I am terrible with faces.
Tony!
I know. Imagine if he was still alive. This would be so embarrassing.
Here's a good technique a mate showed me recently. Now, if you make the normal lateral incision through this central area, then, as you can see, we get quite a bit of seepage.
Yes, Gordon.
Whereas, with a more horizontal cut, skimming off, if you like, just the top layer, the fluid stays intact. Now, that's perfect for dippage.
Should you be using one of our scalpels to eat your egg and chips?
I wouldn't have thought so, but they only have plastic cutlery in the canteen. You know, it seems a bit insulting when surgeons eat there. It's like asking the Three Musketeers to fight with breadsticks. You don't mind me eating in your office, do you, Prof D?
No. It gives us the chance to... No, it's fine.
Yeah. Only I find your presence very relaxing.
Really? Yes. I always try to make myself approachable to my lab assistants.
Because I know you're not going to ask me a load of tricky questions about pathology.
I am the administrative head of the pathology department.
Exactly. You know even less than me.
Oh, dear, and I was enjoying your shameless sucking up. Come in.
Morning, Professor. Gordon. Good. Wanted a brief word. We're investigating a serious affray at the minicab office in Tottenham Court Road in the early hours of this morning, and I understand you were present.
What do you mean?
Gordon! My God, what have you done? That's horrible.
No, it's fine, Simon. You didn't think I'd cut myself, did you? No, I've just scalpelled the ketchupy chip.
Oh, no. I just think it's horrible not to eat your chips whole. Anyway, if you could pop round to the station at some point and give us a statement, I'd... Oh, dear.
Queasy again, are we, Simon? It's only ketchup.
Yeah, I know. I just hate the sight of Heinz.
God, my arse is on toast. I can't give Simon a statement about last night.
Why not? Weren't you at that minicab office?
No. Or yes. I'm not very clear on the point.
Gordon, were you out revelling again?
Why is it that everyone here reckons everything I do is related to booze? Booze could easily have played no part in the fact that I can't remember where I was between about 1 and 5 this morning.
It's lazy thinking, I see that now. Why don't you just tell Simon you don't remember?
He might think I'm mafia. He might not think I'm saying, I don't remember, but I don't remember.
Gordon, calm down and try to think of the most sensible, practical way to deal with this situation.
I know.
That's that sorted. Simon will never spot you hidden behind a skeleton.
Absolutely typical, isn't it? The one pathologist who gets someone they know on the mortuary table and he doesn't even appreciate it. What a sick world.
Well, I can't say Dr. Webster forgetting this bloke surprises me. Men are terrible at being friends. They're so thoughtless. My Liam's always doing this sort of thing.
What? He forgets how he knew dead people?
He never puts a new toilet roll on the holder, but it's the same problem. And besides, Dr. Webster's an awkward sod when he wants to be. He never mucks in. There's always some excuse, a bit of research or a consultation.
An autopsy.
Exactly. Wasn't like this at Dewhurst's. I'm sorry, Dr. Anderson. But doctors think they're gods and butchers think they're butchers. That's the difference. So, is this going to be a big issue for Dr. Webster, then?
So big, Chloe. So big, it's hard to encompass its bigness in the mere word big.
Can't we just go through his address book with him?
Oh, Chloe, sometimes I do admire you for your practicality. You're so straightforward.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson.
But I think this calls for a more drastic dragging out of whatever troubled history there might have been between Anthony and his, friend, mentor, childhood bully.
And you see, this is what I admire about you, Dr. Anderson. You're so imaginative. You come up with ideas that nobody else in the world would even consider.
Oh, Chloe. I wish I was more like you sometimes. Not weighed down with my university-educated brain.
I wish I didn't care about my appearance like you. You're so good like that.
Oh, let's stop showering each other with compliments, shall we?
Yeah, but I tell you, we could teach men a thing or two about real friendship.
Oh, you are so right.
Dr. W? Dr. W? Yeah, hi. Wondering if I could possibly ask your advice on a personal matter.
You can ask Gordon, but I found that except in the area of disease, my advice tends to be very, very bad.
Right. Well, the thing is, I'm in a bit of trouble with Sergeant Oliver, actually. I'm supposed to tell him what I was doing last night, but I can't remember.
You see, this is the sort of thing I'd get quite wrong.
Oh, fair enough. Thanks for your honesty. So, Chloe seems a bit upset with you.
It's this baby photograph competition. I've looked again, but I simply don't have one. Do you?
Yeah, this is one of mine.
Oh, Bonnie. Why have you got a moustache?
My dad drew it on with a felt tip. Apparently he was drinking a lot of the time and Burt Reynolds was huge. Chloe thought it looked quite chic. You know, she said it was a sort of mini-me Zapata look.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Chloe said it wasn't ideal, but, at least I'd made an effort. I think that's what she's looking for.
Yes, Gordon, I think that may be exactly what's needed.
So, I bet you're intrigued about my mysterious night out last night.
No, I'm not curious about such things.
Because it's not like my memory's a bit hazy. I genuinely can't remember a single thing about last night, and apparently there was a big fight. I don't know what to say.
I think that would be rather splendid in a way. If one isn't encumbered with the actual detail of an evening, you can make up whatever you like. Create the perfect night out.
Yeah, I can, can't I? Thank you very much, Dr. Webster. You've really helped me out.
Good. Oh dear, have I?
I hope you don't mind if, whilst we debate this intricate philosophical matter, I complete my power step workout.
Fine. As long as you don't become giddy with endorphins.
I say it again, Anthony. I find it hard to understand how you could fail to appreciate the potential medico-ethical difficulties implicit in this situation.
Graham, the whole discussion about this Mr. Scott is unnecessary. The fact that I have a personal connection of some nature with him is totally irrelevant.
I dispute that, Anthony. Any collision of the personal and the professional in the medical field invariably raises problems.
Such as?
For instance, it opens us up to the allegation of preferential treatment.
It was a post-mortem. How could I do it preferentially? Give him an anaesthetic just in case he wasn't completely dead? Add complimentary carver to his stomach contents?
Further point, Anthony, is why you didn't mention that you knew the chap until the end of the post-mortem. It must have been very upsetting for you.
Well, not really. Whoever he was, I'm sure I didn't know him that well. It's not like performing an autopsy on my father.
No, I suppose not.
Now, that was rather a strange experience.
Oh, dear God.
You autopsied your father?
It's what he would have wanted. Well, did want. I visited him on his deathbed, and I remember he gestured me to come close and sit beside him, and then, and I'll never forget this, he took off his shirt and showed me that he'd marked in felt tip where he wanted the Y-shaped incision to be made on his chest. Even in death, he found a way to patronize me.
I'd love to hear more about this, Anthony, but to be frank, I'm scared. Mr. Scott's children have asked to view the body this afternoon, and we must decide what we're going to tell them.
Nothing. Here's your dad. Very sorry for your loss. Have a biscuit.
Pathology's gain was diplomacy's loss, wasn't it, Anthony?
We have to tell them everything. There are no easy shortcuts when confronting difficult emotional truths. Although we could try hypnotism.
I'm inclined to agree with at least the first part of what Ruth says. We cannot be seen to be concealing your connection with Mr. Scott.
No, I'm not listening to this.
No, Tony, you're right. You shouldn't listen to Graham. Clear your mind of what he's saying and listen to me. Listen to the sound of my voice. Listen only to the sound of my voice. Now...
Ruth, stop trying to hypnotise me. Graham, if we disclose this trivial detail, it would probably result in a lengthy inquiry, draining resources from this department, resources which you have a moral duty to preserve.
That's a very persuasive point.
But the obligation to be transparent overrides any financial consideration.
So's that.
So what are we going to do?
This is a situation that calls on me to display clear ethical thinking and decisive leadership.
Oh, dear.
I suggest a twin-track approach. We need more information, so Anthony, you and I will meet Mr. Scott's children this afternoon. And I want you to try, subtly, to tease out of them a little information which might refresh your memory. But if they don't recognize you, nor you them, if, essentially, the sleeping dogs, so to speak, are lying, then let's let them lie there, where they lie.
Pure Churchill. See you this afternoon, then.
Do you see, Graham? There's clearly some massively traumatic story hidden within Anthony's subconscious. He's a man in turmoil.
Do you think? He's always like that, isn't he?
I just can't seem to piece together the clues. Graham, I noticed you said that you and Dr. Webster would meet Mr. Scott's children. Obviously, I'll be there too.
Ruth, I think perhaps it would be better if we kept the numbers of people present to a strict minimum.
I understand entirely. It's a sensitive situation. The sort of situation that requires, in a way, a woman's touch.
Ruth, you're not to come anywhere near the mortuary because you'll just bottom the whole thing up.
Very well, Graham. Oh, by the way, do you like my new necklace? Let me take it off and show you. Look at it. It's bright and sparkly, isn't it? As it swings at the end of my finger. Back and forth, back and forth.
And stop trying to hypnotise everyone.
Thanks for coming in, Gordon. It's just a routine, but I'm going to put this on tape, if that's acceptable with yourself.
Of course it is. The story I have to tell you concerns one of the all-time great nights out.
Right. Mr. McAllister, what were your movements on the night of the 19th and the early hours of the 20th of this month?
The evening began with cocktails in the penthouse bar of the Dorchester Hotel. There was a bit of a drama when the resident pianist fell ill, but luckily yours truly was on hand to entertain the punters with an hour of improvised jazz swing fusion. That was described as one of the finest performances he'd ever seen by the onlooking Billy Joel. I took dinner with my two delightful Chinese twin companions at an exclusive Soho bistro where we were joined by the entire Bristol Rovers First 11 who told me exactly how they were planning to stuff City at Ashton Gate. Next to my private club, the only place in London that does salt and shake crisps and where the drinks are served by monkeys dressed as pirates. But all good things come to an end, and so my companions and I stepped into a pleasant-looking minicab office just off the Tottenham Court Road. While we waited for our driver, I noticed a pool table in the back room. If I say so myself, I was in fine form. So fine, in fact, that there was much dispute about who would get the privilege of being beaten by me next. And as we were leaving, this had turned into the affray that you're investigating. And that, officer, is all I can remember.
Well, this is interesting. We're not going to be pressing any charges, as it happens, so I'm not too worried. But I've just taken a rather different statement from your mate, Alfie. He says you two have been drinking all night in a bar called the Swiss Heretic before moving on to a minicab office where you knew you could get late drinks. There, I'm told, you sat yourself next to a large Turkish man and told him you've got a nice moustache. Repeatedly over a period of 2.5 hours. Eventually, the man grew irked, swung a punch at you, but accidentally struck a Mr. Benitez, a well-known local Argentinian gentleman. And then, according to Alfie, it kicked off big style, and he had to drag you out of the minicab office before you were lynched. So there's one or two discrepancies there.
So what we have to consider is, who was Leonard Scott? How did Anthony know him? And most crucially, what is obstructing his memory?
Well, I can't say I know, because I'm just a patient here you've started talking to out of the blue.
I know Anthony's a pretty aloof kind of person anyway, but you must agree there's more to it than that.
Well, maybe, but I don't have time for this, you see. I'm about to give my father one of my kidneys.
Well, if that's your priority, off you dash to Daddy. Wait a second. Fathers. Anthony mentioned his father at the autopsy, how he'd steered him into pathology, forced him perhaps. No, it couldn't be. That must be it. I've cracked it. And well done you. You've earned a big slap for yourself on the back.
Please don't. That's what my kidneys are.
Do come through this way, Mr. and Miss Scott.
Thank you.
Is this him?
Yes. So, if you're ready.
Hello, Dad. Look who's here to see you.
Strange, isn't it? Looks like he's asleep. He was an incredible man, you know.
I'm sure he was.
He was really big-hearted.
No, he wasn't, actually. He was quite big-spleened and relatively wide-boweled, but big-hearted, no.
I'll just cover Mr. Scott up again, and then we'll just give you two a moment. For God's sakes, Anthony. So, do you recognize them at all?
No, total blank.
Well, they don't seem to recognize you either, so see if you can find out anything about Mr. Scott that'll refresh your memory. But remember, be subtle.
Don't worry, Graham. They won't have a notion they're being probed. Hello there, I'm Dr. Webster. I performed the post-mortem on your father.
Oh, right. Were there any irregularities?
Sadly, no. Well, I'm sure in life he was not as unremarkable as he was in death.
No, he's quite a character.
I see. In what way?
He was so lively.
Be more specific.
Well, he was a great storyteller, wasn't he, David? Even at school.
What school?
Rugby school.
Nope, that's not it.
No, what?
Not the school Dr. Webster might have thought he'd gone to from examining his musculature.
What does that mean?
Well, you can tell a great deal about a person's upbringing from his musculature.
I read a fascinating article about musculature recently by my old colleague, Professor Sebastian Shepherd.
Yes, let's all talk about only that.
Mr. Scott, was your father a friend of Professor Sebastian Shepherd?
I'm sorry, why are you so interested in my father's private life?
Oh, Dr. Webster's just showing his typical professional inquisitiveness about one of his patients. But let me assure you, nobody in this department is engaged in loose speculation about your father.
Me and this guy in the corridor have worked out how Anthony knew Mr. Scott.
See what I mean?
Who are you? I'm Ruth Anderson, pathologist, psychologist, but most importantly, yes, human being.
I really don't think...
I knew that Anthony's relationship with Mr. Scott must have been hugely significant, but I only pieced it together when I remembered Anthony talking about how his father had forced him into pathology. And I realized it was no coincidence he spoke of this in the presence of Mr. Scott, because Mr. Scott was the one man who offered Anthony another way.
What on earth are you talking about?
Be brave, Tony. I know it's going to be difficult, because I'm here to tell you that Mr. Scott was your school careers officer.
No, he wasn't.
You sure?
He wasn't a careers officer.
Well, that's what you'd have us believe.
Ruth, please be quiet
You
now.
see, I told you two I had no significant link to Mr. Scott, but you insisted on dragging it all out into the open.
Oh, sorry, did you know my father?
No.
What did you say your name was?
He doesn't have a name. He's the pathologist with no name.
Dr. Webster, Dr. Anthony Webster, but clearly I was not in any sense an important figure in your father's life.
Oh, my God. Anthony Webster.
You operated on my father's body?
Yeah, I did. But the funny thing is, and this is ever so slightly awkward, but I've forgotten how I know him.
My father was very good friends with your wife.
Ex-wife. Oh, I remember him now. Lovely chap. He was an engineer, wasn't he? Worked for BAE. Used to live in Tufnell Park. St. John's Ambulance. That was him, wasn't it?
No.
Oh, no, that was someone else.
You humiliated my dad.
Good Lord, why did you do that?
Because he decided to change career and become an aromatherapist. And every time you saw him, you never missed the chance to mercilessly mock what you saw as a joke profession.
Oh, that's right. I called him the smell doctor.
The business folded 4 years ago.
Oh, dear. Then again, all that cardamom and wasp sweat vapor stuff is pure nonsense.
That's when he started to drink really heavily. His health never recovered.
He was a divorcee, wasn't he? Valerie was always trying to get me to set him up on dates.
God, Anthony, I'm appalled that you could have forgotten this clearly brave and unfortunate man. You simply don't value the preciousness of every individual human encounter.
In fact, didn't I set him up on a date with you, huh?
And that's the difference between you and me. Hang on a second. No, I never went on a date. Oh, yeah, that's right. OK, could somebody push me over? Because for some reason I don't seem to have fainted.
Well, as profoundly disappointed as I am by both of you, I must also say that in a way, the whole debacle was my fault.
Was it? Oh, good.
I should have taken a firmer line. But now your job is to find something sincere and heartfelt to say at Mr. Scott's funeral.
No, it's not. I'm a pathologist. That's my job, and I did my job very well. But you tried telling these Scott people all the details of the post-mortem.
You only make things much worse. Yes, I remember. Don't you care about what happened to poor Mr. Scott at all?
I'm sorry for him, of course. But it is a professional necessity as a pathologist that I can't care too much about what happens to people. And the fact that I naturally don't care is a bonus.
And what am I meant to say? I went on one date and it was a disaster? Just my bloody luck. The one time a romantic interest of mine gets brought in, and it's not a police officer who I had a torrid affair with. No, it's a middle-aged divorcee who took me to see the film Flubber, kept making jokes about how old Robbie Williams looked, and then vomited in his butterkiss.
You should both say that you feel profoundly sorry his life took a turn for the worse, and you feel you acted inappropriately, or that you feel redeemed.
Feel this, feel that, feel.
Well, what do you feel?
I'll tell you what I feel. I feel like nothing in my life works out the way I want it to. I feel like there's another me out there, somewhere living the life I'm meant to be living, while I'm trapped in here in this deadly place, where the only things that happen concern other people and it's never about me.
I'm sorry, Ruth, I was actually talking to Anthony.
Oh, good, you're all here. So if everyone, apart from Dr. Webster, would like to join me at the pinboard, it's time for Chloe's Who Is Your Baby quiz.
Why not me?
Have you found a photo of yourself as a baby?
Well, no, but I have organised an alternative parlour game. Who wants to play Dr. Anthony Webster's medical mystery file?
Oh, that sounds great. What happened?
I took my inspiration from you, Chloe, but instead of having to guess who's who from baby photos, you have to guess who's who from x-rays of our livers.
Where did you get these? The staff files?
No, the radiology Christmas party. Do you remember?
Yes. Some people are content to get drunk and photocopy their backsides. Not radiologists.
You just don't get it, do you? The point of baby photos is that some people might still bear some resemblance to them now. You can't recognise someone from their liver. Well, except this one's Gordon, obviously.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Chloe. You can't identify livers without... Oh, no, that is Gordon's. Do we do transplants here at all?
You have been listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Tracy Ann Oberman and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy, Gus Brown, Stephen Critchlow and Beth Chalmers. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Tracy Ann Oberman and Jeffrey Whitehead.
So I told them what I tell you now, Anthony. I must see the body. I am a forensic pathologist, not a mind reader. I cannot be expected to make judgments about cause and location of death, still less the identity of a murderer, without seeing the body.
Forgive me, Ruth, but that would have been impossible, surely.
Well, that's what they said. So in the end, and although I may have fatally compromised my professional reputation in the process, I was forced to hazard a guess.
Which was?
Professor Plum with a candlestick in the hall.
Was that accurate?
Well, we'll never know. My nephews abandoned the case unsolved on the grounds that it was no fun anymore.
I used to play that game as a teenager, but I'm afraid I wasn't terribly good. I think I was infatuated with one of the suspects.
Ah, the femme fatale, Miss Scarlet.
No, the lead piping. Would have left such beautifully characteristic tramline bruising.
No, we all had our teenage crushes.
So, this is our first case of the day, Ruth. What do we think? 3 things, I'd say. Firstly, from the smell, possible alcohol poisoning. Secondly, the knees of his trousers are scuffed, so he's recently fallen over or perhaps been pushed. And thirdly... He's still alive.
Anthony, that's Gordon.
So it is. Funny, I never look at people's faces these days.
Morning, Dr. Webster, Dr. Anderson.
Good morning, Gordon. Big night out last night?
Well, actually, I was at a christening. So, yeah, very.
Well, we're quiet this morning, so get yourself a coffee, why don't you?
Thanks, Dr. W.
Do you know our young lab assistant slept here in the hospital last night? I saw him, 2 a.m. it was, and in he comes staggering around like an encephalitic giraffe.
What were you doing here at that time?
Well, I was taking a tissue sample from one of my fingers to check for anomalies.
Why? Is there something wrong with it?
No, there was just nothing on TV.
Morning, Anthony. Good morning, Ruth. How are we both?
It's a bright, clear day, Graham, but not for me. My sky is dark, like some kind of melancholy, disjointed duvet shedding rain like goose down.
I'm fine, thanks.
Good, good. Now, I don't doubt the two of you will be less than jubilant to hear that we have the first volunteer, a Mrs. Renfield, for our new medical empathy scheme.
Oh, are we really having to go through with this?
The medical empathy scheme is an absolutely vital component of this new era for the department. It will prove that we pathologists can be caring and sensitive in the way we treat the relatives of,
dead people.
That's not the most respectful way to refer to them.
No, Murray Graham, insults are water off a duck's back to your dead. They're thick-skinned. Well, unless I've had to...
You see, that is exactly the kind of thing I mean. In our line of work, phrases like dead people and bone sore and what's that revolting smell are commonplace, but they're highly emotive to everyone else. We must not neglect the human, compassionate aspects of what we do.
Yes, we must. It's a doctor's duty not to get emotionally involved, just like a lawyer or a travel agent.
All I ask is, remember, a corpse is also a person. Oh, sure, autopsies, post-mortems, there'll always be a place for them in a pathologist's day, but shouldn't we also, as we stand over those poor, lifeless shells, be conducting an autopsy on the contents of our own hearts?
It's interesting that you mention that.
Not literally, Anthony.
No, this is nonsense, Graham. We're doctors, not Kilroy.
I must agree, Graham. I can see no professional reason for us to concern ourselves with, the living. Ruth and I aren't novices. We ran the pathology department for 7 years. We have our own way of doing things.
Which is precisely why I was appointed, you'll recall. Just after you, Anthony, made all those sketches of particularly unusual bruising on a fatal accident victim.
There's nothing wrong with that.
You sent them to his brother.
I thought he'd be interested. In a way, I was helping him to empathise with my hobby of cataloguing blunt instrument trauma.
Yeah, well, he certainly seemed quite keen to imprint a few of his personal favourites on your forehead.
Yes. An incident, Ruth, that followed swift on the heels of you receiving a police warning to stop pestering them to launch a murder inquiry.
I was the forensic officer at the scene, Graham. I'm telling you, somebody wanted to make it look like suicide.
That's right. The person who committed suicide. That's why he left a note.
But don't you think that explanation seems rather obvious?
Yes, I do. Those involved came to that view almost unanimously. Look, I accept it goes against your instinct, but this kind of approach can be profoundly beneficial in my experience.
Right. What experience?
The fact that my background is academic rather than clinical is irrelevant. I understand clinical practice and all its delicate paradoxical alchemies.
What, like bowel surgery?
Look, whatever you may think, I am the head of pathology at St. Luke's and we're going to go through with this.
Very well.
Fine.
It may also help to change the reputation of this department, not least in this hospital.
What reputation is that?
Well, everyone thinks we're peculiar. Yeah, but Dr. Thornley said to me just the other day, you lot must be a bit weird to do what you do. And he's a gynecologist. You dissecting that bladder didn't help.
It's a perfectly routine procedure.
Not in the canteen at lunch.
It was a working lunch. If a stockbroker takes out a few papers over his spaghetti, you don't get all this fuss. Ancillary workers vomiting all over the place.
I like what you're wearing, Mrs. Renfield.
Do you?
I know widows are meant to wear all black, but I think cerise is a nice pick. So, do you think you'll find it hard seeing your husband like this?
Not especially. He dumped me for a woman half his age. The only hard thing will be not walloping the useless lump.
Ah, here they are. Doctors, this is Mrs. Renfield.
Thank you, Chloe. Hello. I'm Dr. Anthony Webster. I'm the chief pathologist here at St. Luke's.
A pathologist? That's like Amanda Burton, isn't it?
I'm not a forensic pathologist. I'm a histopathologist.
And I'm Dr. Ruth Anderson.
Hello.
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Right.
I'm also a tough, uncompromising woman in a man's world.
I see.
So if you really want to make that Amanda Burton comparison, maybe it should be with me. Right. Well, Professor Donaldson will join us shortly, but he wanted the three of us to discuss how we feel upon seeing your late husband without being influenced by his presence.
Whatever. Won't stop me enjoying myself.
What a good attitude. Mortuaries so often sap people's sense of fun.
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to have my lunch now. Is that all right, Dr. Anderson?
Yes, fine, Chloe. Right, Mrs. Renfield, here we are, if you're ready. So, Mrs. Renfield, what's your immediate reaction?
My immediate reaction is, where's the body?
What? Oh, sorry, wrong drawer, clearly. So, if you're ready...
That's empty too.
So it is. Right, hang on a second. There he is at last.
That's a dead man, I agree. But it's not Alan.
We're getting warmer there. Unlike Mr...
Tony. Right, it must be this one. Right, so he's obviously not here.
Bit of a puzzler, isn't it? Was he a terribly small man?
Morning, Mrs. Renfield. I'm Professor Donaldson. Thank you so much for agreeing to take part in this new initiative at what must be a very difficult time for you. If you can, I'd really like you to tell me what you're feeling at the moment.
Not a lot.
What she's talking about is numbness.
She has an empty feeling.
It's not an unusual reaction.
It's very common.
His body's not here.
What?
Graham, this is the most advanced case of body presence non-recognition syndrome I've seen in 15 years.
They've lost my husband.
Really, Mrs. Renfield, we've not lost your husband's body. Mislaid it, perhaps.
And that's not standard clinical practice, is it?
Well, no.
No, I knew it wasn't. So what the hell's going on? Where is it?
Right, who's taken it?
Well, that's what we'd all like to know.
I mean, what kind of selfish, sick individual would do something like that? It was labelled, there was a name on it, and I checked it just 10 minutes ago, and there it was in the fridge.
Ah, so you can confirm that it was definitely here in the first place?
Well, of course I can. I buttered the bats myself.
I'm sorry?
I was going to take it to the roof garden and have it with a smoothie.
What are you talking about?
My lunch. What are you talking about?
The late Mr. Renfield's body.
Mr. Renfield's body has gone missing?
Oh, yes.
Right. Well, if any of you find out who nicked my lunch, tell them they're dead.
And we don't know where it's gone.
No idea.
Well, think back. Where were you when you had it last?
Gordon, it's a corpse, not car keys.
I've just spoken to the police, and Sergeant Oliver himself delivered the late Mr. Renfield shortly after midnight last night.
I don't want to seem paranoid, but can we really trust the police? They may have ulterior motives.
Of course we can trust them. You know what Simon's like. He doesn't have ulterior motives. I'm not even sure he has motives.
Well, the important thing is that we keep this to ourselves.
And we mustn't panic.
Oh, my God, we've lost a corpse. It's just hit home to me. We have mislaid a cadaver. This is really, really bad.
Graham, I'm sure there will be some perfectly ordinary explanation.
For a body going missing? Well, has he gone for a nice walk, then? Maybe he's playing peekaboo.
Now you're just being silly.
I mean, I know you were looking for ways to duck out of the medical empathy scheme, but this is a bit much.
Graham, for God's sake, calm down. What are you going to do with Mrs. Renfield?
No, we have to keep her at the hospital. If she goes home now, it's highly likely she'll mention her husband's body disappearing to someone.
Right, well, Gordon and I will do a complete search of the building. This is very interesting to me. A dead body disappears from a pathology lab, disappears, vanishes, as if someone wants us to think that the dead body had got up and walked away.
Someone who thinks we're immensely stupid, obviously.
Or someone with a reason to steal a dead body.
A funeral director with not much work on, perhaps.
Yes, you may be more right than you know.
Or a tiger.
Morning, Chloe. How are you this morning?
Morning, Sergeant Oliver.
Are you well, then?
Simon, I'd love to chat, but I imagine you have very important police business.
Yeah, it's obvious from my bearing, I expect. I need to speak with Dr. Webster.
He was in the mortuary last I saw.
Thank you, Chloe. And I hope you'll consider it appropriate that I say you're looking really nice.
Oh, it's called making an effort. I'm the public face of the pathology department. I have a responsibility to be well turned out, even if most of our clientele are in no condition to appreciate it.
Simon, I gather you've heard something about our little posthumous Houdini incident. So did you definitely bring Mr. Renfield here last night?
I did, Dr. Webster. I remember it very distinctly.
I just wondered if you might have become confused since you bring so many of them in.
Well, you're quite right to say that. As horrifying as it would be to many people, handling bodies is just part of a normal day's work for me.
So how can you be sure in this case?
Because I accidentally touched his bare shin, and it really freaked me.
Oh, dear. You've not conquered your squeamishness yet.
The mind can play cruel tricks on men exposed to extreme trauma in the service of their country. I'm sure it was very common for soldiers in Vietnam to spend 3 hours washing their hands, hopping up and down and saying, la 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 la.
Well, if you definitely brought Mr. Renfield in and we've never seen him, there's not a great deal I can do, is there?
Oh, for goodness sakes, Dr. Webster, you're a resourceful man with a wealth of professional experience. I'm not paying extra national insurance for you to sit on your backside. Make yourself useful.
Chloe, you're absolutely right. I should do something practical that will get us out of this mess, and I thought of just the thing. To the medical library.
So, Chloe, would you care to take some lunch?
Yes, in an ideal world I would. But that's presuming the great lunch thief of St. Luke's hasn't executed his most daring raid and cleaned out the entire canteen.
I'm sorry?
Oh, some swine stole my low-fat chicken and sweet corn faps.
All sorts of things are going missing from this department. Lunches, bodies.
If I could get my hands on the monster who did this. But there's no way of catching him. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless you take the case on. You're a police officer. You can look for fingerprints, DNA evidence, someone with chickeny breath.
I don't know, Chloe. I'm not sure I'm the man for this sort of work. I mean, that it's not actually, in any sense, a matter for the police.
Please, Simon. Until this man is stopped, no lunch is safe.
Chloe, hand me a pair of surgical gloves. Show me the fridge.
Not a trace of Mr. Renfield anywhere. This is all becoming decidedly strange.
I'd better peel off here, actually, Dr. A.
Genetics?
Oh, yeah, I work for Dr. Collini 2 days a week now.
Dr. Colleen is the one doing research around grafting bits of mice onto humans, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. You can't move for mouse corpses in there. I remember coming in here one night after quite a heavy session, actually, and looking at them, thinking it was like a scene from a Stuart Little Holocaust movie.
Gordon, are you out drinking heavily every night?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, yeah, I certainly don't always. It's not unusual for me to... yeah, pretty much.
Don't you think it's rather bad for you?
Oh, I do. Yeah, definitely. And I'm trying to ease off a bit, but you know how it is. You've been working all day in the lab, so you feel like relaxing with a few mates over a couple of beers. Next thing you know, you're naked in a mosque in West Acton. We've all done it.
Dr. Colleen has had a lot of adverse publicity lately, hasn't he? All those newspaper headlines.
Are you a man or a mouse?
He must be worried that his funding will get cut.
It's hard enough to find volunteers to have a tail attached to their knees as it is.
Well, perhaps then he'll have to move on from the mice and expand his anatomical research into other areas.
I wouldn't know about that.
Oh, no. Of course you wouldn't. Your silence speaks volumes.
Really? Great. Well, I'd better be heading. I'll see you later, Dr. A.
I think it's time I found out whether our genetics friend believes in nature or murder. Well, not murder, but another word for something criminal that sounds like nurture. Nature or murder? Nurture.
2:46 p.m. Pathology Department kitchen. Scene of crime officer Sergeant Simon Oliver. Also present Miss Chloe Montague, the lunch theft victim.
Hello.
Fridge largely bare. Some milk. 2 pots of fun-sized papaya mousse. A shop-bought salad. And jam for some reason. Who puts jam in the fridge? I suppose I should check the milk, but...
But what?
I had a nasty experience when I was a student officer.
Oh, bloody hell, Simon. I know you're squeamish about bodies, but dairy...
Yeah, all right, I'll do it. Oh, God! Oh, no matter how long you do this job, you never get used to that smell. Now, will I be correct in saying that your lunch was 2 low-fat chicken and sweet corn baps?
Yes, that's incredible. You can tell that just by looking at the fridge.
No, you told me just now. I was checking.
Well, there's nothing here that's going to help us find... Wait a second, look at this. It's been opened, but hardly any of it's been eaten.
Couscous, walnut and pesto salad. It's as if someone's opened it, poked it about, and then put it back in the fridge. Why would they do that? Of course. Chloe, look in the bin. Tell me what you see.
Well, a few tea bags and... What are they?
I think you'll find there's several couscous-flecked walnuts.
You're right.
A picture begins to form. Someone has either bought or been given a salad for lunch and not noticed that it contains walnuts, a foodstuff to which he or she is not partial, perhaps even allergic. So, when the lunch is taken out, he or she tries for a while to pick all the walnuts out. There are clear teaspoon indentations in the couscous. But our perpetrator either gets bored or realises that there will be allergy-making nutty grease all over the salad, flings it back in the fridge, not bothering to reseal the lid, and in hasty greed grabs the nearest thing...
My bats!
Could easily have made a salacious remark in reply to what you just said, but my police training prevented me. So, Chloe, if there's someone in this department with an allergy to walnuts, I found the sandwich thief, and you've got what you want.
Anthony? Oh, why is it so dark in here? Well, never mind. I hear you have something exciting to tell me.
Indeed I have, Graham. Has Mrs. Renfield gone, then?
No, she's having some x-rays done.
What happened to her?
Well, nothing. I'm just keeping her busy. I said we should check her elbows for bone spurs or something, I can't remember. What have you found out?
Well, Chloe was saying that I really ought to do something about this missing body thing, and then the answer suddenly struck me.
You found out what happened to Mr. Renfield?
No. I've researched and assembled a slideshow about post-death spontaneous combustion theories in 18th century Central America. Professor Hans van Blindstrad's lively, if rather overexcited lithograph about Guatemalan burial rituals was my starting point. This first slide is one of his illustrations, and it shows the chief of one of the Guatemalan tribes known for their colourful ceremonial clothing and the fact that they were all very sarcastic. Here, the chief expresses his surprise at the apparent disappearance of a dead body. Could it be the first, and as far as I know, only case of post-death spontaneous combustion? No, because, as this next slide shows, the body had actually been hidden by a couple of mates as a joke. Oh dear, how did that slide get in there? What a mistake! One for the lads there. Way! And before you ask, yes, that's right, that tissue sample comes from my finger. Graham? Why are you sobbing?
Dr. Anderson, I got a message that you wanted to speak to me.
That's right, Gordon.
Why did you want to meet me in the car park?
Get into the car, Gordon. The disappearance of Mr. Renfield's body is highly suspicious, Gordon. So I've been doing a little research into Dr. Collini, the genetics department, and you.
Wow, cool.
And do you know what I've discovered?
No.
Nothing. Nothing at all that gives me any reason to be in any way suspicious, which makes me very suspicious indeed.
What do you mean?
Look, Gordon, I'm not one to make wild accusations, but I suspected you and Dr. Collini are at the centre of a body-snatching team.
Body snatching?
Body snatching? Why do you raise the idea of body snatching, Gordon? I never even mentioned body snatching.
Yes, you did.
Well, I bet you were thinking about it before I mentioned it.
I wasn't.
The point is, are you and Dr. Collini body snatching?
No.
I see. Well, don't worry about it, Gordon. It would have been really a lot more convenient if you turned out to be behind a massive body-snatching conspiracy. But no, you suit yourself. Don't worry about me.
Sorry about that, Dr. A.
Sorry about that, Dr. A. Some people.
Well, but I mean, it still sounds like a good bit of detective work. What theory were you working on?
Collini was stealing bodies for his research and you were helping.
Oh, good theory, good theory. See, it's just not actually true. It's weird, actually, because I was talking to Dr. Webster the other day, and he was saying it's much harder to get hold of corpses for medical research and training these days. It's quite a problem, apparently. Anyway, I'd better get back to pathology. See you later.
Much harder to get hold of corpses. Now, Ruth, stay calm. Don't jump to conclusions. The evidence doesn't conclusively point to... God, sod it. Anthony's the body snatcher. Let's nail him.
Chloe, do you think it's peculiar for someone to find a tissue sample from his own finger fascinating?
Yes, I do.
Does it worry you that I'm one of those people?
Oh, no, Dr. Webster, I'm not worried. Everything you do is peculiar, that's just you. It's the job, I suppose, like on telly, all those forensic pathologists of troubled types.
I'm not a forensic pathologist. I'm a histopathologist.
Either way, I don't let it affect me. I think of this as an office, just like any other.
Do dead bodies disappear from your typical office?
Tipex does. Envelopes. Not such a big leap.
All right, guys, any developments then?
Well, I have a medical journal interested in an article about the chronic medical implications of 18th century Central American sarcasm.
Great. You'll be the most famous forensic pathologist in the land.
I'm not a forensic bloody pathologist. I am a histo from the Greek meaning tissue, do you see? Histo bloody pathologist. Sorry, that just always annoys me a little. Look, what does any of this matter anyway? A body's disappeared. He's still dead. The body was here when Simon left the mortuary. The body was gone when I arrived at the mortuary.
And when I arrived at the mortuary.
And when I woke up in the mortuary. And when I woke up in the mortuary.
Well, you actually woke up in orthopedics, of course.
Don't think so.
Dear, dear Gordon, I saw you staggering about, followed you into the mortuary, found you passed out and carried you to a bed in one of the empty wards of the orthopedic department.
God, I don't remember that at all. But I definitely woke up in the mortuary. You were there.
Oh, right. Oh, I assumed that was a secondary snooze, so that's rather odd, because I definitely took you to orthopedics. I remember, because I saw you laid out on one of the trolleys.
On one of the trolleys?
Yes, so I slung you over my shoulder and, Thing is, I really wasn't paying attention. I was looking at the tissue sample. Oh, dear, there's a dead body in the orthopedic department.
Once again, Mrs. Renfield, thank you for being so patient and understanding about this rather strange technical irregularity.
It's all right. I had nothing on anyway.
A more unsympathetic person might think it confirmed the stereotype of the pathologist as a ghoulish sort of oddball. But, of course, pathologists are actually perfectly normal people. Let me buy you a cup of tea. The canteen's just down this way through orthopedics.
Isn't that your lot, Professor?
OK, so I'll stay out here, and if I see anyone, I'll shout out...
Chloe?
Professor!
Gordon, that is me.
Hello! It's you, Professor and Mrs. Renfield.
Gordon, Simon, can you hold him around the waist?
That sounds like it involves touching.
How, Professor and Mrs. Renfield, are you, Professor and Mrs. Renfield?
OK, Gordon, back up a bit. Be careful, his trousers are falling off. He's upside down now. We'll go this way. It's quieter, and there should be fewer
Mrs. Renfields.
Oh, dear.
Hello, all.
Professor, Mrs. Renfield.
Afternoon.
That's my husband.
What the hell is going on?
Yes, that's a very reasonable question. And the good thing is there is a very reasonable and logical answer to your question. The answer to the question, what the hell is going on, is quite simply...
Body snatching.
What?
The most intricate and brilliantly masterminded body snatching ring since the glory days of Burke and Hare. Yes, this was a case that stretched my powers of deduction to the very limit. A real three-Pop-Tart problem. The first clue...
Ruth, that is the most ludicrous thing I have ever heard. You always look for the most complicated explanation, don't you? The straightforward answer, it never occurs to you.
Remind me, Anthony, in this case, what is the straightforward answer?
Quite obviously it is that I mistook the body of Mr. Renfield for the comatose Gordon and carried it to a bed in the empty ward in there so he could get a proper night's sleep.
It's almost childishly simple, isn't it?
Is that really what happened?
Yes.
Right. Damn it.
Well, as we're all here, we might as well make the best of it. Mrs. Renfield, thank you for agreeing to take part in St. Luke's Hospital Pathology Department Medical Empathy Scheme. What are your feelings at the moment? I really wasn't expecting such an emotional outburst from Mrs. Renfield.
No. Dancing a little jig while singing The Sun Has Got His Hat On was certainly an unusual response.
Well, I've just been speaking to her, and she won't be making a complaint. In fact, she's currently baking us a thank-you malt loaf.
It's lucky her divorce had left her such a bitter and twisted woman.
Yes, what a boon.
Well, department, I trust there will be no further argument over the need to connect ourselves fully to the feelings and needs of ordinary people.
We all make mistakes, Graham.
We're only flesh and blood. Nonetheless, I hope you two have learned a lesson. Well, I'm going to get some dinner. Would anyone care to join me in the canteen?
What a good idea. I think we should all go. I gather they're serving chicken with shallots and walnuts.
I might just head home then. I'm not too keen on walnuts.
Oh, you're not?
No, I think I may be allergic, actually.
Oh, really?
You were taking no chances, were you, Professor? No stray napkins, no crumbs on your lapel.
What are you talking about?
Low-fat chicken and sweet corn baps.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
Don't make us do this the hard way, Professor.
Well, there was this one sandwich that I thought was a kind of team sandwich.
All
right, I ate it. And you know what? I'd eat it again. Because it was really tasty.
Oh, Professor, what has become of you?
I'm only flesh and blood.
Listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Tracy Ann Oberman and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy, Gus Brown and Rachel Atkins. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Tracy Ann Oberman and Jeffrey Whitehead.
It's hard, in a way, isn't it, to remember a time when Philip Schofield wasn't grey-haired?
What?
At the time, letting Phil go grey was considered a bold but drastic career move, masterminded by super agent Peter Powell. But now you wonder why he dyed those silvery tones for as long as he did.
Chloe, you know when I mentioned to you something about cerebral anoxia or petechial hemorrhages, and you look at me like I'm speaking Danish? Well, this is that situation in reverse. Why do you watch this garbage? You should use your breaks to do something improving.
I'm sorry, but I would think Annette Newman's occasional series on Salsa Yoga Lattes is improving in anyone's book. What are you doing that's so worthy?
I'm trying to expand the range of my sensory faculties through an alternative form of visual perception.
Dr. Anderson, that's one of the paintings from the paediatric ward, not a magic eye picture.
Yeah. Yes, I know that. I love children's daubs. Pathologists like me may have a tough, hard-bitten exterior, but we do have a heart.
Good news, Ruth. The old coroner's dead.
Graham, really, that is not good news. That is absolutely bloody fantastic news. How did he pop it?
With supreme karmic irony, it has proved impossible to determine the cause of his death.
Brilliant. If he was still alive, he'd be absolutely steaming.
Sorry to be the funeral pooper, but exactly why are you both so happy the coroner's dead?
Because he never sent us the interesting bodies.
Ruth's quite right. I've had the feeling since I've been here that Sir Patrick wouldn't have trusted us to conduct a post-mortem on a dog.
Seriously, the kind of people he sent us could autopsy themselves, blindfolded.
There's a novel idea for dealing with NHS waiting lists.
Meanwhile, all the high-profile cases went to the lardy-da ponces at the Ealing Royal. God, I hate those pathologists, swanning around with their fast cars, designer suits, and Louis Vuitton body bags.
And surprise, surprise, Sir Patrick just happened to find a free slot for himself to be autopsied at Ealing. The hypocrisy is breathtaking.
There was a really good article about the Ealing Royal in Heat, actually. It's the hottest place to be autopsied this side of Milan. It's becoming like the Priory. Celebs go there as a career move.
And that's exactly our problem, Graham. In the hot or not list of pathology departments, we are very definitely not. We just ain't cool.
If we're not hot or cool, what are we?
We're lukewarm, Graham. We're tepid. Do we know who the new coroner is yet?
His name's Daniel Casper. Sounds like a pretty traditional choice of coroner.
Some random solicitor with no experience in forensics and a Mussolini complex.
Quite so.
What did you say his name was?
Daniel Casper.
Well, that's him on the TV, isn't it?
What?
Chloe, turn the volume up.
Because we're specialist solicitors who've handled thousands of personal injury cases. Listen to just some of our satisfied claimants.
I was lifting a bag of very heavy fax paper and put my back right out. I've since been awarded £40,000 compensation.
My car was parked in a lay-by and I was helping a companion find a Fox's glacier mint he dropped down his trousers. When we got shunted by this van, we were paid £24,000 and I got new teeth.
So if you've suffered an accident at work, or trip or fall, don't let them palm you off with excuses like, you didn't follow our safety protocol, or we've never seen that bucket of tar before, or you didn't really use that hand much anyway. Call me, Daniel Casper, at Accident Shouldn't Happen Solicitors, because you're a victim, not some ham-fisted oaf. Not all claims will be pursued, terms and conditions apply.
I can't believe the new coroner's an ambulance chaser.
Only logical in a way. If you can chase an ambulance, you can certainly chase a hearse.
Well, I think that wraps things up here. Sergeant Oliver, I know you find all this flesh rather uncomfortable, but I just need you to confirm one or two of my observations.
Well, it's my duty on behalf of the Metropolitan Police Force to witness this autopsy. It's not a problem.
Splendid. Then you'll concur that the lungs and the right side of the heart are somewhat engorged.
I concur, Dr. Webster.
There are also traces of froth in the airways.
Indeed there are.
And the skin is suffused with a cherry red lividity, highly suggestive of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Quite so.
Yes, Simon, we'd be on more legally solid ground if you were doing this with your eyes open.
Well, if we're going to be sticklers, I'll simply open my eyes and glance down at the... Oh, my sweet Geronimo.
Todd, could you rouse Sergeant Oliver?
I'm fine. Now, Dr. Webster, where were we? Oh, that's right, you were showing me the... oh, my blessed cheeks.
And again, Todd.
Slapping a policeman's a very serious offence.
You fainted again, Sergeant.
I'm not an effete man, Dr. Webster. In fact, I'm regarded as rather macho. I kayak. But I just can't stand gore.
Tony, have you heard? It's wonderful news. Sir Patrick's dead.
Is he? Oh, Sir Patrick's bought the proverbial, has he? Well, poor chap. I mean, I can't say I liked him much, but nonetheless, one tends to soften one's attitude in this situation.
And also, you generally like dead people more than living ones.
That is true.
The new coroner's called Daniel Casper. He's one of those personal injury solicitors. It's an extraordinary opportunity for us. We really can't afford to waste a moment.
Ruth, I trust you're going to leave this matter to Graham. You're not going to rush off and see this Daniel Casper behind Graham's back.
No, that is just something I'm not at all going to do. Well, I'm off home now, actually. I've got to wait in for a chimney sweep. Okay, bye.
That's a relief. I was worried she had a scheme there, but clearly not. Simon, let's finish up here as soon as humanly, since you dislike it so.
Thanks. Mind you, I can't imagine working in a mortuary is anyone's dream job. Am I right, Todd? Looks angry now. Why doesn't he say anything?
Todd's just one of the less boisterous morticians. Now, I'm afraid I shall require you to witness a little grisliness at this point, Simon. Simon?
Thank you, Todd. Although I hadn't yet fainted that time.
Here you are, Prof D. Are you all right?
Absolutely fine, Gordon. Thanks for coming along.
What are you doing?
Oh, you mean the... well, I've been reading a highly influential American book about personnel empowerment management techniques. It recommends that to release the inner feelings of your staff, you place them in a joyful, childlike environment. So I thought we should try this for our 6-month review.
We're having the review session in the paediatric ward?
Yes.
In a paddling pool full of plastic balls?
Precisely. Hop in.
Okay, cool. It's a harder kind of plastic than it looks, isn't it?
Gordon, you've been with us at pathology for 6 months. How do you feel it's progressed on the whole? Yes. I seem to become rotated into an upside-down position in which I can't breathe. Could you scoop a few balls away just to give me an air pocket? Oh, thank you, sir. Oh. Do you see yourself furthering your specialization with us, Gordon?
To be honest, Prof D, and it's nothing personal with you or anyone, but I'm thinking I might have a pop at something else.
Well, I won't pretend that I'm not disappointed, but I'm sure it's a decision you've thought through with tremendous care.
Not really. I just fancy a change.
But presumably that desire for substitution comes from a certain disappointing of expectations. So we need to know why you picked pathology originally. I imagine it's because it provides such a fascinating array of surgical, medical and psychosocial empiricisms.
That was a factor, definitely. Also, I was drunk when I filled the form in. It's like I'm letting my entire life slip by aimlessly in some boozy haze.
Good. So tell me, have you found the work too gruesome?
No, not really.
Or maybe it's the often harrowing nature of the cases.
I don't mind that.
The violently unpleasant smells.
These are all good reasons not to do pathology, Prof D.
Yes, they are actually, aren't they?
I suppose I wanted to be a doctor originally so I could cure people, but with pathology, by the time people get to you, it's a bit too late. Yeah, it's the medical equivalent of here's what you could have won with cardiac arrest replacing the speedboat. But don't get me wrong, I think pathologists are amazing people.
Oh, well.
I just don't think I'm cut out like you are for doing something so massively unpopular.
Unpopular?
Yeah. Anyhow, look, I better be getting back to the lab. But thanks for the chat. It's been really helpful.
No, Gordon, hang on a second. I have a few further philosophical points to... arguments that there are other ways of... Oh, for God's sake, someone get me a pogo stick and drag me out.
Yes, Bridget.
I was wondering if you'd like me to bring you a cup of coffee and some biscuits, Mr. Casper. Warning, coffee will be hot and may scald. Custard creams can cause choking.
That would be very nice. Thank you, Bridget. Except since this offer does not imply a contractual obligation, Daniel Casper reserves the right to require hot beverages elsewhere.
And Dr. Anderson from the pathology department at St. Luke's Hospital is here.
All right, well, show him in.
Her. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Anderson. We don't have an appointment that I'm aware of, or is it usual for pathologists to drop in on the coroner?
Oh, it's usual. Oh, it's very usual.
So you're the head of pathology at St. Luke's?
I am the head of pathology at St. Luke's, and after all, if I wasn't, I really wouldn't be here.
No, indeed. Well, take a seat, Dr. Anderson. Guests of Daniel Casper accept the offer of a seat at own risk.
What?
Just a small disclaimer, Dr. Anderson, so we all know where we stand legally. What can I do for you?
First of all, congratulations. Second of all, as a pathologist, I expect a lot from the coroner. But above all, I expect a fair deal, and that is not something St. Luke's has had from this coronial department in a long, long time. We want our piece of the post-mortem pie.
Let me understand. Did you believe that the previous coroner discriminated against you personally?
Well, I don't want to say that Sir Patrick didn't like strong women in positions of authority, because from what I read in the tabloids, that's exactly what he did like.
So what was the problem?
Well, is it too fanciful to suggest that rival pathology departments were so scared of our superiority that they systematically drugged and brainwashed him?
Probably, yes.
The point is, Dr. Webster and myself are conscientious, passionate, outstanding medical practitioners. That has never been questioned for 1 second in any of the investigations into our professional conduct. So, my concern is that you don't deny yourself, and I don't want to be boastful about this, of our unbelievably superb pathology services.
Dr. Anderson, I believe in justice. That's what I've spent my career pursuing in my negligence work, and being a coroner will be a continuation of this. Getting justice for people whose feet have been jammed under the wooden pallet called death.
Oh, I see how this is going to work. So all your work goes to chiropodists.
Dr. Anderson, I'm going to give you a fair chance to prove that you run a dynamic, responsive pathology department.
Well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear.
But in return, I expect the greatest possible attention to the defining principle of our work here at Accident Shouldn't Happen Solicitors. And that is customer satisfaction.
Right. It's quite hard to tell with post-mortems.
Customer satisfaction and compensation of my life. People talk about where there's blame, there's a claim, but I say there's always blame. And there's always a claim. There are millions of people out there, all just waiting to be sued. And my aim, rather ambitious perhaps, is to identify the cause of, and apportion blame to, every single event in the world. I hope you'll join me.
Yes, I will. Dr. Anderson reserves the right not to join you on the grounds that you're a crazy.
Now, listen to me, Gordon. What you said about pathology was wrong. Just flat wrong.
Okay. Would you like to sit down or anything?
Pathology is not some kind of posthumous accountancy. I recently placed a traditional pathology motto in our mortuary. It reads, Hic locus est ubi mors gaudet succurrere vitae. This is the place where death rejoices to teach those who live. Death rejoices. That's the key bit. Death really likes teaching the living. It loves it. Loves it. That's what I want to say to you.
Yeah, it's great you managed to track me down, because my parents' house is quite hard to find. Actually, have you met them before? Mum, Dad, this is my boss, Professor Donaldson.
Afternoon to you.
Sure you won't have some pork?
No. Let me pass you the carrots.
What are they?
Oh, just a couple of plastic balls that must have got stuck in my sleeve. Now, Gordon, 2 years ago, I was a successful, widely published academic in the field of medical ethics. But I gave all that up for pathology. So don't tell me that you'd rather try something else, because if you don't want to work in pathology, the very engine of medicine, and not just the engine, the fuel, the oil, the chassis, the carburetor, the steering column, then you don't want to be a doctor at all.
Prof, that was an incredibly powerful and moving speech, if I may say so. But
what?
Well, no, nothing. It's just, if people ask me why I was a pathologist, I couldn't think up a speech like that. So maybe I need to do something that people automatically respect, not something you spend your whole life justifying, like you have to.
I do spend my whole life doing that.
And with you were an academic, which is a job everyone admires, but... well, now you're a pathologist, which is a job no one even understands. And that is so brave. Are you all right, Prof D?
No, I'm fine, thank you. Could someone give me some pork, please?
So, I hope you both understand where we are. We now face the defining moment for this pathology department.
Well, thank goodness for the defining moment. Running the department without any definition of what it is has been jolly tricky. But which is the correct definition? I'm tempted by Frank Muir's 14th century Northumbrian cob. Dennis Norden's Balinese term for boredom is so plausible it can't be true, so I'll plump for Ruth Anderson's medical body for the investigation of diseases staffed by a massive ninny.
Your insults bounce off me, Anthony, like hail off a patio, because I know I'm steering this department into the future. Does anyone know where Graham is?
No, but he's been in a funny mood all day, moping around like a poet.
He did seem in rather doleful spirits. I don't think he's changed his clothes in days. And now I think about it, I told him this morning that we had a spate of tuberculosis cases, and it barely perked him up at all.
Graham, you do realise you're over half an hour late?
Do I? I think I realise it at some level. If people can ever truly be made to realise anything.
You ponder enthrallingly. So anyway, I've called this meeting because we need to agree a coordinated strategy for promoting ourselves to the new coroner. Now, when I went to see Mr. Casper...
You went to see him? You didn't authorise that, did you, Graham?
No. Although, can people ever truly be said to authorise?
Mr. Casper wants us to have a modern, dynamic working relationship. Now, he's going to be visiting us tomorrow, so I've prepared for him this brief PowerPoint demonstration to show him that we're at the cutting edge, metaphorically as well as obviously literally. Lights, please, Chloe.
Que sommes-nous? Nous travaillons avec les morts. Qui sommes-nous? Nous sommes les docteurs de Saint-Lux. Où sommes-nous? Nous sommes basés dans West Harrow.
He is dead. He is dead. Dead. He is dead. He'd better be anyway, because I'm doing a post-mortem on him.
Alors, pourquoi sommes-nous? Parce que je suis pathologiste. Pathologiste, pathologiste, pathologiste. Un film de Ruth Anderson, l'hôpital de Saint-Lux, Londres.
What the hell was that?
Well, think of it as a kind of multimedia tone poem.
It's gibberish, all those images. What on earth did they mean? Why was there a hippopotamus in there?
Well, the hippo symbolises the inherent bulkiness of death.
And what about the skeleton wearing a Bobby Charlton mask?
Well, it illustrates that death wears many disguises.
And all those weird stacks of blocks.
Yes, that was actually me playing Tetris. It shouldn't be there. I'll edit that out.
Sorry, have I walked into the psychiatric ward by mistake? What are you talking about?
Oh, it's so easy to criticise, Anthony. Harder to come up with new ideas of your own.
Why would I want to come up with new ideas? I'm happy with the status quo.
Anthony, the status quo means that the bulk of our autopsy work is on dropouts and drug addicts who died of the most gruesome diseases.
Exactly. Don't rock the boat. And besides, our work should speak for itself. Why do we have to sell ourselves?
It's called the market economy. We can either be the Waitrose of pathology or the Netto. Choice is yours.
Rubbish. That's the beauty of pathology. You can't package it or reinvent it. Pathology comes down to the study of bodies that are either diseased or dead. And no golfer or chef is going to put his face to that.
But if you're going to be so petulant as to reject all ideas, what on earth are we going to present to the new coroner?
What's about a nice catchy slogan? We're tops for autopsies, something like that.
How about St. Luke's pathology department, we'll cut you good. Or the best thing since sliced head.
Even though you're being sarcastic, you are quite good at that, aren't you?
Look, I'm late for Simon now, but Graham, if you're going to let Ruth take charge of all this because you're so busy silently growing stubble, can I ask one thing? Don't let her turn this department into a circus. I'm too old to funambulate. Simon, I've been lending some thought to your corporeal aversions.
Yes?
And I've devised the perfect way to overcome your fears and learn to get real pleasure from the inside of a human body.
Well, it has been a while.
So, you sit yourself down and prepare for the most exciting journey of your life. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you aboard this special flight, our destination, the beautiful holiday resort of anatomy.
Somehow your reassuring pilot's voice is really terrifying.
There is absolutely nothing to worry about, because a post-mortem is one of the safest forms of operation anyone can have. The total number of people who've died during their own post-mortem is precisely none. By definition, let me show you some of the features on your journey today. For instance, just under this sheet are some complimentary peanuts.
Oh, God.
Or rather, the part of the body we use to digest peanuts. Yes, it's a stomach. Perhaps Sir would care for a glass of champagne. Well, if Sir would, the alcohol in the champagne will be filtered out of Sir's system by one of these, a liver. And over here we have a handy freshen-up towel.
Please don't.
No, this one genuinely is a towel. In the sense that the kidneys perform a kind of toweling function on the human innards. So, all that remains is for me to thank you for choosing to fly with esophagus airways and... Good Lord, Simon. Normally when I see someone looking so pale, they're dead.
No one likes us. No one likes us. No one likes us. I don't care.
Afternoon there, Prof.
Oh, it's you. Come in. Take a seat on my heart.
I put in my review form last night, so I just reckoned I'd let you know what I decided.
Oh, bring it on. So Mr. Popularity's finally escaped the ignominy and shame of working in the pathology department, has he?
Well, no, as it happens.
What achingly trendy branch of medicine has he pumped for, then? Genetics, perhaps? Or hemoblooditology?
I'm staying put, actually.
Or has he landed a secondment to the laboratoire garde at what?
I'm sticking with pathology.
Oh, right. I thought you... so, you reconsidered then?
Yeah.
You were persuaded to continue in pathology?
Yeah.
Persuaded by me?
Yeah.
So, after I delved into the deepest, most shrouded recesses of my own heart, to pluck every last gram of rhetoric, after I strained every oratorical sinew, and after I endured 3 days, Jonah-like, in the whale's stomach of my apparent failure, I can now sit back, spent but content, in the knowledge that when my abilities were called upon, I prevailed.
Yeah.
You were drunk when you filled in the form, weren't you?
Yeah.
I need to show the coroner that we're the pathology department for him. And to do that, I need to get inside his head.
Not normally an obstacle for a pathologist.
Let's forget the special offers, the promotional video. They're too obvious. I need to think what he wants to see in us.
Oh, hello. Another one of his adverts on the telly.
I would recommend Daniel Casper and Accidents Shouldn't Happen solicitors to anyone. They did a brilliant job, and I now feel adequately compensated for the trauma of falling into a quarry.
You see, getting feedback from people on the job we're doing for them is crucial. And that's why our satisfied customers feature in these adverts. So call me, Daniel Casper. I want to hear you speak.
He wants to hear the people speak. That's it! I've unlocked the secrets of Daniel Casper. God, I'm a genius! I need to find Anthony, Graham and Gordon. Chloe, I want you to find some tatty old clothes, makeup and as many blood packs as you can get hold of. Okay, everyone, you're looking perfect. Now, Chloe's showing the coroner around the office, but she's bringing him down here any moment. So have you all learnt your lines?
Ruth, you are absolutely sure this is a good idea?
It has to be said, Dr. A, it's a bit of a strange approach.
And all these things you want us to say.
It's all designed to appeal specifically to Daniel Casper. Now, do what I've told you, and we will become the most high-profile, celebrated and glamorous pathology department in the country. I can hear them coming. Get into position.
It's through here, Mr. Casper.
Thank you, Chloe. You've been a very informative guide, and I will definitely consider your suggestion of a discount rate if I collect bodies rather than having you deliver them.
Mr. Casper, I hope you're enjoying your visit.
Yes, you seem to have a most professional setup here, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. As you'll gather, this is our mortuary. These are the post-mortem tables. Over here is the dissection area. And this is where we store the people I like to think of as customers.
Oh, right. So are there actually, people in there?
Have you seen a body before?
No, not an actual... No.
Shall I show you one?
What? It is part of my job now.
Here we go, then.
Oh, good Lord. He looks so lifelike. It's hard to believe he's actually dead. So you autopsied him?
Yes, indeed. And if I may say so, I determined the cause of his death incredibly well.
Why has he got clothes on?
But if only he could tell you what a good job I'd done on him, then you'd know for sure. Because, after all, he's our customer. If only he could tell you how satisfied he is. But perhaps he can.
Hello there. Yes, I died recently, and I went to Dr. Anderson at St. Luke's Hospital for post-mortem. My cause of death was determined quickly and efficiently, and I received the compensation of knowing my fate was in the hands of a pathologist as superb as Dr. Anderson.
I thought you'd be impressed, but you're actually speechless, aren't you? So, there's just one of our satisfied customers, and here's another.
Hello there. No! I recently had an accident at work. I put my foot in a bucket of tar and died. But thanks to Dr. Anderson, I received the compensation of knowing that the circumstances of my death had been speedily and competently investigated.
Zombie.
No. We're not actually dead. I'm Professor Donaldson. Let me just get myself out of this drawer, then I can introduce myself. Oh, no. What? Oh, no. Those are just a couple of plastic balls from a children's play area that happen to be in my trousers.
You're a testicle zombie. I've got to get out of here.
I wouldn't try in there if I were you.
All right. Oh.
Mr. Casper, I'm getting the vague feeling that there's been a slight and no doubt very humorous misunderstanding here. These are my colleagues. They're just pretending to be dead.
How could you do this to me?
Okay, so you've had a bit of a shock, but it's not like there's going to be any lasting psychological damage.
When I was 4 years old, I was trapped on a ghost train for 6 hours. Scared out of my mind. And you know what? I never received any compensation. So I swore there and then to devote my life to ensuring that others would have the recompense I was denied. So let me tell you and your freakish colleagues 2 things. Firstly, I am going to sue you so hard your ears will bleed. And secondly, as coroner, I am going to ensure that I send you from the cases that come to me only the foulest, most horrifically diseased, decomposed, battered and mutilated bodies imaginable.
Really? Oh, I've died and gone to heaven.
You've been listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Tracy Ann Oberman and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marion Levy, Gus Brown, Lawrence Howard, Stephen Prieslow and Beth Chalmers. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis.
Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Tracy Ann Oberman and Jeffrey Whitehead.
Oh, I love the atmosphere of a mortuary. There's nowhere quite like it. Well, Lord's, perhaps. The members' pavilion can come pretty close, but in a mortuary I always get that certain buzz.
Is that possibly the refrigerators?
Mortuaries protect and cocoon you. They're like sterile bubble wrap. It's so comforting to know that the inclemencies of the outside world can't get at you.
I know what you mean, Dr. W. It's like being 14 or something. You know, the rain lashing down outside and you're tucked up in bed, off school with a steaming hangover.
I've got that itchy feeling I always get on a sunny day, as if I'm missing out on something.
A picnic, maybe?
Exactly, Gordon. A picnic with bread, cheese, cake and wine, which then turns into the scene of a brutal and perplexing murder. Ooh, I'm making myself hungry just thinking about it.
Well, Ruth, high time we got stuck into our own particular type of hamper and started on Mr. Fitzherbert's post-mortem.
Do I take it from the look of childish glee on your face that it's going to be a fiddly one?
The police report suggests he may have died from a ruptured developmental aneurysm. It's very exciting. In fact, keep an eye on me. I may become slightly hysterical.
And no wonder, because subarachnoid cerebral spinal fluid is the Justin Timberlake of autopsies.
Gordon, I told you before not to leave your badminton kit on the mortuary table. I'll only dissect your shuttlecock again.
Apologies, Dr. W.
Can you move all these boxes?
Sorry, yeah, I'm always bringing things down here, leaving them somewhere and then forgetting all about them. My ex-girlfriend would be an example.
Right. Well, here we go. I believe I shall make the initial incision on this occasion.
Anthony, stop what you're doing. Don't touch that man.
What?
Dr. Webster, as a police officer, I must insist that you put down that very large knife, the purpose of which I'm furiously trying not to imagine.
What are you two blabbing on about?
I've just been contacted by Mr. Fitzherbert's widow, and she's adamant that we do not perform post-mortem dissection on her late husband's body.
Bereavement does such strange things to the mind.
And why, I wonder, is Mrs. Fitzherbert so very, very keen to prevent us doing a post-mortem?
She objects on religious grounds.
Does she, in addition, have something to hide?
Not particularly.
No, nobody does these days. That's the problem with modern society. Nothing festers. I blame Claire Rayner.
Graham, what do you mean she objects on religious grounds?
Mrs. Fitzherbert is of a druidistical belief and favours an holistic, non-invasive approach to medical practice.
Well, I'm sure that we're all acutely aware of the need for pathologists to respect people's deeply held religious convictions. But this woman's only a druid, so that doesn't count, does it?
Druidry may not be the most common, mainstream, or well-thought-through of religions, but her views are sincere. I myself have a not inconsiderable understanding of pagan culture. As whenever Joanne and I are going to our cottage in Budley Salterton for the weekend, we drive past Stonehenge.
Are you seriously going to let this woman prevent me doing my job? There is a reason why my services have been requested. It's not like I was going to do the post-mortem purely for fun on this occasion.
The autopsy is a legal requirement and will have to take place, but we must find a way of doing it with Mrs. Fitzherbert's consent.
What's Mr. Fitzherbert's story?
He was recently arrested while taking part in a protest against the closing of an animal sanctuary. He chained himself to a donkey.
That must have been a rather challenging arrest.
I believe it was, yes, particularly as my colleagues were unable to remove the chain. It certainly took prison overcrowding to an unexpected level.
And why was a post-mortem requested? How did he die?
He was released on bail, and when I went round to interview him, I just found him keeled over in his living room.
You found him, Simon? Blimey, that's a bit rough, because you don't like the dead bodies here, and now it's like they're following you wherever you go.
Yes, Gordon, the same wry little thought occurred to me last night when I awoke, covered in sweat, shrieking. Now, while I'm here, would anyone be available to do some forensic work? I can't get hold of our usual guy.
I could do it.
Ruth, we couldn't spare you.
We could recommend someone else.
I am the one person in the department with a background in forensic work. What's the job?
We just need a routine crime scene examination. We found a body in the canal.
Simon, no.
We were going to take Ruth out for a surprise lunch.
I've stolen her car.
Her forensic medical license has been eaten by a dog.
Simon, it's no problem. Just leave me the details and I'll meet you there this afternoon.
Many thanks. See you then, Dr. Anderson.
Smart guy, that Simon. I've always thought that. Very astute judge of people's abilities. I'm looking forward to getting out into the field of operations again, offering the police my observations and deductions.
Ruth, please promise me you won't get yourself arrested.
What?
It's just that your career in forensic work has been a bit of a roller coaster disaster.
I admit that in my youthful exuberance I did occasionally overextend the boundaries of my authority.
Such as the time you effected a citizen's arrest.
I had good reason to suspect that man was impersonating a police officer.
He was the chief of the Metropolitan Police.
So he eventually managed to convince me, yes, but I still maintain it was only logical to assume he was actually a master criminal, given how small his eyes were. And anyway, that was a long time ago. I am now a much calmer, more careful, considered and brilliant pathologist.
Well, Anton and I will need to speak to Mrs. Fitzherbert this afternoon anyway, so I suppose it works out quite well. All right, just don't get too carried away.
Graham, relax. Just going out to do a quiet, unspectacular professional job. Oh, I wonder, have I still got that enormous magnifying glass?
All right, Chloe, you wanted to see me about something.
Yes, Gordon, I've been typing up some of your autopsy notes, but they're very hard to understand.
Wow, so I'm a doctor and my handwriting's illegible. I feel like I'm in a Christmas cracker.
It's not your handwriting, it's all these acronyms you use.
Yeah, fair cop. Acronyms being...
Words formed from the initial letters of a phrase, like SARS. I've been reading all about them in the agony pages of the Lancet.
Yeah, right, yeah. Bit of a medical staple, aren't they? Dr. Webster's always using acronyms like infarction and sclerosis. Lord knows what they mean.
Now, first of all, Gordon, I disapprove. Using these insulting code words shows no more wit or respect than, I don't know, drawing a willy on a picture of Phil Collins. And I've heard them all before. SIG, silly ignorant girl.
NFN, normal for Norfolk.
Bundy. But unfortunately, not dead yet. All very Jay Leno. But, Gordon, you do realise that doctors use these silly terms to poke fun at patients behind their backs. Which makes me wonder why you'd use them at an autopsy.
What do you mean?
Using code words so the dead won't understand you is like neutering your cat, then making him wear a condom.
Yeah, but I don't use them to be nasty. I'm very compassionate. I cry at the news. Acronyms are just my little method for noting information down.
But the actual ones you use I've never come across. For instance, what does QAAN stand for?
Quite an amusing nose.
Why would you write that down on an autopsy form?
Dunno really, I just like it when people have quite an amusing nose.
Right. Well, what about NAN?
That stands for no acronym necessary. Bit self-defeating, that one.
And on this bloke's form, you've written tit. What does that indicate?
He was a tit. It's what he would have wanted, his wife said.
Finally then, on this extremely sensitive autopsy report, you've written MRT BMDT.
MRT BMDT. Yeah. MRT BMD, as you so rightly say, T.
You can't remember what it means, can you?
No idea.
Sir Anthony, Mrs. Fitzherbert is waiting for us in my office now. I cannot overstate the importance of us showing us a sensitive understanding of the difficulties that she faces.
I couldn't agree more, Graham. Let's not forget this poor man was her husband, so she deserves for him nothing less than the autopsy of her dreams.
That's the kernel of the matter, Anthony. Even if you house that kernel within a rather weird outer nut. Mrs. Fitzherbert, good afternoon. I'm Professor Donaldson, the head of pathology department, and this is Dr. Webster, our chief pathologist.
Hello there, Mrs. Fitzherbert.
Please, I prefer to be called by my bardic name, Yellow Wolf.
Well, Yellow Wolf. Let me first of all say how desperately sorry we are for your terrible loss.
Thank you. Red Wolf was a man of extraordinary sacred energy. I don't quite believe he's dead somehow.
He definitely is.
And Yellow Wolf, am I right in saying that the normal post-mortem we would carry out here clashes with your druidic beliefs?
Let me correct you on one point. I am not a druid.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Those people are crackers.
I am actually part of an affiliated group called the Earth Magi.
So how does the Earth Magi coroner investigate a suspicious death? Because whatever higher power you believe in, some things have to be done down here on Earth.
We believe in simple ceremonies of ritual committal to the living Earth, so that the body may transmogrify into alternative manifestations of life force.
That sounds very dignified, but medically speaking, basically useless.
Yellow Wolf, How can we best accommodate your wishes within the necessary legal requirements of our work?
One thing I must insist on is that you make his sacred remains whole again. You may not retain any part of him.
Oh, Yellow Wolf. You have my assurance on that.
Can I just have the brain?
Anthony!
I'm aware it's a cheeky request, and I wouldn't normally ask, but nowadays I'm required to ask by law. Well, one used to be able to cherry-pick whatever one fancied, but you can't... You can't get away with that sort of thing these days, and rightly so, I suppose, on the whole. So, please, can I have it?
Anthony, be quiet.
It would be of immense research value. Your husband's brain could save lives, and not just donkeys, actual people.
Red Wolf lived among the animals and the trees, the rivers, lakes, meadows, and woodlands. That's where he dwelt every day of the last 7 years since he left PricewaterhouseCoopers. It will feel quite wrong to see him in a mortuary surrounded by metal, right angles, and regret. But my one consolation will be to know that his entirety can embark on its miraculous journey of transmogrification down the great flowing torrent of Arwen, the spirit that is life force in motion, being in perfect presence, the touch of the gods themselves.
And does he need his brain for that?
Right, Professor Donaldson, this man is not to touch my husband.
Yellow Wolf, I think that's an entirely understandable and...
Professor, I want you to perform the autopsy.
What?
Okay, right. The professor is an administrator. You might as well ask a photocopier to do the autopsy.
That's not actually true, Anthony. I'm a fully qualified medical professional.
But more importantly than that, Professor Donaldson, I sense in you deeply spiritual qualities.
Do you? Well, I won't deny my depth.
You are wise and kind. You seem in touch with nature.
If I say so myself, my hanging baskets are peerless.
Can I entrust you with this solemn duty, Professor Donaldson? It's what Red Wolf would have wanted.
You may, Yellow Wolf. And please, call me by what is, in a sense, my bardic name. Graham.
Let me through. I'm forensics. Here's my ID. I'm Dr. Ruth Anderson.
Yeah, I know you are, Dr. Anderson. And thank you for showing me your gym membership card. Your photo's very amusing.
Now, if it's okay with you, I've bought some of this.
What are you doing?
I just really fancied stepping under some of this black and yellow police tape.
Where did you get that?
I stole it from a regional heat of robot wars. Now, can you hold it up for me like the way the police always do? A bit higher than that. It's not limbo. Thank you, Sergeant. Now, do you think we could get some members of the general public to stand behind the tape and wonder who that obviously important and attractive woman is?
I'm wondering if that's perhaps a slightly frivolous thing to do at a possible murder scene.
A murder scene? You didn't say it was a murder scene.
Well, we haven't confirmed it yet. The body was found in a canal, approximately this point here. Its pockets filled with weights. So we just need a forensic examination of the scene, although I don't anticipate there being anything of particular note.
No, Simon. Police officers never anticipate there will be. But the sharp-eyed forensic pathologists will continually spot tiny but hugely significant details that the police have missed entirely.
We haven't missed anything, Dr. Anderson.
Haven't you now? So why is it that without even a careful inspection, I've noticed that muddy skid on the edge of the towpath which you have missed?
I wouldn't say that we've missed it in as much as one of my colleagues is taking photographs of it right now.
Impressively competent, Sergeant. You have, however, missed what may be the one clinching item of evidence of this entire scene.
And that is?
A bunch of keys in the bushes.
Yeah, you just took them out of your pocket and threw them there, didn't you?
Fine. No, really. There's absolutely nothing here for me to notice, and I'm a total waste of space.
Well, I'd certainly not say that was the case.
Wouldn't you? Oh, right. So, do you think I should focus all my forensic skills on this scruffy piece of paper covered in barely legible scrawl, which from a cursory glance would appear to be a suicide note?
What?
I mean, what earthly point does it serve me coming all the way out here to... It's a suicide note. I found the suicide note. That's quite a good thing, isn't it?
Let me have a look. Oh, this looks genuine to me, Dr. Anderson. I think you found the suicide note.
Have I? Well, that's a satisfactory outcome then. But really, Sergeant, there's nothing to get carried away with. It's all part of my job. I found the suicide note! I
found the suicide note. The suicide note. I found the suicide note. Suicidal man, if you can hear me wherever you are now, I want you to know that you've made me so happy.
Congratulations, Dr. Anderson. That was an extraordinary piece of detection. You deserve a great deal of credit.
On the contrary, a certain modest low profile is the mark of a great detective. Sherlock Holmes would sometimes go as far as to let Inspector Lestrade pretend he'd cracked the case instead of Holmes. So I suppose I ought to say to you, Simon, you're a promising young police officer. You take the credit.
Thanks. I will. Yeah, I'll go and call the station now.
I know what people will say. You found the note, Ruth. This should be your greatest hour. But the satisfaction of knowing that I've done the job that is required of me is the... Oh, God, what have I done?
Myocardial reflex. This body may demonstrate trauma.
No.
Mormon renders Tony Blair mute disputing taxation.
No.
My radio talks balls mostly due to Tarrant.
I like that one. No.
Well, I don't know what MRTBMDT means then.
Unless... Wow! Of course, it's so simple. The reason we've been unable to figure out the acronym is because it's not an acronym at all. It's the word. Mutbumdita. No, I thought I had it then, but when in fact have I ever said mutbumdita?
Apart from round about midnight every night for the last 10 years, never.
Isn't this just glorious, Anthony? Nature at its wildest, the very air teeming with life. It's this kind of thing that really reconnects one to the primeval earth.
Well, I'm not such a big fan, to be honest, Graham. I find you're the greatest chill-out rainforest album in the world ever. CD, rather irritating. In fact, I might turn it down a bit, if that's okay. Sorry, the macabre was giving me a headache.
There are no aspirin in the jungle, Anthony.
No, Graham, because the paracetamol. I've been waiting for someone to randomly say that set-up line for 20 years. It's the only joke I've ever known.
Take a seat, Anthony.
All right, now, I am extremely worried, but good Lord, what an extraordinary chair.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I found it up in my loft last night, and I was reminded of how well it reflects my diverse ethnic tastes.
It looks African.
It did indeed originate in that dark continent.
Where did you get it?
Shepton Mallet Antiques Fair. I acquired it during what I refer to as my lost summer of 1967, when I vanished into the West Country for 3 months to visit sites associated with the author Thomas Hardy.
Graham, I think you're getting rather caught up with the attractive Mrs. Fitzherbert's druidy ways.
Is she attractive, would you say? I can't say I've noticed her hair. And what makes you think I'm under her spell?
Little things, the chair, the tape, your rather casual dress today, the fact you're sitting on top of your desk in the lotus position.
It is a pose of great calmness and meditative power.
Shall I call an osteopath?
Already done. He's confident he can extricate me in less than an hour.
Well, if it won't sully your aura too much, I would like to discuss Mr. Fitzherbert. I've just read the list of conditions his widow has made for today, and they are, quite frankly, unacceptable.
Not so. Pathology does not take place behind a locked door anymore, and I would say that Yellow Wolf's stipulations for the autopsy are perfectly reasonable.
She wants us to do it outdoors, on the roof terrace. That picnic table wobbles if you put a cooked lunch on it.
I managed to dissuade her on that one point.
And this whole business with taking photographs is ridiculous.
Anthony, if she doesn't want you taking photos of you and the body for your album, she's within her rights. Frankly, I'm surprised I managed to persuade her to let you even assist me at the autopsy.
It's a good job you did, Graham, because are we absolutely sure you're up to this?
Of course I am. In fact, this whole thing has got me really pumped. A chance to get back to the cold face of pathology, out on the front line, really getting my hands working.
But your surgical technique must be a little, well, rusty.
And it is for that very reason that I have dug out this.
Well, slice me open and diagnose I died of pancreatitis. Professor Keith Simpson's seminal textbook on forensic medicine.
It was at the ankles of this very book that I sat, to learn about pathology. I've been using its timeless wisdom to brush up.
Didn't this go out of print a while ago?
Yes, but the point is, though, that the fundamental precepts of pathology cannot have changed significantly since, 1947. In the same way that though my birth certificate might indicate otherwise, I'm still basically the same person as that young buck who first purchased this book.
Why are you punching your leg?
No, it's nothing. Just being in this position has made the entire left side of my body go numb.
Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that the successful conclusion of this case is due solely to the diligent police work of Sergeant Simon Oliver. For that reason, I hope you'll join me in awarding him with a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you for those kind words, Chief Inspector.
I would also like to make mention of our forensic officer, Dr. Ruth Anderson, who at the moment when Sergeant Oliver made his discovery was also there.
Thank you very much.
Right, we'll open the floor up to questions then. Yes.
Sergeant Oliver, is it true that you've been offered a transfer and promotion?
I have been the police forensic and autopsy liaison officer for a couple of years now, and I do think if I'd been surrounded by corpses for much longer, it would have driven me quite insane. That wasn't in any sense a joke. So, for that reason, yes, I'm very much looking forward to working for the homicide department of the Barbados Police Force.
No. Any further questions then?
There's a hand up over there. Yes? You may not have heard that question, but I was just asked about a rumour that it was in fact me who found the suicide note, to which I would reply, I really can't imagine what gave you that idea.
Sorry, who asked you that question?
The journalist over there, with a really quiet voice. Oh, no, he's got a follow-up question. Oh, just to repeat then, the follow-up was, come on, Dr. Anderson, admit it. You found the note, but you let Simon take the credit. To which I would reply, all right, damn it, I admit it, it's true. I found the note, but I wanted Simon to get the glory. I was just doing what I believed to be the right thing.
Anderson, what the hell are you doing?
I'm sorry, Simon, but that journalist is just too dogged.
No one said a thing to you.
Well, it may seem that way, but I was asked the question telepathically. Journalism is a devious profession.
Sergeant Oliver, is what Dr. Anderson says true?
Well...
Sergeant Oliver, your promotion is revoked, and you can consider yourself lucky if you aren't sacked. And Dr. Anderson, I am staggered by your selflessness and nobility.
Really, Chief Inspector, I'm rather uncomfortable with that level of praise, however well-deserved it is. But if my career is to be wreathed in glory, then I suppose nothing can prevent it.
Except perhaps me mentioning the fact that you tried to plant false evidence at the crime scene.
Dr. Anderson, is this true?
Well...
If you're ready, then, we shall now begin with this most sacred operation. We are to perform on Red Wolf, Yellow Wolf.
Red Wolf, Yellow Wolf, Red Wolf, Yellow Wolf, Red Wolf, Yellow Wolf. Try saying that when you're pissed.
Thank you, Professor.
I won't let you down. I'm going to get started. It should take me an hour or so.
I hope that my presence is not too offensive to you, Dr. Webster.
No, not at all. It's rather nice to see a new face round here that doesn't have glassy eyeballs and blue lips.
And I imagine you're still churning with anger that Red Wolf's brain will be staying with him rather than going to you.
All right, don't rub it in. The grieving can be so triumphalist about their relatives' organs. Graham, are you all right?
Fine. No, I'm fine.
You don't seem to have made the initial incision yet.
No. Well, the thing is, I've just become very forcibly aware of the fact that I haven't handled a scalpel in 30 years.
I thought you were full of brio.
Well, so did I, but that confidence doesn't seem to have yet translated itself into the ability to move at all.
No, quite. Normally when I see someone looking that stiff, they're dead.
I think it's rather good of the authorities to let us come back to the canal. Don't you, Simon?
I agree, yeah. I'm unbelievably generous.
Yeah, there's something rather pleasing about how it's all come full circle. Started here with a body in the canal.
It ends with us here in the canal, dredging it as part of our community service. How neat.
Oh, I wonder what this is. Another piece of vital evidence, perhaps.
Is that what it is?
No, it's just another dead vole.
Right then, well, that's most of the dissection done. Almost there now, wonderful stuff. And it's flown by. How long have we been going, Gordon?
6.5 hours, Prof.
It feels like 5. Well, there we go, Anthony. I managed to get through it.
Yes, although not without one or two hiccups.
It's all changed since I was doing postmortems. I'm sure the spleen used to be in a different place.
I did admire your meticulous approach to the opening of the skull, though.
Really? Well, thank you.
Although in future you might like to use a nail file just to speed the whole thing up.
Very funny.
Or if it was a sunny day, perhaps you could use a magnifying glass.
Say what you will, Anthony, say what you will, I still did it. So perhaps you're not quite as irreplaceable as you'd like to think.
Professor, Have you reached your final verdict now?
We have, yes. Our professional medical verdict, and I'm very much eating humble pie here, is that your husband died because it was the will of the divinities of the earth that he should be returned unto them.
Really? That's what you think?
No, it was a ruptured developmental aneurysm. I can't believe that worked.
Most humorous. So, I trust you can now return Red Wolf to his whole state.
Well, he's already there, isn't he?
With one exception.
Oh, the brain, of course.
Rather an important detail.
Quite. Anthony, would you mind popping the brain back in? My hands are a bit, not still.
Graham.
And may I say again, Yellow Wolf, how glad I am that I've been able to repay your faith in me for this task.
Graham, where is the brain?
What?
Where is the brain?
Well, it should be just... right, this is... a bit of a problem then.
I don't understand what's happened to it.
Yes, I have the feeling I may have put it inside his torso just before I stitched it up.
What? What did you do that for?
Well, I was in a bit of a fluster and I got it in my head for some reason that it was the third lung. Oh, dear, I'm going to hell.
What's going on over there? Is everything all right?
Fine, Mrs. Fitzherbert, absolutely fine. Maybe I can unstitch you. No, there's no time for that. What are we going to do, Graham?
Poor Graham's a cold. A cold and weary. Pity poor Graham.
Right, Gordon.
Yes, Doc.
We need to find something to put inside Mr. Fitzherbert's head.
Okay.
Now, we don't have loads of spare brains lying around these days, unfortunately, so let's see what else we can come up with. What's in here? What the hell is this doing in the mortuary?
Oh, sorry, Doc, that's mine. I am always leaving stuff here, aren't I?
It's a tortoise.
Go! Of course! Tortoise, MRT, BMDT. Must remember to bury my dead tortoise. How could I forget that?
What's that you've got?
Wait a second, I've got an idea. This tortoise is definitely dead, isn't he?
Oh, yes. Matthew is noble.
Yellow Wolf, the most extraordinary thing has just happened in front of my very eyes. Transmogrification.
What do you mean?
I know it's going to sound rather implausible, but Red Wolf's brain has just transmogrified itself into this tortoise.
It's just as my morning tea foretold. This is wonderful. I knew I could trust the Professor with this task, but I could not have known it would come to this.
No, I think it's fair to say that none of us did.
You must nonetheless reunite the transmogrified substance to its host.
Right. Yes, I will, Gordon. I'm aware that this is a slightly odd question, but can I bury your dead tortoise in Mr. Fitzherbert's head instead of his brain?
It's not the send-off I'd imagined. But yeah, why not? Matthew was a pretty unconventional, maverick kind of a tortoise. Do you know, I think it's what he would have wanted.
You have been listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Tracy Ann Oberman and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy, Gus Brown and Beth Chalmers. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Harris. Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Tracy Ann Oberman and Jeffrey Whitehead.
Them bones, them dry bones, them bones, them dry bones.
Afternoon all. You sound like you have that Friday feeling, Dr. Webster.
Indeed I do, Chloe. That warm glow one radiates when there's only 2 days wait before another solid week of pathology.
You are a walking crunchy advert.
I wonder, Ruth, if brain biopsies will ever be made sophisticated enough to pinpoint a Friday feeling.
It's unlikely to attract priority funding. Chloe, was there something that you wanted?
I was wondering if you and I should have a little strategy chat before tonight.
What's all this?
I'd rather we didn't talk about it.
I set Dr. Anderson up on a date.
Oh, Ruth, stepping out with a young gentleman, are we?
And that is why I'd rather not talk about it.
No, but good for you, in fact, because even the coyest erotic encounter is enough to get the estrogen flowing, and I'm sure I don't need to enumerate the health benefits of that.
I hadn't got you pegged for such an ardent romantic, Dr. Webster. Perhaps I should set you up on a date too. What's your kind of woman?
I've never really thought about it. As a rule, I suppose my only must-haves would be a strong mandible, firm kidneys, and a nice smile.
In your ideal world, you'll be able to autopsy a woman before you dated her, wouldn't you, Anthony? Sort of pre-mortem.
I can dream.
So, can I just ask that we leave the subject of my date alone?
OK, point taken. So, Dr. Webster, are you up to anything this weekend?
I mean, it's just a date after all. There's really not that much to discuss.
My daughter's coming to stay with me.
And frankly, this obsessive analysis of my admittedly fascinating private life is becoming rather disconcerting.
So, your daughter's coming to stay. Have you lined up anything fun for her?
I really hope I have this time, because as a father, I've not always had a good nose for fun. Then again, I'm not sure fun is the appropriate thing for my daughter. She's not 12 anymore.
How old is she now?
13, obviously.
Dr. Webster, Dr. Anderson, we have a grave emergency, I fear. There's been a major fire at an apartment block, quite a few casualties. These are just the first 3.
OK, let's get him in.
I don't like to complain, Professor, but your trolleys for transferring bodies from the ambulance are not exactly top-notch. See? This one tugs left like a Seat.
I'm sorry, Sergeant, but one of our morticians stole the good trolleys to push his shopping home and then dumped them in the canal.
I was wondering why you'd added the coin-operated release mechanism.
You're right, Simon. Their tatty utilitarianism doesn't reflect well their noble function. And you know, Department, I've been thinking of late that we should review the whole way we treat the arrival and departure of bodies.
What do you mean?
Well, there's not much ceremony about it. We whip people in and out like a Conran restaurant. I shall put my mind to the issue.
And I'm happy to do some research as a subscriber to What Hospital Trolley magazine.
Splendid. Now, Anthony, Ruth, I think really we ought to conduct the post-mortem straight away.
Oh, can't we just stick them in the fridge till Monday?
These tragic human beings have died in a most fearful way. And I think the least we can do is to expedite the final processes of their horribly curtailed lives. Also, I don't know, but putting fire victims in refrigerators seems a bit tactless.
Right, so you want us to work all weekend so that you don't have an uncomfortable feeling of irony?
I'm deeply reluctant to ask you to sacrifice your weekend. So the fact that I am asking you only proves how certain I am that we must do this now. Or maybe we could do it all on Monday. What do you think?
What? I'm supposed to be going on a date tonight, and Anthony's seeing his daughter.
That's quite all right. My daughter and I will be spending this evening in the mortuary.
Oh, thank you, Anthony. It's very good of you to alter your plans.
I'm not altering them. That's what I had lined up for her anyway. As my special treat.
Gosh, you really must stop spoiling her rotten like that. She might grow up weird.
So, tell me, Margaret, as a 13-year-old, where do you stand on Alco-Pops?
I've never tried them.
Well, good for you, because I think it's important your first taste of alcohol is a bit nasty, like with beer. That way, it's more impressive when that initial disgust turns to deep, deep love. Well, I bet you're looking forward to seeing your dad, then?
Not really.
Wow, why not?
Because he gets really nervous with me, and he doesn't know how to act like a dad.
Oh, that can be a good thing in a way. It's not that unusual.
And he's always showing me dead bodies.
Yeah, that's maybe more unusual.
Good afternoon, Gordon. Margaret, hello.
Hi, Dad.
Hi. So, come on then, give your father a nice big handshake. There we go. So, how are you feeling?
I'm fine.
I was thinking you looked fine, funnily enough, and, I'm fine too. So, we're both fine. What a good base from which to work for our weekend together. Well, it's nice to see you, and I can guarantee us a really enjoyable spell in each other's company. Now, Margaret, remind me, when is it that you're meeting up with your friend Sarah?
I'm not actually, because she's ill.
Is she? Oh, dear, poor little Sarah. What's wrong with her?
She's got a bad cough.
Ah, a bad cough. So, perhaps a cold. Or SARS.
SARS?
We're all very excited about SARS here, but I suppose it's probably a cold. You have to remember, Margaret, Daddy sees these things from a different perspective. The only diseases he comes across are the real humdingers. So, Margaret, ready for some fun?
Yeah, as long as that doesn't mean an evening in the mortuary.
Ah, but no, because I have actually organised a little surprise activity for us to do together.
In the mortuary?
In the mortuary.
Hey, Margaret, you'll be the envy of all your little friends. Imagine how green they'll be.
Funnily enough, we played that game last time.
Well, I thought I'd probably wear this. I think it makes me seem serious and intellectual, but also attractive and funny.
I don't want to be unkind, but I think wearing a T-shirt you got free from a venereal disease conference is a dating mistake. Although, whoever came up with the slogan, my boyfriend went to Amsterdam and all he brought me back was the human papillomavirus, does
Fine. I'll wear the little black number with no public health information on it. Now, who is this man you've set me up with?
Well, Dr. Anderson, you know how when it comes to men you're a bit picky.
Oh, I'm not picky, Chloe. It's just that to go out with Ruth Anderson, you need to be of a special caliber type of man.
A thick-skinned hypnotist, say?
Well, it can be anyone. You just have to be intelligent, polite, witty, slim. Confident, sensitive, independent, over 6'2", flaxen-haired, either an architect, a musician, or a fireman, love 19th century French poetry, and have some kind of dark secret that I can be the first woman to eke out of you. Outside of that, no preferences.
Yes, well, because of your very slightly specific dating criteria, I've not actually set you up on a single date.
What?
I signed you up for an evening of speed dating. Now, before you start whining, let me tell you, speed dating is a brilliant way of condensing...
The crushing horror of 10 dates into one evening. Yes, I can imagine. No, I am not going speed dating. I don't even know why I let you set all this up in the first place.
Don't want to be negative, but it's because you haven't had a boyfriend for over 3 years.
Well, you try being alluring when you're a pathologist. It's not a job that men find sexy. Except when they do, and that's a lot worse.
There must be a way of making it seem more glamorous. Just say you're a doctor, you work at the hospital.
That's what I do say, and then they ask me what department, and when I tell them, they look at me like I want to slice their testicles off.
To be fair, you do often look at men like that.
Well, I suppose if I'm being honest, there's another reason why my relationships are so torrid and turbulent. I'm attracted to bad men.
Bad men? What, like butch trannies?
Dangerous, edgy men.
Oh.
I know it's wrong, but I can't help it. It's one of my damaging but highly attractive characteristics. That's why I was drawn to Gregory.
Oh, yes, Dr. Webster told me about him. Does halitosis actually make a man dangerous, then?
His breath was replete with menace. And onions.
Look, go to the speed dating thing. What have you got to lose?
Oh, Dr. Webster would just make fun of me if I pulled out now anyway.
Great. And remember, you're an attractive and confident woman. You've every reason to be positive about yourself.
Right.
But also, whatever you do, don't tell them you like men who treat you badly. Don't be picky, and don't tell them what you do.
Let me say once again, Anthony, Gordon, how much I appreciate you giving up your weekend for the sake of the department. I think it's a great testament to the solidarity that exists among all of us. Right, now, if there's not too much traffic, I should just about make Glyndebourne.
I hope you have a lovely time, comrade.
Well, yes, I realise that in a sense I'm not, but I'm coming in tomorrow to discuss the trolleys and so forth. And actually, we are seeing Benjamin Britten's Death in Venice, so that is sort of work-related. Bye, then.
Gordon, can I leave you to tidy up this gentleman?
No probs, Dr. W. Just got the organs to weigh now.
Because, Margaret, I believe I promised you a very special surprise.
How about that, Margaret?
Now, young lady, I wonder if you've noticed that one of your Westlife action figures has gone missing.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Which chap was it?
Shane.
Well, I have some news about your Shane action figure. He's dead. But before you get too upset, there's good news. The action figure coroner has specifically requested that you and I do a post-mortem on him to find out what he died of.
Do we have to, Dad?
It'll be fun. And it's a nice thing for us to do together. Like when you and your mum bake a cake. Although I won't be making you lick out the bowl after. I really won't make you do that. So, let's get stuck in. He's just in here.
Blimey, Dr. W, you've actually built a miniature mortuary storage unit for one of your daughter's toys. That is so... I don't know what the word for that is.
Okay, Margaret, do you want to make the first incision?
But that's going to ruin it.
Don't worry, we can put him back together afterwards. The rest of the band won't even notice. Besides, his action figure family has to know the truth.
All right, Dad.
How is this going to work, Doc? Because, I mean, it's just a hollow plastic action figure. Oh, right, yeah, you've actually given it internal organs. Brilliant.
The first obstacle, Margaret, as always, is the rib cage, represented here by Frazzles. So, do you want to crack through them with this? Splendid. Now, where should we start?
The cherry tomatoes?
The heart and liver, quite so. Out they come. Now, I'm going to give you a clue. Have a look in the little straws embedded in the main tomato.
They're full of butter.
Aha! So it would appear that your favourite pop star may have died of arteriosclerosis. But let's not leap to conclusions quite yet.
I'm all done now, Dr. W. Can I shoot off?
By all means.
Can I do what Gordon's doing?
I doubt that it'll be appropriate. What are your plans for the evening, Gordon?
Well, I was going off to Mackie D's and then down to the arcades.
You see, hardly the thing for a 13-year-old.
Can I go with Gordon?
But we haven't removed Shane's brain yet. I softened a walnut specially. Well, yes, fine. I was hoping that we would... But no, makes sense, really. I can get stuck into the backlog. Is that all right with you, Gordon?
Yeah, no worries.
Well, it's incredibly generous of you to make such a sacrifice.
What? No, it's my pleasure, honestly.
Because you realise you can't take her to the pub.
You owe me big.
Good evening, madam.
Hello, Dr. Ruth Anderson. I'm here for the speed dating thing. I hope I'm not too late.
Ah, madam is here for the man buffet.
Oh, God.
And we're just about to start. Now, the typical way that this works is that each mini-date lasts for 7 minutes. Then a whistle blows and all the men move on to the next table.
That certainly sounds horrendous.
But for tonight's Date Orgy 2003 event, for some reason we've attracted 60 or so single men, but only 3 single women.
What an extraordinary statistical anomaly.
So because we've got so many blokes to get through tonight, we're doing hyper-speed dating. 60 seconds maximum. As you see, you have a bell here on your table. And you can ring the bell to end your mini-date as soon as you want. And do try and keep things moving.
Well, I'll try, but I warn you, what interests me in a man is his inner self, his soul. And that's not something you can access through 5 minutes of clumsy flirtation, is it? So I'm afraid I'm not a woman who makes superficial, shallow snap judgments.
Let's get ready to date!
Hello?
You're too short.
Hi there.
Too fat.
Good evening.
Too old.
Nice to meet you.
Your eyebrows are too close together.
Let me introduce myself.
No, your eyebrows are too far apart.
Greetings.
You don't have any eyebrows.
Howdy doody.
Do I need to give a reason?
Would it be all right if Dr. Anderson, what are you doing?
Oh, right, sorry. Do you need me to whip through them a bit quicker?
Evening, Doc.
Oh, Gordon. Where's Margaret?
She's watching telly in the staff room. Sorry we were out for ages.
Goodness sake, well, I hadn't realised it was so late, but as the old saying goes, time flies when you're examining ethmoidal sinuses. So, how is it you were at the Games Arcade for so long?
Well, Ultimate Snowboarder 2004 is very strictly winner stays on, and Margaret was pretty much unshiftable. And Are you
all right?
Yeah, so I just feel a bit funny. I can't quite work out why.
Well, thank you again for looking after her. As no doubt you found, she can be rather firm in her views.
Yeah, it was quite something, actually. She was giving it all this, I'm having a great time. You're really cool, Gordon. Please take me to the London dungeon. Unbelievable.
Right. Gordon, I'm quite a bit older and more experienced than you, so I expect you think of me as something of a father figure.
No, can't say I do. Uncle figure, possibly. No, actually, a kind of work colleague figure.
I am a work colleague.
Yeah, I don't relate to people in very imaginative ways.
My point is, Gordon, if you did think of me as a father figure, would I be a suitable one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'd be a cracking one.
I wonder if Margaret would agree with that.
Doc, listen, I know for a fact that Margaret really respects you professionally. It's just maybe sometimes she'd like you, as a dad, to be a bit more normal.
That word again. When I was a child, I hated it when my parents treated me differently to their adult friends. Now, as a father, I try not to discriminate against Margaret just because she's young. It's like being condescending to a courgette just because she's yet to become a marrow.
I really am feeling a bit odd for some reason.
So she wants me to be a normal dad. God, I need a drink.
Drink? Ah, thank you. So, Dr. Anderson, if you might like to take slightly more time with the next couple of dates, with any luck we'll at least get the bread rolls out!
Fine.
Hi there. I'm Justin.
Justin. What a thrillingly maverick name.
Hmm? Oh, sorry, I'm a bit all over the place this evening. So I've just come here straight from prison.
Really? Sit down. Let me get you a drink, Justin.
Sir, department, I want us to turn our minds to yesterday evening and the rather frantic scenes when all those house fire victims were brought in. Should we? Can we? Must we find a way to elevate the formality and ceremony with which we treat both the ingress and egress of the deceased?
No.
Also no.
As well argued as your opinions are. I still have some proposals. Firstly, would it not ennoble those key liminal moments if they were accompanied by this?
I refuse to play music to dead people. They're dead.
Perhaps physically, but spiritually. Can we be certain they do not continue to be affected?
Oh, right, so it's like talk to the soul because the body ain't listening. Very sensible.
And that is funeral music. If we play them funeral music, then pack them off to a funeral where there's more funeral music, they'll be bored even stiffer.
So perhaps we need something more uplifting. And so, here comes the corpse being carried into the pathology department of St. Luke's by Sergeant Simon Oliver. What a momentous occasion this is, marking the transition to a place we might call the waiting room of mortality. Before the crematorium, after, wherever it was the person died.
Graham, this is ridiculous. Besides, playing an aria called None Shall Sleep in a Mortuary is slightly disturbing.
Well, at least we're not anaesthetists.
Well, since you don't like any of my suggestions, Simon, I believe you brought along a piece of music.
Well, I have, Professor, but when you asked for music suitable for a pathology department, I think I slightly misunderstood.
Let's hear it anyway. This kind of odd conceptual collision can be highly fruitful. So, let us imagine bodies being carried in and out to this.
Say what you like, that's a great piece of music.
Graham, why are you bothering us with this garbage? We've still got half a dozen autopsies to do this weekend.
Well, what do you suggest we do?
Nothing. We should just get people in and out as speedily as possible. It should be like rugby, you know, quick hands. Phew.
If we're finished, then I need to work out what to do tonight.
Oh, yes, and how was your speed dating thing?
Well, I was a touch sceptical in advance, but to be fair to Chloe, it was in fact hideous beyond words. Although I am meeting up with one of them, Justin, typical of the kind of man I go for. He's an ex-con.
Good Lord. What did he do?
I don't know. He wouldn't tell me, and I didn't ask. Well, I did ask, but he still wouldn't tell me. What are you doing with Margaret today?
We are going to be doing the most normal thing I can think of.
Right. That poor, poor girl.
So, here we are, Margaret, on a lovely, normal day out. I expect you're having exactly the kind of good time any daughter would usually have on a fun day out with her pops.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yes, this must be the most standard ordinary attraction in the whole of Great Britain. Madame Tussauds. And as a normal dad, I love it. Hey, look over there. How clever is that to have constructed a wax figure that looks exactly like... Who's that meant to be?
Tony Blair.
Right. Really? Hey, should we go into the Chamber of Horrors? That really appeals to me because, like all fathers, I enjoy the glamorization of murder and perversity. And even if the exhibits are anatomically woefully inaccurate, why should that bother a normal dad like me?
Dad, why are you being so weird?
I am not being weird. I am being very, very normal.
I think you're being weird.
Well, what if I am? What's so good about being normal? Why would you want me to behave like a normal father, spending all my time ruffling your hair, talking to you about EastEnders and shoving her back and forth on a swing, causing goodness knows how much cerebrospinal shear strain? Well, I'm not that kind of a father. And you know what? I don't care.
Exactly, Dad. You don't care.
Margaret, I know that I can come across as entirely indifferent to anything that happens. It's my job, perhaps. People often mistake my thick-skinnedness for callousness. I can be cold, it's true, but at heart, I really, really... Hello? No, I'm not in the hospital at the moment. Okay, well, describe the section to me. Obviously, I can't make a diagnosis over the phone, but from what you say, it sounds like the chap has a bit of cancer. Lovely. Bye-bye. Where was I? Oh, yes. I really, really care about people. Right then, shall I take your photo with a certain Mr. Gareth Gates?
That's Ted Bundy.
Oh, for God's sake.
So, Justin, I thought this would be the perfect place to meet up with someone as jagged and as elemental as you. Hope I was right.
Oh, yeah. I can't say I was expecting our first date to be at snooker hall. But it's a very imaginative choice. And it's really nice to go out with someone who's confident enough to take decisions. I'm normally the one to call the shots, as it were.
Can I get you something to drink?
No, I'm fine, actually. Well, I'm a teetotaler, in fact.
Really? Presumably because you know alcohol will release the inner demons that wait buried just under the surface of your rebellious rogue personality.
Well, no, I just get terribly tipsy very quick.
Oh, really? Don't you even have a dark side? What kind of an ex-con are you?
Ex-con? I'm not an ex-con.
You told me you'd come straight from prison, but you didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I come straight from prison because, well, I am in fact a prison visitor. I console arsonists, mostly. I didn't want to talk about it because Mummy always said you should never blow your own trumpet.
God, I've done it again, haven't I? How can I have been such a blind but adorable idiot? I thought you were Ronnie O'Sullivan, but actually you're Steve Davis.
Well, I think of myself as more in the Doug Mountjoy mould.
Dustin, it's not going to work out between you and me. Let's not get all misty-eyed and sentimental about it. Because we're two souls, Justin, trudging wearily across the tundra of this life in different directions. I am AM and you are PM. You are stalagmite, I am stalactite. We're parallel lines on this dirty old graph of paper of a planet, stretching to infinity, never meeting.
Does that mean I'm not getting a shag?
And do you know, Anthony, I might have slept with him even then, if I hadn't spotted his socks were decorated with characters from Bod. God, what a weekend. What a life.
Now, Ruth, you'll find the right man. Why wouldn't you?
Because I keep making the same mistakes, committing the same idiocies over and over, frozen in the same attitude, locked in the same ridiculous posture. Rigor Mortis may set in 9 hours after death. Sometimes I think it also sets in 9 hours after birth.
Rigor may appear roughly 9 hours after death, but it also disappears half a day to a day after that.
What does that mean in this context?
Oh, nothing I'm aware of. It's just one of the things I like about Rigor Mortis. Ruth, would you say that spending the weekend doing post-mortems is the sort of thing that makes someone a bit odd?
No. If you look on the internet, they're always advertising getaway autopsy mini breaks. Besides, I'd have thought this was pretty much your dream weekend.
Well, don't get me wrong, it's been terrific. In many ways, for me, this is Chessington World of Adventures. It's just the whole thing with Margaret.
Back with her mum now, is she?
I dropped off this afternoon, yes. Not perhaps quite all I'd wanted, our time together, but there you go. I remember just before Margaret was born, Valerie made me read a book about how to be a father, as in what to do after the birth, rather than how it all comes about in the first place. She didn't need to give me a book of that sort. They were already on my shelf. And I remember thinking, I won't need any of this because my daughter's going to be just like me, share my passions. But I don't know her any better than the postman or any of my neighbours. And this may sound an odd thing to say, but I feel so much more comfortable with you, Mrs. Henderson.
You really must stop talking to the dead bodies, Anthony.
one of the characters for dead, Ruth. They don't nag.
Oh, sorry, Tony. Why do I always do that? I pick you up on the slightest fault.
Because you're a pathologist. That's what the word means. Someone who sees all the things that are bad, malfunctioning, diseased. Your insane fury at everything you think is wrong with life is one of the things I like about you, but then I'm peculiar in that way.
No, Tony, you're not peculiar. You're a grade A weirdo. That's one of the things I like about you.
Ruth, you know how you went on that date with that Justin fellow?
Yes.
And the evening ended in rather unsatisfactory fashion.
What are you saying?
I was wondering whether perhaps with us having worked all weekend together, it might be an idea if I took over where he left off.
Tony, I'm not really sure we should...
Come on. There's no reason for it to affect our professional relationship. It'll be nice. I think in a way it might be exactly what both of us need right now.
Okay, yeah, let's go.
Fantastic. But you better be prepared for a thorough bottom whipping.
Oh, Anthony.
Because in my youth, I was a pretty mean snooker player.
Sorry, snooker. You're talking about snooker?
Yes, of course I am.
Of course you are. Well, I'm a bit of an animal on the green baize myself, so let's go and pot each other's brains out.
You have been listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Tracy Ann Oberman and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy, Gus Brown, Stephen Critchlow and Lauren Bird. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Tracy Ann Oberman and Jeffrey Whitehead.
If I'm being honest, I do wonder whether I should have solved the mystery. And in retrospect, the answer seemed obvious and the clues were there. But I still maintain it was one of the most bewildering riddles I've ever been presented with, and one that no mere mortal could have figured out.
I don't know about that, Dr. Anderson. I worked out that Bruce Willis was dead about 5 minutes in.
What a twist, though, Chloe. Everything just goes out the window, your assumptions, your expectations.
Any sense of logic.
You're talking about that film, The Sixth Sense, aren't you? I've seen that. Perfectly good, I suppose, but I did find the boy rather annoying.
Really? I'm a big fan of Haley Joel's child performance.
What was all that boasting he kept doing? I see dead people all the time. Big deal. So do I. But I don't sit shivering in my bed carping on about it.
Anthony, Ruth, prepare yourselves for some tremendously exciting news.
I'm prepared.
Yes, me too.
Are you both familiar with the celebrated Dutch anatomist Professor Raymond van den Hoogenband?
Of course. He's behind that big anatomical exhibition in town with all those preserved flayed cadavers.
You may also remember that he carried out the first public autopsy in Holland in almost 200 years. He believes that anatomy should be enjoyed by everyone.
Well, duh. That is the correct usage of that phrase, isn't it? My daughter taught it to me.
I have just been contacted by the professor's representative to request our participation in his most daring anatomical project yet.
What project, Graham? Tell us.
Ruth, Anthony, we are going to assist Professor Raymond van den Hoogenband in the first ever live radio autopsy.
Wow! What a fantastically bold and exciting concept. Radio?
That's right. It's going to be broadcast live on Radio 4 from the mortuary here at St. Luke's Hospital.
Actually from St. Luke's? That is such a coup for this organ... Radio?
And I think that is a real tribute to this department.
To quote Ruth, radio? An autopsy on the radio?
Radio may not be the most obvious medium for educating people about the processes of a post-mortem. But what it lacks in the being able to see what's happening department, it more than makes up for in one key respect. Radio forces you to use your imagination.
Very true, Graham. The nerve of that is unbelievable, isn't it?
I'm not being disrespectful, Professor, but why on earth have they asked us?
I don't want to appear immodest, but I have certain connections with Radio 4.
You never told me about that. What What connections?
I'd rather not say anything more concrete than certain connections.
What connections?
If I say that my wife used to be very good friends with James Nocty, can we leave it there?
I must say, right off the bat, Graham, I am very dubious about what's being suggested.
Are you? I expected you to be more excited by this than anything since our last outbreak of Legionnaires' disease.
Professor Van den Hoogenband sounds like he's all whistles and bells to me, and this is what can put people off pathology. Too much glitz.
That is what people dislike about autopsies particularly. They're such queenie campfests.
My point is that pathology is serious work. The British public should not be shown death and disease as entertainment.
There are good arguments on both sides, and this radio autopsy will be the occasion to hear them. In fact, it'll give me the opportunity to voice my criticisms about the lack of intellectual backbone on Radio 4. Because actually, that's what lifelong Radio 4 lovers like me really crave. A chance to complain about it at great length live on air. Ruth, I presume you're in favour?
No, I can see it now. Dr. Ruth Anderson, radio's Ms. Pathology. It's Roy of the Rover stuff.
I was going to suggest that as a way of preparing ourselves, we might all head down to the Professor's exhibition after work today. Perhaps it will assuage some of your doubts, Anthony.
Well, I suppose there's no harm in having a look, but I say again, I find the whole notion about as intellectually coherent as...
The twist in the sixth sense.
Thank you.
All right, Chloe, is Prof D about at all? I wanted to ask his advice on something.
No, he's left early to go to this anatomy exhibition.
What about Dr. W?
Him too.
Pity. I could really do with getting advice from someone. Not to worry, though.
Gordon, there's no need to be coy about it. If you want to ask me for advice, ask away.
I don't, especially.
Why not? I advise. It's what I do.
Hang on, Chloe. How do you know I don't want advice on a pathology matter and therefore something you wouldn't know anything about?
Do you?
Well, no. I want to know what to get for my 23-year-old sister as a birthday present, but that's not the point.
I see. Well, that's fine by me, Gordon. If you want to deny yourself present buying wisdom gleaned from an 8-month stint at Claire's Accessories, it's your lookout.
Is it? Oh, good.
Gordon, why don't you want my advice? I'd really like you to tell me.
Well...
I'll tell you why it is. It's because none of you lot round here can handle the fact that I've got a degree in real life instead of a degree in la-di-da ivory tower cutting up dead people.
Evening, Gordon. Chloe?
Simon! Simon's arrived, and now there are 3 of us in the room.
Evening, Sergeant.
Simon, I bet you're here to ask Chloe something, aren't you?
I am, in point of fact, yes.
I'm elated.
How may I assist you, Sergeant?
Well, what I wanted to ask you, Chloe, is, can you give Gordon and me a moment? I need his advice on something.
I've got us an exhibition guide. Here we go. Yeah. Welcome to Professor Raymond van den Hoogenband's De Practica Wereld van Dood, or what is in English called the wonderful world of death. Here will you see inside the human body, its bones, muscles, organs and nerves, all thanks to the beautiful gift of death. Enjoy.
What technique does he use to preserve the bodies? It seems very peculiar to me.
The preservation technique is of my own invention and is called endocalcification. It involves these lucky bodies being preserved by thorough application of salt, like the Norwegian cod.
Clever. What does he use to make them supple after he's applied the salt?
Vinegar. The two just work well together for some reason.
Have either of you noticed anything odd about the people who work here?
Yeah, you're right, Anthony. There is something strange about them.
That's explained in the guide, too. In my youth, I spent some time in a psychiatric asylum in Sertogenbosch. To show my gratitude, I weight my staff hiring policy in favour of fellow former inmates.
So in a very real sense, you don't have to be mad to work here, but it helps.
Look at this exhibit. You can see the entire central nervous system. That's amazing.
Why has he posed the figure in such a bizarre way? It's rather undignified.
Oh, don't be such an old woman. The pose clearly has an important aesthetic purpose. Graham?
With this specimen, which I use to display the neurological infrastructure, I wanted to convey that the idea of each person being unique and utterly eccentric. And it is for that reason that he's wearing a hat, is seated in front of a game of buckaroo, and is subtly making a V sign while pretending to scratch his chin.
As I said, important aesthetic purpose.
No, I recognise what he's doing over here. This one illustrating musculature is posed in tribute to Rodin's The Thinker.
Actually, it's meant to look like Bruce Forsyth. I use great British humour in the way the endocalcinates our position, because it is through humour that we can defeat the Western taboo of death and learn to love our mortality. Oh, and it says this is one of the animatronic exhibits. We're meant to press the button.
Nice to see you.
Nice.
I genuinely never expected to see a flayed cadaver tap dance in my lifetime.
Well, I'm sorry, but I do find this whole exhibition essentially unsuccessful.
Yes, you can tell that by the huge throng of people in here that it's not working.
You can't judge how successful something is by the number of people who like it.
I think you probably can.
Professor van der Hoegenbaard is plainly a man of great vision and intelligence. And if that's his photo over there, good looking in an off-centre kind of way, we must hang on to his pathological coattails. If that means that heady fame is likely to be our destiny, mine especially, I think, then in the name of the pathology, so be it.
How you can face your awful fate with such equanimity, I'll never know.
Wonder what gave him the idea for this in the first place.
Well, he sees himself as the latest in a long line of anatomical impresarios. Leonardo, Andre Vesalius, and even Galen.
Claudius Galen. Good Lord, my boyhood hero. All the other lads had posters of George Best on their walls. I had an etching of Galen demonstrating the circulation of the blood with a gladiator's severed leg. The innocence of childhood. But I'm still not sure about him, Graham. What do you think?
I feel it's raised some uncomfortable medico-ethical questions. Have the deceased been accorded sufficient dignity? Can we be certain of their total consent? Is the professor offering education or titillation? But I'm sure I can rely on you to contribute to a serious discussion of these matters.
Oh, look, the gift shop's got pelvis cross-section mouse mats.
So, I just thought you'd like to know, Gordon, that I've decided I couldn't care less whether you're interested in my opinions or not. They're there if you want them, but I'm not going to force them on you.
No. Right. So, are you going to restart the lift now, then?
As I've been telling you for the last 20 minutes, in my own time. It is funny, though, that someone like me with such a wealth of life experience wouldn't be someone you turn to. Not that I care, but why do you think that is, Gordon?
Don't know.
Come on, I'm not going to jump down your throat. I can take it.
Well, possibly, perhaps, it might be that when you give me advice, it's like it becomes a bit compulsory for me to follow it.
There's gratitude for you. That's because, Gordon, the advice I give is good advice. I encourage you to follow it because it will be for your benefit. Maybe I should just give you rubbish advice and then you can show how independent you are by ignoring it.
I want to be outside.
I can't believe we're actually going to meet Professor Raymond van der Hoegenbaard.
Quite a place he has here.
There's money in pathology. I've always said it. People will always die.
Wow! Look at this house. There are skeletons and cadavers everywhere.
It's like something from the pages of Hello magazine.
This must be him.
Professor Raymond van der Hoegenbaard himself.
Hey, you guys. Great to see you. I'm Raymond van der Hoegenbaard. How's it hanging from all of you?
Oh, Professor van der Hoegenbaard. It is a great honor to meet you. I'm Professor Donaldson. Let me do some introductions. These are my colleagues, Doctors Webster and Anderson. And this is Todd, one of our morticians.
Ah, good times. Grab for yourselves a seat, you guys, and let's keep the whole radio autopsy thing between us, yeah? Hey, and there's the good news. I got now a volunteer for the post-mortem.
Ah, indeed, because I understood you were still awaiting confirmation.
Right, but I got the paperwork through today. It's fantastic. She's called Mrs. Talbot, and she's volunteering because she was a big fan of your radio form.
Really? Well, that's excellent.
Yeah, she says in this letter, although I don't understand what this passage here means.
Ah. Well, I felt I should volunteer because I've spent many, many hours listening to the script of The Archers being butchered on the radio. So I thought I might as well go the same way. It's probably not worth trying to explain the illusion, Professor. The point is, it's most appropriate that the person to be autopsied is a typical Radio 4 listener.
We can call her disgutted of Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. You know, you are so funny to me, you British. You're so hung up about death. It's like this big taboo for you. In Holland, death is cool. There's no problem. Like with the euthanasia. If you're Dutch and you want to die, we say, sure, let's do it. You want to die? I will kill you. Todd here, he knows what I'm talking about, don't you, man? This guy doesn't say much.
Todd rarely does, for some reason.
Yeah, he just smiles and nods whenever I mention death. I like that. Maybe you are at heart Dutch, Todd. But this is enough. You guys happy with all this?
Oh, very happy, Professor. It's going to be quite a ride. One technical question, though. What kind of presenting style are you going for? Kind of Robert Winston-y or a bit more kooky?
I am not knowing any of these words. But I guess we should all just find our own presenting style, you know. And are you happy, Professor?
As I explained to you over the phone, I do think what you propose raises several difficult philosophical questions.
Professor, you seem like you are a smart guy.
It has been so argued.
Why don't the doctors and Todd help me with the autopsy, and you do all the big, clever philosophical talk with the people in the studio audience?
So I'd be the sort of Melvin Bragg figure. Yes, I think that would be quite helpful in terms of balance.
Great, yeah. And you, Dr. Webster?
I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm just not sure this is something I'm comfortable with.
You're not? Okay, sure. Doctor, come for a small walk with me, please. So your colleagues seem that they are great people.
Oh, yes, I admire them very much indeed.
Although, and I have only just met them, of course, maybe their motives are not quite as 100% pure as yours.
You're quite right. They're both ridiculous.
But this is not you, Dr. Webster. I know your work. You really care about pathology.
It is the reputation of my profession that concerns me.
I want you with me, Doctor. I need you. There will be perhaps a big moment when I cannot describe what I'm doing for some reason, and someone else must do it. Tell me you will do this for me.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, not for me then. For pathology.
All right, I'll do it.
This is massive, guys. Dr. Webster just tells me his answer is groovy and yeah.
Those weren't my precise words, but I have agreed to take part.
Great. So that is all the work talk finished. Who wants now to play darts with me, huh? Come on, Todd. You're not going to believe what I used to make my new Aki.
So, are you going to be involved in this radio autopsy then, Simon?
Delightfully, yes. But I've been assigned to police the event, so I expect I shall take my place in the studio audience.
Poor old you, Simon, with your squeamishness and so forth.
Is Chloe all right? I was going to see if she wanted a coffee, but she's looking unusually forbidding, even for her.
Yeah, I'd leave her be if I were you. She's been feeling a bit upset lately. She reckons her voice isn't really heard round here. In fact, I've been trying to make her feel better.
Were you able to help?
I'm going to say no. I think that my jokey gift of a megaphone was pretty badly misjudged, given where she threatened to stick it.
Do you know, I think I might come back later. See you soon, Gordon. Oh, sorry, Professor. Almost bumped into you there.
Gordon, Chloe, I have a favour to ask of you both. You know that I'm leading the debate at this radio autopsy. Well, I'm rather anxious that I get it right. There are momentous issues here that must be treated with the utmost intellectual integrity and honesty. So, I was hoping to use you two as plants.
What do you mean?
When I come among the studio audience, I'll pick you out, as if at random, and ask you for your views. Chloe can pretend to be in favour, and Gordon against. That way I shall demonstrate my ability to draw out a broad range of public opinion without running any of the risks incumbent with speaking to, actual public.
Yeah, I've got to tell you though, Prof, I'm not sure how up for this I am. I mean, I spend most of my working day watching autopsy, so to do it of an evening seems a...
Free drink after the recording?
I'm there.
Good. Chloe, is this okay with you?
It's fine, Professor.
Okay, Chloe, so the argument that you'll want to put in support of the radio autopsy is that it is educating the public about something that has for long been the preserve of a medical elite.
Thank you, Professor Donaldson, for providing me with that, because, of course, I would have been incapable of coming up with a worthwhile argument myself.
Oh, no, I'm sure that's not true. But yes, probably better to use mine. Gordon, I imagine you'll want to work out what you're going to say yourself, will you?
You nuts? Of course I don't. I'm a medical student. I've spent the last 4 years being told what to think.
In that case, I'd say that the radio autopsy is sensational voyeurism. Well, auditeurism, I suppose. Its intention is not to inform, but to offer a cheap thrill based on the exploitation of an only partially willing participant.
Top arguing, Prof. I'd no idea you held such strong views on the subject.
I don't. That was just me putting your side of the argument.
Oh, I get you. So you're a bit like me then, Prof. You can see all the different arguments from all sides.
I could be said to have a certain Olympian quality.
But you've no idea which one to believe yourself.
Although comments like that bring out my earthy belligerence.
Okay, 15 minutes to transmission, everyone.
Well, I must say, this is all rather exciting.
So, Oh, Anthony. You think it's all rather exciting then, do you? Why?
Why are you talking in that strange side-of-the-mouth way?
Well, you know how the professor told me to find my own presenting style. I thought it might be better to base myself on someone else, so just thought that kind of Anne Robinson-y thing. I'd be the pathologist people love to hate.
Why are you fussing like this? It's not that big a deal.
Anthony, we are about to broadcast to the nation. This could make me famous.
It is radio.
Oh, good point.
I'm a bit worried about the whole radio aspect of this, actually. I don't really understand how we're meant to communicate information.
What do you mean?
This may seem a slightly obvious point, but the people at home won't be able to see us. Aren't we in danger of playing blind pathologists' bluff?
Oh, after last year's Christmas party, I do hope not. Still, rather that than pin the fatty nodule on the corpse. Look, you'll just have to explain everything that's happening very carefully.
Right. That's what the professor asked me to do, in fact. Sorry, I'm just very anxious to do the best job for Professor Van den Hoogenband that I can.
Well, you've trained your tune, haven't you? You were pretty sniffy about him when this first came up.
Only because I envied him, I think.
Envied him?
He's done all the things I'd like to have done if only I had his charisma.
His magnetism.
His articulacy.
His broad, firm, dart-throwing shoulders.
I wouldn't exactly say I'd like to be like him. There is a slightly eccentric aspect to a man whose egg cups are made from shins. I want to be worthy of him.
Yes, me too. That man is a god, and I'm going to be his goddess. Oh, goddess. Now that gives me an idea.
BBC Radio 4. Well, now we're going over live to St Luke's Hospital in West London for a programme we think you're going to find dead interesting. As we present the first ever live radio autopsy. Listeners are warned that this programme contains explicit sounds of a distressing nature and should not be listened to in a figuring out what's happening sort of way. We now go over to the Master of Ceremonies, Professor Raymond Van den Hoogenband.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm really happy that you're listening to me doing my autopsy thing tonight. Let me tell you about the person we're going to be examining. Her name was Maureen Talbot. She was in age 73 years, and she was in pretty good health. And then she died. I've so far preserved her with salt, but now I'm going to begin the post-mortal operation. Okay, so first of all, I make the so-called Y-shaped incision. Oh, great crowd. You're really up for it from the word, let's go. Okay, next comes the thoracic shield, that is the sternum and the rib cage. Now, to get through the rib cage will involve some nasty sounds, but I'm grateful to Professor Graham Donaldson for suggesting a way to make this easier listen for you Radio 4 guys. So here goes. We're through the rib cage. So now we can remove the thoracic shield. Dr. Webster, can you do this for me?
Yes, of course, Professor.
Dr. Webster is one of my assistants. Doc, you're going to tell the people what you're doing?
Yes, Professor, very much so. Hello, I'm Dr. Anthony Webster, 6'2", light brown hair with a recently trimmed beard. I'm standing up. Using both my hands, one left, one right, fairly standard, I am removing the thoracic shield.
Oh, God.
Thank you, Simon. And I am going to carry it over to the dissection area. I'm putting my left foot in front of my right foot and then my right foot in front of my left foot. And then that pattern repeats itself. And now I'm putting the thoracic shield down. And my job is done. I do hope I made myself clear.
Wow, that was thorough. Thanks. In a moment, now I'm going to hand over to Professor Donaldson for a discussion of heavy philosophy while I remove the internal organs. This will also involve bad sounds, which we will hide in the same way.
Good evening, I'm Graham Donaldson, and for the next few minutes, Radio 4, c'est moi. Tonight I'll be provoking the following crucial discussion. Is this live radio autopsy a genuine attempt at public service broadcasting or a tasteless exercise in populism? Is this about the cause of death or the applause of death? Thank you. Let us hear views from tonight's studio audience, which represents a complete cross-section of all conceivable opinions. How about Oh, I don't know. You, madam, what's your name?
Chloe Montague.
Chloe, would you say that this is a legitimate method?
Well, I think, right, if these bloody doctors, right, they think they're the only ones who know anything at all. And they think the normal man or woman in the street shouldn't express any opinions on anything they do. Well, we've got opinions, so sod them. Sod the lot of them.
Well, that's a point of view that many people will share, but... let's move on. May I have a word with you, sir? What's your name?
Gordon McAllister.
Now, Gordon. It is Gordon, isn't it?
Of course it is, stranger.
So, bearing in mind the laws of probability, I imagine that you won't have much time for Chloe's broadly positive opinions.
Well...
Do you have time for my opinions, Gordon? Do you?
I agree with what she said.
And I think what's interesting about your contrasting views is that... What?
I listened to her and she's talking sense. I agree with her.
No, you don't.
Oh, I do.
You do not. You think that what Chloe said was lazy waffle motivated by an insecure distrust of expertise.
Oh, does he? That's what he thinks, is it?
It's not. I massively agree with her.
Right, Chloe. Well, you'd better expand on your views then, since it seems everyone's been listening to you.
They haven't, though, have they? I don't know why, but they don't. They just don't. They really don't.
Well, that's all we have time for from the debating corner. Back now to the autopsy.
Hi. Welcome to the dissection area. I'm Dr. Ruth Anderson, and I'm going to show you how to be a pathological goddess. Now, what I've got here is some kidneys. You can get these from pretty much any human being. This fleshy outer part is particularly good. It's so sensual. And this case slightly sclerotic.
Great. Now Nigella's going to make me feel sick. Might I be allowed no pleasures?
So, now we're almost finished, and we can move towards the conclusion about why Mrs. Talbot died. And I must say that I have had a fantastic good time. You too, Dr. Webster?
It's been a privilege, Professor, and I hope that people at home listening to me now will have a greater appreciation of post-mortem procedure.
Mrs. Talbot is a very lucky woman, I think.
Yes, because she has received such good and respectful treatment.
No, because she is dead. Man, I envy her so much.
Do you?
I just love being around the dead. I don't see so much of it now if I'm in Holland. Those nerds in the government don't allow me to do this because of my record.
What record is that exactly?
Oh, just a few things I did shortly before I was admitted to the asylum in Sir Tokenboth.
Oh, dear.
I have a little confession to make, Dr. Webster, Dr. Anderson, Professor, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not really here to do the first live radio autopsy. No, I'm here to do the first live radio calcification. My special salt. Thank you, Todd. Time to give myself a big treat.
Anthony, stop him. I think he's going to salt himself to death.
He's like a depressive slug.
Why are you doing this, you insane Dutch-shaven anatomist?
Sorry, guys. It's just after my exhibition, this was the only death-related thing left for me to do. Dr. Webster, you know I told you there would be a moment when I couldn't describe what I was doing, and I needed someone to take over? This is you, man. Oh, man, this is so cool.
Todd, let me through. Give him to me.
He's dead. Which means, of course, that technically I'm holding a dead body.
I can't believe what he's just done.
Neither can I.
How selfish was that? He completely pulled focus from the rest of us. I wouldn't be surprised now if tomorrow's headlines are largely about him.
I have been an idiot. How could I not see he was a lunatic?
Oh, he fooled all of us, Anthony. We couldn't have known.
His egg cups were made of shins. The clues were there. The only reason I did this was for the sake and reputation of pathology. This really isn't going to help. Someone dying is the last thing pathology needs.
So, listeners, that's about all from us. Just a few seconds now before the next program. I expect it'll be rather less ghoulish and more life-affirming than this. What will it be, actually? Let me think. Oh, yes. Oh, dear. Today in Parliament.
Listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Tracy Ann Overman and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy, Gus Brown and Chris Pablo. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler, and Jeffrey Whitehead.
Graham, you're absolutely right. We have been unforgivably rude. Ms. Reeve, my name is Dr. Webster, and this is Dr. Anderson.
In fact, Ms. Reeve, why don't we play a little game to familiarise ourselves with each other? Yeah? I'll say a name and then throw this tennis ball to that person. Okay, then. Dr. Webster.
Dr. Anderson.
Dr. Webster.
Ms. Reeve.
When I suggested that pathologists should get to know the people they're autopsying, I was not envisaging that you would engage them in a game of catch.
Should we be a bit less direct? Send them a text message, perhaps. Soz to her that you sniffed it, :open brackets.
I'm staggered that you persist in cooking up these ludicrous initiatives, Graham.
It is surprising, isn't it? I've always believed that life consists of flux, constant adaptation. But I've found in the last 18 months that executing change in this place is like trying to knock down a windmill with a mug of soup.
I see.
Yet still I tilt. Still I tilt. However feeble my broth. Pathology must learn to treat people as individuals and seek to discover what they lived for just as much as what they died of. Anyone have a pen? I might write that down.
It's all right, Professor. I'll record it verbatim in my police notebook. Your dictum now exists to the highest evidentiary level.
That's a comfort. Anthony, Ruth, if we forget the uniqueness of every person that passes before us, we are impoverished, not just as pathologists, but as human beings.
You may have jurisdiction over me as a pathologist, but as a human being, I answer to no one. No one at all. An entire weekend can go by and I'll have answered to absolutely no one.
And this is part of my point. Because we do not truly get to know our patients, pathologists can be extremely isolated.
I like being on my Todd, on the whole. When you get involved with people, you get into such petty squabbles. I thought you were driving. You promised to record Coronation Street. Do not ever store thymus glands in the wine cooler.
Why do we have to find out about them? The people we get in here don't make the effort. Well, what's stopping them, actually, from taking the trouble to find out about us?
Their death?
I mean, is it too much to ask that someone look behind the pathologist's tough, impassive exterior? Because if he did, what he'd actually find, in fact, is a warm, fun-loving, ideal potential companion for a weekend break to Reykjavik.
I think the Professor's general point about isolation is a good one, though. It's something I find equally true of police work. Oh, sure. At first, people are impressed by the uniform, the natural authority. But they're also on their guard. Everyone's done something illegal, taping CDs for friends, the odd puff of cannabis, battery. And they think a policeman would be duty-bound to bang them up if he found out, so they keep their distance. And people don't think it will affect you. What problems could Sergeant Simon Oliver have, they say. He's a healthy, fit young man. He rock climbs. So that initial fascination turns in time to blank indifference. Most people just end up ignoring me. As if I wasn't even there.
So, Anthony, I would like you to take the lead in my new initiative. Why don't you find out what you can about Miss Reeve and see just how much that enriches your experience of conducting her post-mortem?
Bit of a challenge, Graham. I find it very hard to get the dead to open up. Figuratively, I mean. Literally getting them to open is child's play. Unless they're colossally fat.
Anthony, you will do this because, well, I can't stress this point enough. I say so.
Right. Fine. I'll get to know her properly as a person. At least she's dead, I suppose. Imagine trying to do that with someone living.
Your travels taken you of late? I find your name peculiar, Shadrach, but I respect its traditional roots. What a fine horse.
Morning to you there, Chloe.
Your caravan is colourful, but can I request that you do not park it on my lawn?
Sure. Yeah, that's no worries. And thanks for the praise.
Are you comfortable with the term Oh, Gordon, I didn't hear you come in. Had my headphones on.
Oh, you were saying stuff off a tape.
Did you think I was talking to you?
Why would I? I don't own a caravan. What's that you're doing there, Steve?
I'm learning to tolerate Romanese.
Why?
A family of them have camped out on the disused bowling green near my Liam's new masonette. There's been tension, so I thought if I learned about their ways, I might help them overcome local prejudice. Besides, we don't have children, they're hardly going to nick a beagle. So, I got this from the library.
I'm a gypsy, get me out of a conventional lifestyle here. Nice, that's a very kind thing to be doing.
Oh, now, I bet you're always doing good deeds. What did you do this weekend, say?
Had a bit of a night out on the Friday, and after that I mainly laid next to the wall with my head on a Thompson local directory. I had a meal.
What meal?
I don't think any of the conventional labels really describe it. But if I had to attach one, I'd call it dunch. Traditional Sunday dunch.
And what does dunch consist of traditionally?
Pie, egg, and fudge.
Gordon, you really should find something that gives you a bit of direction and purpose. Anything. Volunteer work, a night class, cranium. Man cannot live by dunch alone.
I think you'll find that these days I am a pretty driven, responsible guy. Now, would you care to join me for my Monday morning brumped?
Brumped?
Well, it's a cross between breakfast and having my stomach.
No, thank you.
Now, I think, ultimately, when a date does that sort of thing and leaves the party with another woman, you just have to say, well, good luck. Find joy. Life has taught me not to take these things personally, that it wasn't to be for him and me, so I hope he finds happiness with her.
Well, indeed, and why not? Your mother is a quite well-preserved woman.
That comes with being a blood-sucking witch.
Good. I see you're very much in medias res with Miss Reeves' post-mortem. Anthony, I do hope you've done as I asked and found out some salient facts about her.
Indeed I have, Graham.
And now, no doubt, you're going to tell me that you're able to remove her trachea so much more easily for knowing that she liked folk music.
Actually, I found your exercise very enlightening.
Really?
I talked to Laura's GP. That's her full name. Laura Jane Reeves. Lovely name, Laura. It was my grandmother's. And anyway, she turns out to have been quite a woman.
What do you mean?
She was rather an important biochemist. I like biochemists. They do such fascinating work, very similar to pathology. And they're lovely people. You know how all radiologists are smug, arrogant ponces who continually make fun of your car? Well, similarly, all biochemists are nice.
Not true. I met one once who had piles.
Ruth, look at this. I didn't notice it before. Dirt under her fingernails. You know what that means?
Yes, I do. It means that in her last moments, she was forced to scramble across open ground in a desperate bid to escape a crazed assailant. Her murderer.
No, it means she must have been a keen gardener like me.
A keen gardener who was murdered.
Pretty unlikely. I'd say the cause of death was blood poisoning of some sort. There's evidence of renal damage and intestinal swelling. Gordon, do we have the toxicology results?
Right here, Doc. Not much on the stomach contents beyond her last meal. Spot of red wine and a bit of meat.
What sort of meat?
Lamb.
I love lamb. Lamb is my favourite meat. What cut was it?
I don't actually say. Someone's for the high jump.
I bet it was neck end. I bet it was neck end. Washed down with a nice Merlot, I'll wager. Do you think if I took some of Laura's stomach contents to Jilly Goulden, she'd be able to...
Well, this has been an absolute triumph. Anthony's newfound human compassion is there for all to see.
I don't think I've ever met anyone like Laura before. It's like there's a bond between us.
An unspoken bond?
In a way, yes. Let's put her chest cavity back together again. Gordon, if you've finished weighing the organs...
Oh, my God!
What is it?
Look at this! Isn't that absolutely amazing?
Her liver? What about it?
Can't you see? It's staring you right in the face. This woman's liver looks exactly like Chris Akabusi. It's a miracle.
I'm sorry, Gordon, I just don't see it.
No way, look at the photos. Liver, Chris, liver.
They just don't look very like each other. And Gordon, I'm actually...
All right, okay, here's the clincher. Now, I've created some Photoshop images to point up the uncanny likeness. Now, firstly, here is a miniature Chris Akabusi filtering alcohol out of the bloodstream of a human body. A weird image, yes, but somehow not as weird as you'd expect. And secondly...
Oh.
A human liver easing past Antonio Pettigrew on the home straight of the 1991 World Championship 4x400 relay. Again, it feels kind of right.
Gordon, could we discuss this later? I am actually chasing a car thief here.
This is really important. Please look at them.
Well, I suppose he has quite a livery forehead. Why are you making such a big deal of this?
It's totally what you were saying. I need a purpose in life, Chloe, and this is it. I believe I am destined to bring the world a message of joy, of tolerance, and above all, of how a dead woman's liver resembles a boisterous hurdler.
Sometimes I think you're living in your own little fantasy world. You should do something really worthwhile, like, for instance, trying to apprehend car thieves.
How are you getting on with that pursuit, in fact?
Damn it! Thanks to you, he got away. Have you got a 50p?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to you, Ruth. Morning, Graham. Hello, Chloe. So, the gang's all here. Except for one person. Here's... Laura. Say hello, everyone.
Hello, Laura.
Let's see how she is this morning. Ah, fine, fine. A bit stiff, maybe. Am I ribbing you, Laura? Did I tell you what she did last night?
One would imagine nothing.
She's such a klutz. I was moving her from the surgical table into the storage unit, and her arm fell off the edge of the table. Classic Laura.
Anthony, did you bring all these flowers in?
I thought they'd brighten the place up a bit, you know, for Laura. I fear I've been spoiling her somewhat today. Flowers, candles. Oh, and I got some fresh plugs for her orifices.
Oh, now that takes me back. Now, I haven't thought about Patrice in years. Anthony, we're a little bit worried about you. Your behaviour is somewhat inappropriate. I mean, she's hardly a looker.
And more than that, Ruth. It is unbecoming for a male pathologist to lavish so much attention on a woman, however attractive or alive she may be. Beware vanity, Anthony, for it leads only...
Graham, you're looking very smart today.
Am I? Oh, no, well, perhaps there's a little less emphasis on the casual in my outfit. I suppose one wants to look one's best when there are ladies on hand. Hence the snazzy tie.
Oh, not you as well. Middle-aged men trying to recapture their youth. Chloe, have you ever seen anything so pathetic?
No, Dr. Anderson, I have not.
Exactly. At least the women of this department don't get their heads turned by... Chloe, are you wearing a new kind of perfume?
Oh, yes. Yes, I am.
It's the same one as Ms. Reeve used, isn't it?
I never thought I could pull off woody notes until I met Laura.
It's a lovely scent. And you don't think it'll work with disinfectant, but it does.
Chloe! I'm sorry, Dr. Anderson, but I always make a point of getting in with the most popular girl in the building, and at the moment, it's her.
Ruth, you must admit that she's been a breath of fresh air in this place. Metaphorically, anyway. Even Gordon seems more motivated and alert today.
Oh, speaking of which, he wanted me to ask you, what is the department's policy on sending photographs of people's organs to private eye?
I would frown upon it. It's as simple as that, Chloe. Frown. So, is Gordon still convinced of his liver look-alike notion?
More than ever. He actually approached Mr. Akabusi last night while he was giving a motivational speech to some Baptists.
Has everybody in this department gone raving mad? Graham, can you not see that this whole ridiculous idea of yours has spiralled out of control?
Well, obviously, I can see that, yes, but it remains one of the few successes of my time here, and I intend willfully to ignore anything that detracts from that.
Can we just get some perspective here? The three of you have gone gaga over a woman who, in case you've forgotten this slightly important fact, has very puffy wrists. Even allowing for post-mortal bloating, and for God's sake, she can't move or talk to you.
My wife didn't say a word to me in 1986, and it was one of the happiest years of my life.
Ruth, forgive me, but you're behaving like a radiologist. I'm a little bit scared. And so is my Volvo. Perhaps, Graham, you might take her elsewhere to calm down. I'll stay here with Laura. One woman at least I can rely on.
So, can you prepare Miss Reeves' body for the visit of her husband on your own?
Oh, yes, that should be perfectly... What?
Well, had I not mentioned? Her husband wishes to view the body today.
She had a husband? I didn't know she had a husband. Why wasn't I told she had a husband?
Oh, dear. Tony's dead sweetheart was married. Tony's dead sweetheart was married.
Oh, well, thank you very much. It's actually a mail-order product. You make your own design to reflect your passions and concerns.
It's a very striking tie, Professor. Those really are all the Mr. Men, are they?
Oh, yes. Do come this way, then, Mr. Reed.
Oh, please, call me Christopher, and may I thank both you and Sergeant Oliver for your kindness at this trying time.
Well, it really is just part of the job, sir. I mean, I'm not only being nice because I have to be. It's not a chore. But nor would I want to take too much credit for it. I'd have to be nice, even if I. You're welcome.
May I introduce our chief pathologist, Dr. Webster?
Dr. Webster, it's nice to meet you.
Is it? Not bothered myself.
Right. Well, thank
you.
you.
You're not very tall.
I'm sorry?
Oh, nothing. It's just that you're not as tall as, say, me.
Dr. Webster often uses inconsequential conversation to take people's minds off their grief. Well done, Anthony, and stop now. I'm sure, Christopher, that you'd like to see your wife. Anthony, if you just help Sergeant Oliver to lift the sheet.
Right, you're not actually lifting there, Dr. Webster. You're tugging in more of a downward direction.
Oh, God. Oh, there she is. That's my Laura. My Laura.
It's all right. Bereaved husbands or wives, upon seeing the deceased spouse, often feel a powerful sense of ownership.
Wrongly. I mean, a husband's not the only important man in a woman's life.
I suppose she's more yours than mine now.
Can I have that in writing? No, can I?
Anthony, I wonder if perhaps this would be an incredibly good moment for us to leave Christopher alone.
I love that woman so much, Dr. Webster, you know. She was so kind, intelligent.
Sensitive.
Yes, and
thoughtful.
Not to mention
fresh-faced.
No,
freckled.
No, friendly.
Friendly, of course. How could I not get that? She's the epitome of friendliness. Friendly woman. That would be her superhero identity.
I'm sorry, Dr. Webster. You knew my wife?
Yes.
Anthony.
I had no idea. When did you get to know her?
Recently.
What, in the last year or so?
Within that time frame, yes.
She didn't mention you to me, I don't think.
I can understand that, to be honest.
Did you meet her through Gilbert?
Yes. That's definitely how we met. We were always off with a gang of us, taking in a pinafore or an Iolanthe. I'm a Mikado man, and she gave me some fearful stick about it. 3 little mares from school up me.
Gilbert and George, I was going to say. She was friends with their agent.
That, then. I like any collaborative Gilbert.
Were there any other issues arising from the post-mortem?
No, it was all perfectly straightforward.
Good. Then you'll be able to release the body today for the funeral?
I'd say straightforward. Actually, there are a few areas I should probably double-check. And the forms I have to fill in, or is it fill out? I never quite know which is the...
Anthony, you haven't mentioned any concerns before.
No. Well, I was saving them. As a surprise.
I'm really not sure.
How long were you married to Laura?
9 years.
I want her for another day. That's all I'm asking for. 3 days. Surely you won't deny me that week.
I suppose, if it's absolutely necessary. A week is a very long time.
Isn't it just?
It's only another week, Dr. Anderson.
Only a week? It's going to feel like an eternity with Anthony mooning over that scrubber every hour of the day. Did you hear how she got lead poisoning? What a smug way to die. Oh, yeah. I actually contracted it whilst working for the WHO in Zambia. It's the way to snuff it. Apparently Gwyneth Paltrow's always out there drinking from her private stagnant puddle.
People like that, butter wouldn't melt in their mouths.
Exactly, and that's what... Hang on, you were sucking up to her the other day.
That's true, but then, of course, I do deliberately change my opinions depending on who I'm talking to.
I cannot for the life of me understand why Tony's so obsessed with her.
Do I detect a touch of jealousy, Dr. Anderson?
What? No. Anthony's not on my radar, not in that way. Besides, to be jealous of his feelings for a dead woman, I'd have to be pretty pathetic.
Oh, which you're not.
I just don't like seeing him make a fool of himself.
Well, he's devoted to Laura and nothing's going to change that. She's hardly going to betray him. Anyway, I'd better get back to the office. Gordon's trying to get the liver some personal appearance work, so I'm updating its resume.
I can't let this go on. That dead Laura is poisoning Anthony's mind, and he's too innocent to see it. Yet perhaps the time has come to combat poison with the only weapon I know. More poison. I do know other weapons, of course. I did a whole paper on antidotes at medical school. I got a B. But I'm going to use poison in this case. She's hardly going to betray him.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Mrs. Kempinski. Leslie is, and I can say this categorically, Britain's #2 Lionel Richie lookalike. Yes, I do know that Lionel Richie has 2 arms, and is black, and is a man. Yes, I know all that. Right, if you're going to be that picky, you better book Lionel himself. I'm sure he'd jump at 200 quid for attending one of your clay modelling night classes. Oh. Hello, doppelgangers are us. We currently have 4 Chris Akabusi lookalikes on our books. So, absolutely, yes, we are looking for another. And what is this one thing you ought to mention? Right. Well, to be honest, I can live with that. I'll just have to remember never to book it on the same bill as our George Best lookalike.
I see it all now. I'd say I can't believe it, but that's the thing, I can. It's obvious now, you said. Of course Laura's been seeing a radiologist behind my back. Why wouldn't she prefer his confident manner, his charm, and his Audi? It's like I've been aware of it all along. I didn't even need you to tell me the details.
So I'm quite glad about that, on the whole. Look, I hate to be the one to tell you this, Tony, but I thought you'd want to know, and I care about you too much to keep it to myself. Damn me and my incurable honesty.
But why would a radiologist want to steal Laura from me?
Well, perhaps so that he could do an X-ray of her heart to see if he could confirm that it was in the right place.
Radiologists are insane. I don't need an X-ray to tell me her heart's in the right place. I put it back there myself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony, but I wouldn't be telling you this if it weren't true.
No, of course not.
But now's your chance for revenge. Send her to her grave. She could be in the ground in 24 hours.
Could I do that to her?
Think about what she did to you.
I suppose you're right. Although, now I do think about it, you could argue she had very little choice.
The time for thinking has passed.
Could you pass me the bone saw, please?
There you are.
Thank you.
Ruth, Anthony, well, Miss Reeves' funeral passed off beautifully.
Do you know, I'm at my best at a funeral. I can be such a policeman. The solemnity, the concern, it's right in the middle of my register.
I'm surprised you weren't there, Dr. Webster. That said, the wake was nothing special. Vol-au-vents were served, but not ironically.
Dr. Webster and I had other matters to attend to.
Well, I'll be the one to say it. Since Laura left us, this department seems pretty dreary.
If we're the Cunningham family, she was the Fonz.
Hey, guys, amazing news. Me and the liver are doing a major corporate function for Holland and Barrett, supporting Sir Cliff Richard. AM, FM, I feel so ecstatic. What?
Miss Reeve was buried today. Liver and all.
No! I am gutted. Why?
Call me a stick in the mud, but I've always believed a dead woman's place is in the graveyard.
I thought you were, a bit keen on her. Quite relieved about that in a way, Doc, actually. A middle-aged man, divorced, a bit lonely maybe, develops a fascination with a corpse. That's a bit creepy.
Do not attempt to drag this down to your squalid level. This was not ever about anything sordid. This was about the pure, unspoilt love of a man for a dead woman.
That's how you felt about Laura. Why didn't you want to attend her funeral?
Because she... I know it's silly, but in a manner of speaking, she betrayed me.
Say that again, Dr. Webster.
Oh, you don't want to drag this all up again, Tony.
She'd been seeing a radiologist behind my back.
Anyone for a smint?
How did you find out about it?
They're minty fresh.
From Ruth.
You sly bitch! You must have ice in your veins.
Ruth? Is there something you want to tell me?
I am going to say absolutely nothing. All right. I made it all up, and I'll tell you why I did it. Because you and Graham and Gordon were all so bloody obsessed with that woman. You fawned over her, pampered her, and worshipped her. Why doesn't anyone treat me like that?
You? Are you seriously comparing yourself with Laura? What have you got that she hasn't?
I live!
You know, she was the first woman I've met in years who I really liked. Typical of my luck that she was dead.
At this stage, I suppose I should ask how successful we all feel the getting to know autopsy patients initiative has been. But in the circumstances, I think I will broadly shut up. And I should be leaving, actually.
Are you up to anything nice, Professor?
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm going out for a romantic dinner à deux with my wife of 32 years. And you people think you know the meaning of loneliness.
I'll tell you who I feel sorry for. Gordon. His offal-based dream lies in tatters.
If it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't meant to be.
Perhaps you might look to rather more conventional sources of inspiration?
Don't you worry, Prof. That is exactly what I... Oh, my God.
What?
This Smint looks exactly like Christopher Timothy. Why me, Lord? Why me?
By Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy, Gus Brown and Nicholas Bolton. The music was by Paul Muttram, and the producer was Dawn Ellis. Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead.
I'm a pathologist. It's who I am. It's what I do. It's my entire identity. There isn't a single part of me that does not belong to pathology. If you cut me open, Gordon, well, you wouldn't need to cut me open. I could do it myself because I am a pathologist.
Yes, but my question was, what would you do if you weren't a pathologist?
Oh, I see. I'd be a spy, definitely. That'd be brilliant, yeah. What about you? What would you do?
I think fishmongery. Or ironmongery. I would like to mung.
That's just because of the word, isn't it?
It is, yes. In all honesty, if I wasn't a pathologist, I'm pretty sure I would do absolutely nothing.
I couldn't do nothing if I tried. In fact, I did try to do nothing once on holiday in Greece, but I ended up making Chinese lanterns from copies of Captain Corelli's mandolin.
Good morning, Ruth. Good morning, Gordon. Are you both well?
Not too bad, Doc.
I'm fine.
What an enjoyable preliminary chat. Now, let's do some pathology. Who have we got on the mortuary table today?
Actually, nobody.
Oh, right. You sure?
Oh, I suppose it's possible the odd cadaver slipped down the back of the sofa.
Nobody. Nobody. We've never had nobody before.
I've had nobody. I've had a whole heap of nobody. It's like I've never not had nobody. I mean, somebody. Anybody. Anybody?
That's strange. You'd have thought in the week after Valentine's Day we'd have the odd suicide. And it's been distinctly chilly, so you'd imagine that would yield something. Just goes to show people can be very stubborn.
What's the plan for this morning then, Doc?
Well, I should probably catch up on some paperwork, and there are bound to be a few biopsies.
I did them all first thing, and Chloe's been slicing into the paperwork like a knife through bladder.
I suppose we could all go out for a slap-up lunch. It's not full-body dissection, but I don't know what else to suggest.
Gordon, you might as well have the morning off.
Wow, that is really kind of you, Doc. Please don't give me the morning off.
Why not?
It's a beautiful, crisp winter's day with that gorgeous, clear, wintry sunlight streaming down on frost-laden grass. If I have the morning off, I will just drink.
Oh, grow up, Gordon. Just because there don't happen to be any post-mortems this morning shouldn't mean you fall to pieces. Isn't that right, Dr. Webster?
I was sure we had a spare one from last night. What did you say, Ruth?
I will not allow this department to indulge in idleness. There must be hundreds of useful little jobs we've never got round to doing.
Such as?
I know. Let's combine these 2 empty-ish bottles of formalin into one. Or, actually, pour some of it back into the original bottle and see if I've now distributed the liquid equally between the 2 vessels. Close, isn't it?
Gordon, would you go to intensive care and see if anyone's about to die?
On my way.
Good morning to you. Across there. Chloe?
Morning, Sergeant Oliver. You're looking well today.
Well, it's very generous of you to take the time to remark upon the fact. Am I?
Your skin has an unusual degree of luminosity.
Oh, yeah. Good.
How many stiffs have you brought in for us today?
I've not actually conveyed any recently deceased members of the public today, oddly. All quiet on the dead people front. Which gives me the opportunity to turn my policely attentions to the criminal lack of time I've had of late to chat with you. It's not actually unlawful that we haven't chatted.
Well, I suppose I could spare a few... Oh, hang on, I've got a text. It's from Sandra. Check out page 17 of Ms. Ryslip. No, she can't have.
Ms. Ryslip?
It's the magazine for secretarial young women in the Greater Harrow area, available free at all major transport depots.
Oh, right, that's why I haven't seen it. I drive.
She's this month's Ms. Ryslip Ms. The cheeky bitch! I've been trying to get into that for ages.
Regular feature, is it?
It's the article they put slap bang in between the job adverts and the horoscopes. Every secretary in West London reads that page. And I don't need to tell you about the Ms. Ryslip Ms. effect.
You might.
It's like the curse of hello, but in reverse. Every secretary that is featured almost immediately gets a stroke of good fortune, a pay rise, a new job, or a more realistic sense of what kind of skirts she can wear. I'm writing them a stiff email, and if I don't like their explanation as to why they've not featured me, I shall boycott the magazine and instead...
Yes?
I'll read the Metro newspaper. I don't mean that, but I am annoyed.
I'm just a little worried about Anthony, that's all. Yesterday he seemed at a total loss. It's funny how even the smallest things can make people behave quite strangely.
Ruth, is it me, or has every single object in the mortuary been moved to a slightly different position?
The phrase you're looking for is a slightly better position. How we coped with the bin positioned at the angle it was before, I'll never know. Anyway... just be a bit careful with him.
Don't worry. I had already decided to deploy some of the famous Donaldson managerial magic.
Good morning, Ruth. Graham, what are you doing down here?
Anthony, I've brought you a pan au chocolat. There you go. You may wish to warm it.
Thanks. Right then, Ruth, shall we crack on with this morning's autopsies?
Might I also offer you a latte?
Oh, for goodness sake, don't tell me no one's died again. What is this, an episode of the A-Team? 2 days in a row? This is crazy.
It's a peculiar statistical anomaly, I agree.
It's a joke, that's what it is. Are they seriously trying to tell us that no deaths have occurred in the last 48 hours that required investigation by the coroner? Are drugs that hard to get hold of? Is the British police force that restrained? I seriously doubt it.
Anthony, aren't you perpetuating the common public misconception that pathology only concerns itself with the dead? Surely you have much else to busy yourself with? Tissue analysis and so forth?
That stuff's easy. I don't even need to look at most tissue samples through the microscope anymore. I can just tell. That is cancer, that is cancer, that is HIV.
And as we've discussed, there's no problem with that technique provided you don't take it onto the wards.
I'm sorry. I just get a bit ratty when I can't do my job.
It's an insoluble paradox of our existence as pathologists that our professional life depends on death. It's a melancholy reflection that we need death, just like a lawyer needs conflict, or a jogging bottoms manufacturer needs obesity. But if what's happening is that the sick of West Harrow have all managed to cling on to life for a couple of days more than normal, in a way, shouldn't that make us happy?
Well, excuse me while I organise a barn dance.
There's something not right about this, Graham. This is no freak of statistics, oh no. There's a much more logical explanation.
Which is?
A mutant gene has become activated within the entire population of West London. A mutant gene that makes them immortal.
Purely just to see where this goes, what caused the mutant gene to become activated?
Gamma rays?
This is a serious problem, Graham.
I'm not sure it is, Anthony. I mean, all right, no one's died. But no one's died.
In case you've forgotten, we make a decent proportion of our money in this department from doing post-mortems. We cannot afford to twiddle our scalpels for much longer.
That's rather a good point. When put in the context of jeopardising my attendance at the Rio de Janeiro conference, the matter seems a deal more grave.
Right, Doc, news from intensive care.
Gordon, I sent you to intensive care 24 hours ago.
And I warned you of the folly of mentioning the concept of a morning off. Let's just hope that Regent's Park Zoo doesn't deploy CCTV, and that elks actually like pasta.
What news have you got?
A young lad in for kidney dialysis treatment has suddenly taken a mysterious turn for the worse. The doctors are baffled and the prognosis is gloomy.
Good. That's a start. That's something to build on. Right, I shall speak to the coroner's office and see if there's any reason for the sudden drought. But the most important thing for now is that we do not exhibit panic.
Good morning, everyone.
Simon, anybody?
Someone's died, haven't they?
Say they have, say they have.
Bring out your dead, Simon. Bring out your dead.
Haven't actually got any, I'm afraid. In fact, I've not been forced to handle lifeless flesh at all in the last 2 days. I'm feeling pretty smug.
You'll let us know, though, the moment that you hear of... Simon? You're looking very well today.
You are, actually. You look flushed with health.
Oh, a lot of people have been saying that to me lately. So much so, I don't instinctively think they're being sarcastic.
What do you think it is?
I'm not sure, Professor. My exercise regimen hasn't noticeably changed, apart from a few brutal sessions on the glutes. I am now breakfasting exclusively on Fruesleys. Perhaps it's that.
Yes. Or perhaps you've decided to make yourself look as little like a corpse as possible, just to rub it in.
I ain't got nobody.
Simon, you will not believe the email Ms. Ruislip has just sent me.
Dear Miss Montague, thank you for your recent and repeated interest in our Ms. Ruislip Ms. feature. Unfortunately, we feel that your working environment would not really be conducive to the tone we try to strike in this article. We also cannot agree that this month's featured Ms. has a fat neck and the fringe from hell. Yours faithfully, Lorna Band.
Not conducive? What do they mean by that?
I expect they think that a pathology department's a rather sombre setting.
I work in an office. I don't write my letters in embalming fluid or use skulls as doorstops. What are they thinking? To all intents and purposes, my job here is exactly the same as it was at the Early Learning Centre, except everything smells slightly better.
The people at Ms. Ruislip are idiots. Chloe, You don't get that kind of misguided attitude from the writers of Hello, 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 the Metropolitan Police lifestyle magazine.
People always think that if you work in pathology, you can't have a laugh. Well, those people can't have seen the pathologists do it while holding their noses sticker in the back of my car. Simon, are you doing anything tonight?
No, I'm not.
It's just that my Liam's on a stag week in the Baltic Republic, so I wondered if you fancied a drink.
That sounds exceptionally pleasant.
Great. Well, I better get back to work. Not that there's much I can do, what with all the wiring in my office being checked. You'd have thought 2 electrocutions in one day might have put Dr. Anderson off. See you later.
Indeed you will, Ms. Alligator. What is happening to me? Attractive women do not ask me to go for a drink. After all, I'm the sort of man who uses phrases like Miss Alligator. Only yesterday, I am almost certain a homosexual gentleman eyed my backside. Oh, well, there's probably no explanation as such. I should just enjoy it. And this body drought that's happening at the same time while they last.
Anthony! No change, then?
It's been 4 days, Graham. 4 days. This can't be happening.
How are you bearing up?
It's Ruth I'm worried about. She's not handling it well. I told her it was dangerous to put her desk on casters. Compared to her, I'm coping just fine.
Right. You do appear to be playing an ad hoc version of snooker on the mortuary table, using gallstones as balls and a tibia as a cue.
I know what you're going to say, but trust me, it's easier to chalk than a femur. What are we going to do about Ruth?
Do we definitely need to do anything? I think she's kept herself commendably occupied.
Well, you would, because she relayed your patio. What has that got to do with pathology?
There was no one buried under it, if that's what you're implying.
Professor, we've got a message you wanted to see us.
This had better be important, Graham. I haven't re-earthed the A&E defibrillators yet.
Gordon, I don't suppose there's any news from intensive care?
There is, actually. You know that last night the little lad's condition had deteriorated and they were saying the next 12 hours would be crucial.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Doc. He did make it.
What? No, sorry, no, excuse my language, but that is just taking the piss.
Anthony, you must try to keep a sense of perspective. He's only tiny. I mean, how long would it have taken us anyway?
Pathology department, may I have your attention for a moment? I have brought you all here to hold, for want of a better phrase, a crisis meeting. I want to see what we can do to get ourselves out of this financial and personal slough. You know, when human beings are faced with crises, there are 2 ways in which they react. Either they sob and whinge and collapse in on themselves with self-pity, or they fight like dervishes. I'm a dervish. When I'm in a crisis, watch me whirl.
Oh, shut up, Graham. Why do you always have to pretend you can solve everything with one of your crackpot schemes? I shudder to think what you've come up with this time.
All I've done is speak to the coroner. He assures me that there has simply been a bizarre lack of deaths that require post-mortal analysis. So, we need to make some happen.
We can't make people die. Can we?
Well, that's not exactly what I mean. Let me explain. I recruited some of the sharpest, ballsiest young doctors in the hospital for a brainstorming session this morning. We discussed radical solutions to our situation and jotted them down on the flip chart. Here's what we came up with. Any death in prison must be investigated by the coroner. When do people die in prison? When the prison is so squalid and neglected that it becomes uninhabitable. So, we all vote Tory. Leave videos of midsummer murders lying around in the hope that they'll give people ideas. Start doing autopsies on chimpanzees. If we hear of a death that's not quite suspicious enough to warrant the involvement of the coroner, we hire actors to go to the scene, rub their chins, and darkly mutter comments like, "Something's not quite right about this." Pipe the music of Dido on a constant loop throughout the entire hospital. We wouldn't be causing suicides, merely creating the circumstances in which they might happen. Start doing autopsies on horses. Get deviants to have sex with monkeys in the hope that they will engender a new type of fatal disease. Start doing autopsies on cows, and in fact all other types of animals except maybe flies. Actually, are they animals? Do insects count as animals? No, but I reckon spiders do because... Well, anyway, that particular idea broke down into a more general discussion which concluded, as you can see, with a 6-2 vote for the proposition, penguins come from the South Pole. So, early thoughts about your top 3.
As the first point of contact in a normally very busy pathology department, Chloe knows that in customer relations, a bad attitude can be fatal. Wherever I've worked, I try to put a smile on people's faces. So normally I worry if I see customers with a face like death. But here it's very much par for the course, says Chloe, 24, pictured here in her normal office, wearing a burgundy skirt of a perfectly judged length.
What was their reaction to that?
They're a bit sniffy, to be honest. Then again, it's not really a Harper's and Queen type of article. But Ms. Ruislip loved it. They said it's just the sort of Andrew Gilligan-y piece they need to up their profile, whatever that means. So they're sending someone to interview me next week.
Good for you. And well deserved. For the Ms. Montague, would you take a liver headline alone? Another hooch?
Oh, go on then. You're quite a persuasive chap these days, Simon.
Chloe, I have a theory about that. Ever since this period of not having to bring dead bodies to the mortuary started, I felt like a new man. I'm invigorated, relaxed. My vomiting is halved. I think I've figured out why. All this time, I've been allergic to death.
What do you mean?
You're familiar, I'm sure, with allergies to nuts, carrots, dairy, wheat, seafood, pollen, penicillin, house mites, mouse bites, wasp stings, and Switzerland. Well, I think I'm allergic to death, too.
So what are you going to do when people start dying again?
I'm going to be asked to be transferred to dog handling. It's always been the dream. Just never had the nerve to do it before.
Why not?
I didn't want to admit I had a problem with bodies. I couldn't seem weak. Weakness is the second hardest thing for a policeman to confess to, after intelligence.
I can't take much more of this. I am being diminished, whittled away piece by piece. A doctor is the sum of his contributions to humanity, you know. A pathologist even more so. How long has it been now, Ruth?
A week.
A week? It makes no sense. Isn't one of the great advantages of pathology that you should never be out of work? People will always die.
Anthony, you must try to stay positive. Maybe you should go for a walk or a shower, change your clothes. You can't lie on the mortuary table under that duvet forever. You've just got to keep busy. Though even I've run out of things to do. Well, not run out, but when I found myself actually reading my bank statement, I knew it was time to stop.
Good afternoon, my plucky troopers.
Oh, Graham. Oh, thank goodness for that. You brought me a body.
No, these are my groceries.
Pop it on the table, then.
Anthony, I'm not going to do that because this is a bag of shopping and not a corpse.
Quite understood.
Get off that!
Anthony, no!
Stay back! I will find out how this cabbage died.
Michael Cannon! Slice on a diagonal, Anthony, a diagonal.
Just as I suspected. The cause of death in this cabbage was being pulled out of the ground.
Oh, it's going to be all right, Tony. We're going to get through this.
I'm sorry, Graham. Maybe you were right, Ruth. Maybe I should get some fresh air.
Do you want me to come with you?
I think I'm better off on my own. That way I don't have to avoid the cracks in the pavement.
I never thought I would see Anthony behaving like that. And do you think there's anything we can do?
I'm afraid not. Waitrose closed half an hour ago.
This is not like Anthony at all. It's been 3 hours now, and he hasn't responded to any of my text messages, which may be connected to the fact that he can't work his phone, but I'm still worried.
Well, he's not in the hospital. He doesn't seem to be anywhere in the grounds, so...
Is that him, over there?
Where?
By the main road. It looks like he's shouting at the traffic. Why is he doing that?
It can be very healthy for people in stressful situations to project their frustration onto an unrelated object. Or maybe he thinks he's a car.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Cars don't talk to each other, except maybe that one from Knight Rider. And Anthony's not camp enough for that.
Come on! Accelerate into the corner! Cut across the lane! Let's see some irresponsible driving! You Michael Schumacher! Anthony! Are you all right? Think Alain Prost! Think Nigel Mansell!
Well, well. This is an odd coincidence.
What are you doing here?
Well, Dr. Anderson, we've received several reports of a man in a lab coat shouting at vehicles as they pass through one of this county's most notorious accident black spots.
Think Ayrton Senna! Oh, that's a good one. You're definitely Ayrton Senna.
I didn't realise the road right outside the hospital was an accident black spot.
Rather a smart bit of town planning. And you can ignore that red sign!
Strange to see Dr. Webster out here. You don't think he'd be trying to cause an accident, do you?
No! What a ridiculous suggestion. There's a much more logical explanation, which is, of course, that he thinks he's a car.
Well, I am duty-bound as a policeman to clamp down on any kind of traffic haranguing. It's what the British public pays me for. Come along, Dr. Webster.
Ignore the sign, because there are no elderly people crossing here. Simon, are you sure that's a good idea? Anthony seems a little erratic at the moment.
I think I can handle it, Professor. I'm confident, assertive, authoritative, and my back is largely free of hives.
Oh, one of you, please. Maureen from driving school would do.
Dr. Webster, don't try and resist arrest. I'm irresistible.
Oh, really? Catch me if you can! Oops. Well, isn't this a splendid sight to behold? My team back doing what they do best. You must all be on cloud nine.
It certainly is a huge relief to be doing something genuinely important again. And not that descaling the common room kettle, say, is not an important task in its own... Oh, who am I kidding?
I'm glad to be back at it too, Prof. The combination of the smell of decomposing flesh and a vicious hangover is a familiar friend.
Graham, we have just spent the last day and a half in a mortuary without sleep, carrying out back-to-back autopsies. Oh, it's been bliss.
It's wonderful to see you back on form, Anthony.
I do seem to have snapped out of that rather peculiar slump I was in ever since the accident.
I think we all have. That accident really seemed to open the floodgates. And now they're pitching up from all sides.
Do you know something? I was worried for a moment back there that I'd actually caused that car to career into a Garfunkel's.
Anthony, really?
Willed it to happen so that I could have something to do.
That car was out of control way before it passed you, and your foot was scarcely in the gutter.
Besides, as we ourselves verified, the driver of that car was steaming drunk.
Was he? At that time of day?
Yeah, don't knock it.
I wonder why he was drunk during the day.
He was a journalist.
Oh, I see.
Good morning, everybody. Your friendly neighbourhood police officer. Again. I've got a couple more. My lips feel thick. A couple more cases for you.
Simon, you really are spoiling us. Just as well, since Chloe tells me you're going to ask for a transfer.
Already done that, in fact. I think perhaps my newfound confidence didn't help me in that instance. Requesting a new posting through a megaphone was probably unwise. My bosses seem to have forgiven me.
Oh, that's wonderful news.
Provided I agree to stay on dead body duty for the foreseeable future.
As I said, wonderful news.
Professor, I thought you'd like to see this message from the Chief Executive of the hospital. Splendid work by your department over the last couple of days. At this rate, we'll have to upgrade your flight to Rio to business class, Graham.
Oh, I really am tremendously grateful to all of you.
Chloe, very good once more to encounter you.
Simon?
How went the interview?
Do you know, the swine never turned up. I rang the magazine and they said he disappeared and must be off on one of his drinking binges. Typical journalist. They say they might be able to fit me in next year.
Could I interest you in maybe a hint of luncheon at all?
Sorry, Simon, I've already made plans. Not that I'm very taken with the idea of a hint of luncheon, whatever that might mean.
Of course not. Besides, my allergy seems to be causing me to shed large clumps of hair. You wouldn't want that in your sushi.
Well, I must admit that getting us through that crisis has been one of the most satisfying accomplishments of my time here. Though if I'm being honest, it wasn't really down to me. It was down to a pure accident. The coroner said he was 98% sure that's what it was, so... Autopsy on, mes braves! Autopsy on, because I tell you this, pathology, perhaps slightly ironically, will never die.
You have been listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy and Gus Brown. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. By Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead.
Subject is female, Caucasian, 5'6", age late 30s. Skin appears pale, clammy, blotchy. Hair is rather ragged and unkempt. The eyes dull and vacant. In conclusion, subject gives the appearance of having been dead at least 2 years. I think that's fair, don't you, Anthony?
No, I don't. Honestly, Ruth, you look perfectly nice today.
And besides, don't people usually sell themselves a bit when placing a personal ad?
It's so demeaning having to advertise yourself.
Ah, indeed. A quixotic task. So easy to fall prey to vanity or false modesty. I would not find it easy to reveal in a few words, but without exposing all its mystery, the inner Graham.
For me, I'd go with pathologist. Likes country walks and pathology. Aged 48, is a man.
Not something all of my dates have been able to say.
Now, we've discussed this. A transvestite is not a transsexual, and 2 is not a pattern.
But I don't want people to know what I'm really like. I don't want them to know I've started collecting figurines. Figurines?
How on earth can you be so glum, Ruth, today of all days?
What do you mean?
We have just completed the fiddliest post-mortem we've had in years, and if that hasn't cheered you up, seriously, what will?
This is Mr. Pace, is it? An interesting post-mortem?
A belter, Graham. An absolute peach. The kind of autopsy that reminds you of how people should die.
Good morning, all. And did we see Emmerdale last night?
We're pathologists, Chloe. We're very busy and important people, and we don't watch that sort of lowbrow garbage.
That step's a bitch.
You see, Dr. Anderson, it's the show everyone's talking about round the water cooler. Organ cooler, in this case. Oh, by the way, your mother just called. She's coming to see you later today.
Good Lord, I haven't seen your mother, Ruth, in, it must be 6 years. It was getting to the point where I didn't think I'd see her again. Alive. And she's never visited you here before, has she?
Nor will she today. My mother's always threatening me with a personal appearance, but some stranger on a National Express usually distracts her.
She was calling from St Pancras, about to get on the tube.
Right, so she'll be here in an hour or so. Graham, can I possibly ask you a favour?
What?
My mother worries about me terribly. If I have the slightest little setback, she can't resist trying to sort it all out for me. Bless her. So when I talk to her on the phone, just stop her fretting. I've tended to alter 1 or 2 tiny details.
Well, what have you told her?
That I'm the most successful and admired pathologist in Britain, with a broodingly intense attitude to her work and a torrid love life, which includes you being impossibly besotted with me. She needs these little illusions.
I really don't think I could pretend to be your boyfriend, Ruth.
Oh, God! You're not my boyfriend. As if.
All right, well, good.
No, you're just utterly devoted to me in a way that I find endearing but slightly tiresome. Gordon's my boyfriend.
Gordon? Barely out of nappies, doesn't approve of shampoo, alcoholic Gordon?
Yes.
Or as your mother knows him?
Stunningly attractive former underwear model, heir to the Nutella fortune, Gordon. And I've a feeling there's something else I've told her. Oh, God! I never thought she'd actually come here, making time for her daughter. That's not like her at all. Oh, Graham, you'll play along with this harmless bit of fun, won't you?
No, I'm sorry, Ruth. I think it would be most unethical for someone of my prominence to take part in any kind of subterfuge, however flattering my role in it. And I'm entirely unshakable on the point.
Fine. I'll think of a way round it. Besides, I don't suppose you'd have been able to carry it off.
Oh, I'll have you know, I was a fine actor in my youth. The director of Durham University Troubadours called me a complete Peer Gynt. My performance in Hamlet was legendary. An obsessive but unrequited lover, you say. I suppose the role has some points of interest.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Graham. Now, I must find Gordon.
Whilst I shall prepare.
Now, I'm aware that being a police informer is not always considered a reputable occupation, but we in the Met need all sorts of sources. You could be a great help.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Because if you are, as your friends say, a big snitch, it might be a good fit for you. Now, I know that to a young gentleman like yourself, a police officer can seem rather scary.
Why would I be scared of you?
Well, the natural authority, the uniform.
I wear a uniform at school. Are you scared of me?
Only slightly. I must say that coming here to see your late father's body is very brave. As a police officer, I'm pretty hardened to that sort of thing, but even I found it pretty creepy.
You saw your father's body?
No, yours. He was really still.
I'm not frightened of corpses or anything like that. I'm not 7.
You're 8. Well, you'll be in good hands with the pathologists here. Despite what they do, they're actually very normal people who... Gordon?
Hi there, Simon. Ow.
Gordon, are you aware you're lying on the floor of the hospital foyer? Or a set of automatic doors repeatedly wallops you in the head?
That's what it is. I thought someone was twanging my earmuffs.
What earmuffs?
Right.
I can't believe all these people who just walked past you. Ow. Surely someone should have just helped you more decisively into the hospital.
No, they know me here.
And no one of your rowdy evenings out, was it?
God, I don't know. I definitely went out for a few drinks with someone. And we definitely ended up throwing crisps at a heron. Listen, I better be getting back to work. Thanks for pointing out that business with the doors.
So, is Gordon one of the pathologists?
Pretty sure he does feet.
Where the hell is Gordon? Can't find him anywhere.
Why have you told your mother such silly lies?
I don't know. I got bored of the truth, and we're getting on so much better since I started lying through my teeth to her.
Right.
My mother is an incredibly caring woman, so I always make sure that she has no opportunity to be like that with me. I can handle anything in life apart from her pity. And the person she thinks I am, respected, well-liked, kind of messed up, but in a really alluring way, doesn't warrant pity.
I wish my mother had visited me at work, but she never wanted to. No matter how many photos I showed her. I'll see if Gordon's in the mortuary.
I'm sure there's something else I've told her, but what is it? Oh, why has she come all the way down here? Where's chronic osteoporosis when you need it?
And the thing is, I've never met one myself, but I imagine they have very good taste. Hello, Ruthie, love.
Hello, Mummy. I hope Chloe's been looking after you.
I certainly have, Dr. Anderson. And your mother has been consoling me about how all my blind dates turn out to be transvestites.
Good old Mummy. What a wonderful surprise to see you. What brings you down to London?
Do I have to have a reason, other than checking how my little girl is?
Of course you don't. What is it, though?
I'm going on a barge. I've been invited by this lovely retired osteopath to cruise the Thames. I met him in a bar. And anyway, you know you need me to come and sort you out now and again.
Mummy, I need that, like a brain surgeon needs a hole in the head.
Is that yes or no?
I'm not sure. And in any case, these days, I seem to be pretty good at sorting myself out.
And I want to meet all your friends. I've heard so much about you, Chloe. And I had such a fixed idea of what you'd be like. I was worried you'd be totally different in real life.
No, I'm very much the miserable, lonely loser with the naff taste in porcelain that your daughter has described. I sometimes think she knows me better than she knows herself.
Exactly. Everyone's just who they are.
Morning, everybody.
Oh, look, it's Eugene.
Eugene?
You're Eugene, aren't you?
Aren't I Gordon?
Gordon? Oh, so this is Gordon.
Yes. Aren't I daft? No, of course. This is Gordon. It's just that my pet name for him is Eugene.
Very nice to meet you, Gordon. I'm Ruth's mother, and I hope you realise how lucky you are, young man.
I don't know. Quite lucky? I've never been burgled, say.
Ruth tells me you and she are pretty steady these days.
Yeah, it's certainly something I'm working on. The key is in the footwork.
Oh, he's quite the comedian, isn't he? I mean, as a couple.
Oh, right. What?
We're a couple, Gordon. That's what she means. You and me, an item. That's what I've told my mother.
Okay. Oh, was it you I was out with last night?
Yes, because we're a couple, aren't we?
All right. And now you've brought your mother to meet me. I mean, you don't hang about.
I'm not a pheasant plucker.
Graham, come in and meet my mother. Mummy, this is my boss, Professor Graham Donaldson.
Oh, hello, Professor.
Can this be the font whence flows the river of my deepest bliss and my darkest despair?
Oh, God.
Now, I've heard about you.
What have you heard? Have you heard the cruel laughter? Of the heartless siren? Or have you heard the sound? Listen, and you may catch it on the wind. Have you heard the crack and splinter that accompanied the cleaving of my heart?
No, I've heard you're a bit odd.
Well, this can be a pretty crazy place sometimes, but this is normality. For people like us, there's nothing weird here.
Ah, here you all are. Moira, how nice to see you again after all these years.
Oh, defend me! Oh, that's right. That's the other thing I told her. Told her Anthony was dead.
I don't see why we had to bring your mother up here.
She needs fresh air, Anthony.
And you know our rule. No unconscious people in the mortuary. It always ends in tears.
Right. Now, would you mind explaining to me why you told your mother I was dead?
Your character wasn't going anywhere.
What?
You're a very hard person to make things up for. Do you know that? My mother always asked for news about you, and all I could ever think of was that you'd got a new jumper. So I killed you off.
Can we perhaps focus on the slightly more pressing issue? What did you make of my performance? Did you think perhaps it was a little externalized?
Given that you'd written my name in lipstick on your chest, I'll say yes.
I think I need to draw on some of my student triumphs if I'm to get to the heart of this Professor Donaldson character you've created for me. Should I be Welsh?
I don't care. I'm not interested in you, Graham.
And that's coming across beautifully.
Ruth, how are we going to explain the fact that I'm not dead?
You'll have to pretend to be your own twin brother, who I've never mentioned to her for some reason.
But I don't have a twin brother.
We need to work out who you are. What's your job?
I'm a pathologist.
No, your pretend job. Anthony was a pathologist, so you have to be something completely different.
How about a bacteriologist?
More different than that.
This is a little from left field, but an immunologist?
She's coming around, right. You are a pastry chef. You've been living in Tasmania for the last 10 years, but you've come back to reinvent the scone.
I am good. Oh, where am I?
It's all right. It's all right, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh.
We've just taken you onto the roof to get some air. You fainted.
Oh, because I saw Dr. Webster. And Dr. Webster's dead.
Mummy, that was Anthony's twin brother, who I've never mentioned to you for some reason. Here he is. Look.
Oh.
Hello?
Sorry, I didn't... Nice to meet you.
Oh, my name, right. My name is Anton...
Anton.
Anton.
His parents called him and his brother Anthony and Anton.
They are a very unimaginative family.
Dr. Webster, I have a visitor for you. A young gentleman who wishes to see the body of his father.
Would that by any chance be Mr. Pace?
That is correct.
Well, that's a surprise. Or should I say, no, it's not.
I don't know.
No, it's just that Mr. Pace performed superbly at autopsy. With a death like that, he must be the talk of his son's playground. If my father had died as fascinatingly as that, I'd have been camping out of the door of the mortuary in my sleeping bag. His son's a very lucky chap.
Except in as much as his father's just died.
Yes.
See, the thing is, he's only 8 years old.
Showing an 8-year-old the body of his dead father. What a job I have.
You do bear a terrible burden.
Sorry, no. I meant, what a job I have. Because the young are so much more open-minded. They don't resist being told details of their relatives' post-mortems in the way some adults do.
I don't think you can tell them about the post-mortem.
Well, why on earth not?
Well, if my police training has taught me nothing else, it's taught me never to upset children, because however much you'd like to, you're not allowed to slap them. Norman's waiting next door. I'll bring him in now, and let's be sensitive.
Fine, sensitive it is. Why won't anyone let me be a pathologist today?
Norman, let me introduce you to Dr. Webster.
Hello.
Hello, he says. Aren't you brave?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Breaks your heart.
You're possibly overdoing the sensitivity there. Now, Norman, I want you to bear in mind that all you're going to be seeing is merely like the wrapper on your chocolate bar. Your father, or Twix, lives on in your heart.
Not literally. He's not hiding in your ventricles. How scary would that be?
Possibly underdoing the sensitivity there.
Are you ready then, Norman?
I don't think I want to now. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's all right. Simon, perhaps you might take Norman to the canteen and we'll see how he feels after a Vimto?
Okay.
After all, this is not the kind of thing one should take lightly. Oh, by the way, would you have any objection to me putting a picture of your father's liver on a mug?
Well, my little tour of the mortuary has been very revealing. Are you all right, Anton?
Oh, that's me, of course. How could I forget 6 times in a row? Yes. Yes, I, Anton, am fine.
It's just, you've been poised over that body, holding a scalpel, for 20 minutes now.
Yes. Well, as Ruth pointed out, I'm not actually a pathologist, so of course I've absolutely no business dissecting this lovely lung.
Didn't you have an Australian accent earlier?
No, I didn't.
Well, if you'll all excuse me, I'm going to pay a visit to the little girls' room. Knowing you pathologists, you'll probably want me to bring my wee back.
That's all right, Mum. As I said, the batch you brought down with you is plenty.
Well, I was worried about this whole business with your mother, but I think it's going rather well.
Like a dream, I'd say.
I want to die.
What?
My actual life's a complete mess. Now even my fantasy life's going to tits. I told my mother I was a confident, successful and enigmatic woman at the height of her professional and sexual prowess. Now she thinks I hang around with a morbid Tasmanian lunatic and a boyfriend who smells of hash browns.
But I thought I'd really lost myself in the row.
Is that why you described making scones as very similar to a renal angioplasty?
I imagine the kidney stones are sultanas. And I filled in with a lot of good detail about where I lived in Tasmania.
You described your own house and then added to the end of each sentence the phrase, in Hobart.
It was pretty lame, Dr. W. My Ruthie was hoping for something a bit better. Weren't you, babes?
Gordon, you do understand that we're not actually going out with each other.
Of course I do. As far as the hospital authorities are concerned, we are not dating.
No, we're really not going out with each other.
Absolutely not. Just like I'm not, in any sense, playing footsie with you under the operating table right now. That's what I like about you, Ruth. When you play footsie, you play to win.
At least Graham seems to have disappeared.
He said he wanted to look over his old copy of Hamlet before he saw your mother again.
Maybe I should focus on making sure Mummy still believes I have an incredibly successful career, because any embellishments I made about that were much more modest.
So, Ruthie, when are you picking up your MBE?
Quite soon.
Oh, won't it be lovely for you to meet the Queen again?
Yeah, I expect so.
You and she will soon be firm friends. Because wasn't it only last year that you autopsied her corgi?
That sounds about right.
Yes, and to think that without you she'd never have known it was murder and not suicide. It's such a shame I'm never allowed to come along to these things. I'd love to actually see you being all famous and successful. It would make it seem more real somehow.
Mummy, pathologists are unobtrusive, low-profile people.
Where is the beauteous majesty of Denmark?
Oh, no!
I think this may herald his scene from Hamlet.
Please, no. Why is he dressed like that?
When he was in that production, he didn't actually play the title role. Apparently it was an all-male cast. And
by gis and by St. Charity, alack and fie for shame. Young men will do it, and if come to it, by cock they are to blame.
He played Ophelia.
There's rosemary for you. That's for remembrance.
Thanks.
There's thyme. That's for thoughts.
Lovely.
And there's flat leaf parsley. That's for...
Yes?
Stews.
Excellent. You and Norman are still here. Has Vimto done the trick?
No. He's still thinking things over. And I've been asked to investigate the mysterious disappearance from the hospital canteen of all their herbs.
Right. I really want to convince Norman to see his father's body. I think it would really help him come to terms with his loss.
Well, he's just over there. Well, you will have to find a more child-friendly way to discuss it, though.
I think I know just the thing. Hello, Norman. Still a bit scared about seeing your dad?
On the contrary, I'm simply trying to decide if there is any value in the exercise.
There's a friend of mine who might be able to help.
Hello, Norman. I'm Spoony McSpoon, the friendly item of cutlery who talks to children about death. Instead of using me to eat ice cream, why not scoop up a big dollop of knowledge about myocardial hemorrhaging? Why are you both looking at Spoony like that?
I have to try and rescue something from this wreckage. If I could only concoct some physical proof that would back up my story about my career, what sort of things would happen to a brilliant, high-flying pathologist? She'd publish her autobiography. Probably not quite got time for that. Maybe she'd have made enemies. She might even have a... Ooh, now that's an idea. Ooh, yes, he'll do. These days, what is the one thing that happens to all truly famous people? This is perfect. You don't mind if I write a few messages on you, do you, Mr. Dead Person? And maybe one more on the shoulder. Graham! Good morning, there.
Ruth, I gather your mother is about to leave, and so my enactment of the doomed lover is at an end. A good thing on the whole. I suspect I may have become somewhat carried away.
Yes, I had that suspicion as you were pretending to drown yourself in the sink.
Dr. Anderson, your mother says she's got to rush off, so can you come and say goodbye?
No, I cannot. She has to come here. There's something I need to show her.
Right, I'll tell her. Shame your mother's leaving. It's been fun being told I'm probably clinically depressed.
I'd better slip away too. I'm out of character now, and one should never destroy the magic.
Come on now, you can do this. I believe in you, Ruth, except for all the bits about you that are gigantic lies. I don't believe them, so don't start thinking I do. I may possibly be insane.
Now, come on, I've got to be on the towpath in half an hour, so what's this thing you wanted me to see?
What have Britney Spears, Catherine Zeta-Jones and Sooty all got in common? That's right, they've all been stalked. I didn't tell you at the time because I knew it would alarm you, but I too have had a stalker. A few weeks ago, he seemed to have disappeared, and I thought that would be the last I'd see of him until this body came into the mortuary.
Oh! Dear Lord! That's horrible! Why did he deface himself like that?
I guess he was obsessed with me.
Oh.
Pretty terrifying.
Oh, I can't believe how calm you are about it. But I suppose it's just what happens to really successful people like you.
Thank you.
Well, the barge awaits. Bye-bye then, darling.
Phew. She bought it. My mother thinks I had a stalker.
Let me say again that I'm really impressed you finally decided to see your father, Norman.
It's just something I wanted to do.
And it was probably the easiest way of shutting up Squeezy McMustard Sachet. Norman, we just need to fill out a few forms, if that's all right. Here. Use this Snoopy pen I brought in specially to cheer you.
I saw your mother heading off. Spin her a few more tales, did you?
My mother may think I'm dating the only underwear model who never actually changes his underwear, but broadly speaking, I actually got away with it.
I still don't understand why you do this with your mother, pretending to be someone else.
That's it. I'm not pretending to be someone else. I'm pretending to be myself. And anyway, they're just white lies. It does no one any harm.
Right then, Norman, here goes. Do you know, I'm really moved by what you're doing. Our society has such an unhealthy attitude to death. We hide it away behind closed doors, in secret chambers and dark basements, as if we were ashamed of it, disgusted by it. But a death is just as natural as a birth, and in its own way, just as beautiful. Ruth, if you'd open the door for me.
This one?
Yes, please.
Are you sure it's this one?
Of course I am.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, Norman, pathology is a perfectly normal business. We don't do anything weird to the bodies, like
Webster.
Writing messages on them in felt tip.
Why does my father's body say, I admire Dr. Anderson and I'm jealous of Dr. Anderson's tremendous success?
Care to elucidate, Dr. Anderson?
What does this one mean? I'm going to kill you, Rut.
He maybe didn't have time to finish that particular tattoo. Right, Norman. Obviously, I owe you some kind of explanation, and I'm not going to lie to you. There's no getting away from the simple truth. My body has been taken over by evil space aliens from Saturn.
Starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead. With Tom Price, Marianne Levy, Gus Brown, Paul Wilcox and Louis Algernon. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead.
His heart has stopped beating and his breathing has ceased. His muscles are relaxing. The curvature of his eyes is flattening, and rigor mortis will soon set in, entering the body head to foot and leaving some hours later in the opposite direction. He has both urinated and defecated. Fluid will leak from all orifices, the torso will swell with the gases of putrefaction, and the skin will discolour and split, opening the body to the insects, maggots and worms that will complete the process of decomposition. You could tell her that.
On reflection, Dr. Webster, I think I'll stick with my original plan of telling her that her rabbit's gone to bunny heaven.
Well, that's up to you, Chloe, but I bet your niece is hoping for a fuller explanation. Why else would she be asking what's happened to Flopsy?
Was there something you wanted, Chloe?
Just to say that Sergeant Oliver is on his way down with a delivery, and he's got a Dr. Betzaglue with him.
Dr. Who?
Dr. Betsy! Have you never come across him? He's just about the #1 forensic entomologist in the country.
What's one of those?
A forensic entomologist is, in layman's terms, a creepy-crawly-loving weirdo.
They collect insects from crime scenes and at post-mortems, and from the state of their development can offer a good estimation of the minimum time since death. Quite a specialist field. I'm surprised I've not heard of him.
You must have. He calls himself the Fly, Mr. Maggot, the Walrus of Larvae.
We want to be careful. Barry White will be after that one by now.
Our paths have never crossed.
I worked with him when I was just starting out. He wasn't the easiest person to get on with, Betsy, as I recall. I got the feeling he was more comfortable with insects than people. It's like he held it against me that I didn't have a thorax.
So, it sounds like we've got a really decomposed body today, given that there are insects involved. Autopsying a really decomposed one can be an enjoyable challenge to a pathologist in a bar of soap in the shower sort of way. Lungs become like Chinese mushrooms in the...
I think I'm going to leave now, because if it's going to be that enjoyable, the temptation to join in might be too much for me. See you later.
What has happened to intelligent conversation in this hospital? I just got onto an interesting topic and Chloe cuts me off. People are so narrow-minded. I sometimes think this place would be more diverse if everyone else was exactly like me.
It's interesting you said that. Do you know, it suddenly occurs to me that Dr. Betsy is going to remind you of someone very familiar to you indeed.
Oh, really? Who's that?
If we were dealing with the species Heliomyzid, I suppose maybe the prevailing conditions would enable the laying of eggs and thence the production of larvae. But I'm probably getting overexcited because basically all this would only happen if the lady in question had been dead for some time. I do hope that answers your question.
It does, Doctor. Well, to be honest, I wasn't banking on quite such a detailed reply to my fairly flippant query. What would actually happen if an old woman swallowed a fly?
Glad to have exceeded your expectations. I'm only sorry I couldn't help you with the plausibility of her choking on a horse. Dr. Anderson. How are you? And Dr. Webster, I presume. A pleasure to meet you.
Why are you rubbing your hands at me like that?
Just my special fly-based greeting. Lucky I don't do it with my hind legs, otherwise it might be construed as a mating call, like that of the wart-biter cricket or the Disiticus versivorus.
Yeah, I think people would manage to resist you.
Perhaps, although no human can ever be as resistant as the female bedbug, Simix lectolius, a terrific species. They have no vaginas, meaning the male bug must deliver its sperm by drilling a hole in the side
So, Simon, what can you tell us about the body?
We received a call at the station complaining of a ghastly smell emerging from the flat of a known drug addict. I was sent to force entry. When I did, I was immediately confronted with a cloud of flies, hence the call to Dr. Betzaglue. At the centre of the cloud was this badly decomposed body lying in a pool of vomit, a pool to which, as you can imagine, I immediately added.
All that can't have been easy for someone as squeamish as you, Simon. Does he smell really bad?
Revolting. Yeah. Oddly familiar, though. He smells of Soho.
Oh, well, I'm sure we'll all be as sensitive as we can to your difficulties.
So, Simon, talk to me about his feces. Can you remember how fresh they were?
Well, luckily for the sergeant, I was on hand to suggest that he take a fecal sample.
I couldn't believe my luck.
Because larval activity within feces can be really exciting for an entomologist.
And for a pathologist. Analysis of bowel evacuate can provide fascinating insights, particularly with a suspected drug overdose.
Yeah, it's one of the things I admire about insects. They're not prissy about other creatures' effluent like we are.
And one of the commendable things about corpses is that almost every part of them provides sustenance to other life forms. They're selfless in more ways than one.
Well, I can't wait to get started, but if you'll excuse me, like a mosquito of the genera Anopheles, upon completion of a blood meal, I need a wee.
See you in a moment.
So, Anthony, have you, by any conceivable chance, solved my little riddle?
I'm sorry?
Just wondering if by some extraordinary fluke you've figured out who Dr. Betsy reminded me of.
Ah, right. No, I've no idea.
You what?
Nobody occurs particularly. Is it definitely someone I know?
And basically, that's what I wanted to ask you, Professor. A bit of a long shot, but I thought I'd have a go.
Right. Sorry, Gordon, could I check that I understand you correctly? You were wondering...
If it would be possible for me never to come into work again, but still get paid.
Well... No.
Not to worry. I'll catch you later.
Gordon, might I ask what you were intending to do if you'd been allowed not to work?
Oh, I hadn't really thought about that. I suppose I could have spent time working on my prototype for liqueur crisps.
What are they?
At the moment, a handful of twiglets shoved into a famous grouse.
Ah. Gordon, do you ever worry that your fondness for a drink is in some way responsible for your slight lack of drive? And when I say slight, I mean total.
No, I like the odd half of cider, certainly, but it's hardly a problem. You see, that's the great thing with drink. It has no adverse effects whatsoever.
More paperwork about this body that's just come in, Professor. Nasty business, this one.
Death like that certainly puts one's own life into perspective. Now, Chloe, it is past 11, so might I ask where on earth is my smoothie?
You and your pureed mango.
I might scoot off too if you're...
Gordon, sit down for a moment. This chap that Chloe was talking about, maybe I should tell you his story. You see, when he was found, dead, alone in his squalid council house, he'd been there unmissed and unmourned for over 3 weeks. You might assume he was just another lonely pensioner. But was he? How old would you guess this man was?
23?
He was 22. He had allowed drug to overtake his life, Gordon, and now his life is over.
Good story, Professor. Though next time, maybe open with a gag. Otherwise, it's all a bit sad.
When youth is squandered and the DM not car paid, it is sad. Tragic, even. But I'm going to make it my mission to save you from such a tragedy.
What do you mean?
Well, you must see how striking the parallels are.
Oh, you mean in terms of him and me? I guess you're right. And there's one obvious conclusion I can draw from it.
Indeed there is.
That bloke died at 22. But I've made it to 24, so I must be immortal. Brilliant.
It was a present from my daughter. Don't you think it's lovely?
Anthony, it's just about the nicest handkerchief I've ever seen. Rather floral, though, isn't it?
Ah, indeed. I did the embroidery myself. We pathologists have to be pretty handy with a needle and thread, so I thought I'd personalise it with my own maxim about pathology.
That which kills others keeps me alive. How sweet. Anthony, do you really not know who the fly reminds me of? Think about it. Somebody who's equally obsessed with his similarly unfashionable vocation.
Oh, of course. Crocodile Dundee.
You! It's you! He reminds me of you!
Me? Really? But I'm nothing like him. I can't think of a single thing we have in common.
You are a pathologist specialising in coronial autopsies, and he is an entomologist specialising in forensic autopsies.
Exactly. The contrast couldn't be starker.
Don't you see anything of yourself when you look at him?
Well, his spectacles are quite reflective. As are mine, of course. I notice actually that when I look at him, it's like a double mirror. I see myself in his glasses, and then him in mine. Me in his, him, me, him. Blending one into another for all infinity. But I normally wear contacts.
Oh, Simon, you must see the similarities.
Absolutely. They're two peas in a... pod.
See? I'm not the only... Simon, what on earth are you doing?
What do you mean?
Those stretches, they're rather vigorous, aren't they?
They're ballistic.
Seeing a decayed body has hit you hard, hasn't it?
Not at all. I'm simply obliging my muscles to extend beyond their normal range of motion in the hope that they will become taut, durable, and ultimately imperishable.
Yeah, it is possible to overstretch, because if you work your triceps much more, you'll start looking like Mr. Tickle.
No, I'm sorry, Ruth. I've thought about it, and you're dead wrong. I am in no way like Dr. Betsadzaglu.
Sorry for the delay, but I believe it's crucial to be absolutely scrupulous about hygiene.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Absolutely scrupulous sums up my attitude perfectly.
I may be an aficionado of grubs, but I'm no fan of grubbiness.
Oh, actually, I don't like puns.
Well, as we know from observing the typical scuttlefly, Diptera foridi, life is short. So I suggest we get buzzy with the post-mortem.
I'll open the bag.
Oh dear. Oh, that. And I'm jogging on the spot.
Oh, Simon, you sure you're up to this?
Now, you people just proceed with your work. I'll just stand over here taking the appropriate notes while shadow boxing.
I've never seen a man so obviously unsuited to a job in my entire life.
Interesting you should mention that. Oh, sorry, Doctor, you first.
I was just going to say that I once knew an entomologist who was allergic to moths. I know, it's absolutely priceless. They died from it, actually.
And what were you going to say, Anthony?
I can't remember now.
Was it perhaps about a pathologist you once knew who was allergic to dead bodies?
No.
Right. I'll make the Y incision then. Now, I'll just remove the... Ooh, my word, look at this. A very unusual type of insect that's died in a very unusual way.
Where?
Oh, my mistake. It's just a sleeping maggot, Anthony.
I'll give you that one.
What are you two talking about?
It's not important. Shall we just proceed with our basically different jobs then, as the three admittedly comparable, but basically different people that we are?
No complaints here. Give me some cracking entomology to be getting on with, and I'm in clover. I work by this maxim: let my mind feed on the insects before the insects feed on my mind.
Well, that's rather neat. Who wrote that?
Well, actually, I wrote it myself. And then I embroidered it onto the inside lining of my jacket.
Will you look at that, Anthony? Look at that. As far as I'm concerned, that is absolutely priceless.
If I say so myself, I am one of a kind.
Yes, give or take one.
90 seconds now stands between me and the pasty that will destroy the roof of my mouth forever. Oh, this is the life.
Gordon.
Hello?
Gordon.
The voice in my head again. Derek, no matter how often you tell me to, I will not force Duncan Goodhue to wear a dressing gown made of corned beef.
I'm not Derek.
You sure?
I'm very sure. I am the ghostly voice of truth, emerging from out of the ether, and not as it might superficially appear from behind the sofa. Gordon, memento mori.
Huh?
Memento mori.
It's Latin. It means remember thy death.
Do you remember your death, Gordon?
Well, no, obviously. How could I?
No, I don't mean that you should literally remember your own death. It's more a case of being aware. Ah! The bell tolls, Gordon.
That was the microwave.
Ask not for whom the microwave pings. It pings for thee.
Indeed it does. Goodbye, palate.
Gordon, sometimes your behaviour is absolutely inexplicable.
Oh, Professor, what were you doing on your knees down there?
It's not important. Oh, you delicate, naive child. Can you not see the lesson contained in the death of that young drug addict? The lesson I'm trying gently to convey to you.
What lesson?
You're going to die, like he did, soon.
Oh, not. Don't say that. I'm not.
Of course you're not. I'm merely trying to shake you up a bit and give you that healthy glow that comes with a proper sense of your own mortality. I sense, perhaps, that that's what I've done.
Certainly have. Quite a shaking you gave me, Prof.
I don't know my own rhetorical strength sometimes.
But it's definitely had the intended effect. Right, I'm off for a quick stiffener or 12. See you later.
Oh, you will. In your nightmares!
Well, I think we're all finished here. If you gentlemen will tidy everything away, I'll zip him back up.
Oh, thank God.
Simon, your face is purple. You're taking too much exercise.
There is no such thing as too much exercise, Dr. Anderson.
When you're starting to wear a groove into a concrete floor with your skipping rope, that's too much. Why won't you just admit this decomposed body has upset your composure?
Seeing some maggot-ridden corpse has got nothing to do with my fitness drive. Perhaps another person would have started obsessively to imagine hundreds and hundreds of miniature lobsters, each about half an inch long, crawling in and out of his nose, ears and eyes, feasting on his frail, puny frame. Not me.
Right.
I really don't want to die.
Oh, honestly, Simon, if you could see yourself, in fact. I wonder what it'd be like if one could actually see oneself. Anthony, let's imagine you're doing just that. How are you finding it?
Very revealing indeed. For instance, I can see exactly how I come across to other people, which is most gratifying.
Certain species of ants of the subfamily Pseudomyrmecinae could be said to literally be able to see themselves because of their elongated eyes.
Well, it's slightly gratifying.
Speaking of flies, it reminded me of a case involving the American screwworm fly.
Given the state of Skippy the bush kangaroo over there, can we please refrain from discussion of the creepy crawlies for a while, if that's possible?
Well, of course it's possible, Ruth. People like him are capable of talking about more than one thing.
I'm not particularly...
Yes, you are. Sorry, what I mean is, surely if the occasion demanded, you could be witty and charming on any topic.
Nope. With me, it's entomology all the way. So, there was this very interesting case in Louisiana involving a dead pig.
No, I will not accept that this is what I'm like. What you're like, I mean. There's more to me... you than this.
This dead pig on a farm that had actually supported a large family of screwworm flies for 4 months. Incredible. So in other words...
Is that what you're really like? Please, don't be like this.
In other words, pigs may not fly, but they can sustain flies.
Shut up! In the name of all that's holy, shut up, you tedious, blinking, insensitive ass!
What?
Yes, I must apologise for my colleague's behaviour. The only reason he's so upset with you is that I told him just now that you reminded me of him.
Have you not figured out by now how dreary you are? You suck the life out of everyone you have any contact with. People can't stand people like you. And I agree with them.
I'm devastated. I cannot tell you how offended I am by what you've just said. You really think I'm similar to Dr. Webster? That is so depressing.
Look at him, Gordon. Look at his face. Just look at what's left of his face.
I'm looking.
There used to be a nose just about there. You like having a nose?
One of my favourite things in the world.
Imagine if you didn't have a nose.
That'd be rubbish.
Then there are your ears.
Oh, my ears as well.
Oh, you'll have no ears when you are perished. Not to mention no...
Oh. I would miss that. Professor, why are you doing this to me, bringing me here at this time of night? I'm getting a bit scared.
Well, my subtle ministrations getting through to you, are they?
It's partly that, and partly the fact that you've dressed up as the Grim Reaper.
I felt it was necessary to hire the costume to give visual counterpoint to my words. You wouldn't believe the amount of fuss it caused when I took a wrong turn through the geriatric ward.
Aren't you meant to have a scythe?
Well, the shop's not allowed to hire out bladed implements. Anyway, I get the same effect with my strimmer. Let's cut to the chase. I'm doing all this because I worry about you. I consider you a friend, and friends tell each other the truth. And the truth is, Gordon, You are an alcoholic.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
I'm afraid you are.
I am not.
You are.
I'm not.
You are.
Not.
You're an alcoholic, Gordon. A drunkard and a boozer, a wino and a toper. That's what you are, and I'm not going to soften that fact.
All right. Yes, I'm an alcoholic. Of course I'm an alcoholic. You know that, and I know that. Do you really think anyone who wakes up every morning in the hallway of his squalid bedsit in a pool of cold urine and clutching the remains of the live pigeon he tried to eat the previous night doesn't know he's an alcoholic? I know what I'm doing. I'm drinking myself to death.
Right. Well, good. Then again, maybe you're just a social drinker. I know it's slightly out of the ordinary, but I'm only really asking you all to assist me with the post-mortem, as you've done so often in the past.
Anthony, I just don't think this is a good idea.
Why not? Doing post-mortems is my job.
Not when the person you're doing the post-mortem on is yourself.
I knew this day would come. He's finally going to do it.
Chloe, I'm not literally doing my own post-mortem. I just learned things about myself yesterday which made me realise that many years ago I must have died. As in, I stopped being alive to the world, to new ideas, other people. So I'd like to find out why.
So, are all these boxes yours?
My entire life is in them. My childhood toys, my old school reports, the ardent poetry of my adolescence, and my extensive collection of embalmed bile ducts. There must be a clue in here somewhere. Right. Subject appears to have had a relatively normal middle-class upbringing. There's evidence of prolonged wearing of shorts, but I don't think that's significant. Worth noting that subject was an only child. I feel this may explain a lot.
Is this something, Dr. Webster? This teddy bear?
Fairly standard thing for a boy to have, I'd have thought.
Except that its stuffing has been removed, dissected and placed in small jars.
OK, I'll note it down. Thank you, Chloe.
Pieces of evidence that interest me are your youthful love letters.
What interests you about them?
There aren't any. Not that I can find, anyway.
A good point. I didn't enjoy great success with girls. I could never understand why. Women often complain that men don't know their way around a woman's body, but I'm living proof that a man can know too much. Thank you, Ruth. So, we're building up a picture of this man, rather cut off from society, a bit of a loner perhaps, and with an unusual penchant for ursine disembowelment. But how do we think he died?
He was shot! Oh, sorry. I forgot we were talking about you.
Dr. Webster, even allowing for the fact that it's not a real death, you shouldn't expect to find some big solution. As the old police motto goes, don't get your hopes up.
Good Lord. Look at this. I'd totally forgotten about this.
What is it?
The murder weapon. Well, perhaps that's not entirely fair on my father. I went to boarding school, you see, and on my first day there, the day on which I had to say goodbye to my parents for what felt like forever, I was a total wreck. My mother wasn't much better, bless her, but my father was very calm and reassuring. And just before they left, he gave me this as a lucky charm. He told me that if I was ever feeling sorry for myself, I should look at it and everything would be put into perspective. Everything would be all right.
What is it?
A pocket-sized gravestone with my name on it. In 100 years' time, we'll all be dead, so what does any of it matter? That's what he'd tell me. So maybe that's it. Maybe I've always thought of everyone, myself included, as basically dead.
Are you all right, Tony?
Hmm?
Well, what you've just put yourself through, you must have found it very traumatic.
No, not really, actually. I thought it was great fun. I really enjoyed doing my own post-mortem. Which kind of proves my point.
Afternoon, Dr. W.
Hello, Gordon. I thought you'd have left by now. Everything all right?
Basically, yeah. I've maybe come to the conclusion that I kind of hate myself a bit, but other than that, life is good.
You hate yourself?
I think I'm making a bit of a mess of my life.
And so you should at your age. When I was in my early 20s, I tried my hand at all kinds of wild things. Microbiology, cardiology, mahjong. Crazy! Youth is the time to experiment and go off the rails a bit.
You don't think I'm in danger of going so far off the rails that I circumnavigate the globe and hit them coming back?
Better that than getting stuck on them, scraping up and down the same 2 strips of metal over and over again until eventually you become welded to them. If that happens, you couldn't free yourself from the rails even if you had a crowbar.
A powerful image, that, Doc. Imagine it. A bar exclusively for crows.
You may not know how your life's going to turn out, Gordon, but you know what? I envy you that.
No way. That's insane. Why would you want that? Not knowing who you are or what any of the things in your pockets do. I thought your job meant the world to you.
To me, perhaps, but who else?
Well, me for starters. If it wasn't for you, there's no way I'd have stuck with pathology. I've never lasted more than 3 months with anything else, but I've been doing my 6-month training course here for 2 years now.
Oh, hello. I was rather hoping you'd all have left.
Dr. Betsatsoglu, what are you doing here?
What with all the fuss yesterday, I left my bag here. I'll just pick it up and be on my way.
Of course. Look, I'm so very sorry about what I said to you.
That's all right. I'm sorry too. Though, in a way, I'm glad it happened.
Do you know, I am too, because it's taught me that all of us should accept that we are who we are. I'm a lifelong pathologist, and there's very little I can do to change that. I'm so glad that we sorted everything out, because people like us need to stick together. So, you're off after more insects then, no doubt?
Well, actually, no. I've given up entomology.
What?
It's nothing personal, but being with you made me realize what a colossal bore I'd become. And I decided I had to change now or I never would. So I'm training to be a magician. I need quite a bit of practice, though, in the evidence of this morning. I've killed a couple of rabbits already.
It's very interesting what happens to a rabbit when he dies. His heart stops beating and his breathing ceases. Then his muscles start to relax and the curvature of his eyes...
You have been listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy, Gus Brown and Alex Lowe. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. By Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead.
So it was that after decades of tear-soaked exile from one another, after heartache unimaginable, Ernest Endeavour was finally reunited with his beloved Prudence, and they both lived happily ever after. Yes. Pretty powerful stuff, I hope you'd agree.
I do. It's one of the most vivid endings to a medical textbook I've ever heard.
They didn't call me the Emeritus Professor d'Amour for nothing. I always tried to invest my academic work with an emotional sweep to complement its intellectual rigor. And I was never more successful than with the lost Casbah of applied bioethics.
I remember reading that book, actually. I couldn't believe it when pharmacology died.
Graham, why are we discussing this?
Bruce, Anthony, it has become obvious to me that there is need to raise the profile of this pathology department. Your professional reputations have been left too long in the neglected drawer of obscurity, gathering dust like humorous plastic moustaches. You need to be out there, showing the medical world what you're made of. Put simply, you must publish.
We have published. I'm a regular contributor to The Lancet.
Yes, although how many of your abusive letters about Dr. Mark Porter have they actually printed?
2 more than the Radio Times.
I have to say that your respective CVs as academic writers are surprisingly thin.
Rubbish. I've been asked to write numerous articles over the years.
Well, that's not entirely accurate, is it, Anthony? You have, in fact, been asked on numerous occasions over the years to write one particular article for which you were commissioned in 1982.
And I'm well over 3/5 of the way through it now. Chronic idiopathic constipation is a complicated subject, Freya, and I'm not going to hurry it. It'll come out when it's ready.
There is a certain logic to that. It's a shame you never tried to write anything about diarrhea.
Your record is not much more impressive, Ruth.
That is hardly my fault. I've been treated abysmally by everyone I've ever had any contact with in publishing. I mean, if you pour your soul into an article about pneumonia, and then the person you send it to holds you in such contempt that she could suggest a few tweaks, what can you possibly do except slash her tyres?
I don't understand what we would achieve by publishing more articles. People aren't going to think, ooh, I like Dr. Webster's book about tuberculosis. Maybe I'll die of that.
Being published is to a scientist what a tie with a big knot is to a footballer. A token of success. You two may doubt my experience in clinical matters, but I was in academia for over 30 years. I know the ins and outs of the academic world, like you know the ins and outs of bowels. My big idea is that the two of you should collaborate.
Ruth and I, collaborate. That is a relatively terrifying idea.
Why?
I just sometimes feel that perhaps you don't always react in the best possible way when people challenge your ideas.
Well, that may be true of me with other people, but you and I have always relished a bit of back and forth.
I'm afraid I don't agree.
And that can only be because you're a heartless monster whose only purpose in life is to destroy me with your spiteful lies.
I stand corrected.
Anyway, you would definitely benefit from working with someone with a bit more gumption and self-belief.
What makes you think I lack self-belief?
Perhaps it's your standard covering letter for anything you write, which says, this is almost certainly terrible, so feel free to burn it.
Whatever words I come up with, they always seem so paltry and inadequate compared with what I'm talking about. I've never been able properly to express the majesty of constipation.
Writing is not easy, Anthony. I sweated blood over every single one of the 62 tomes I produced in my 10 years at Oxford. But I know with you two, the talent is there. I don't think I'm being fanciful when I say that Dr. Anderson and Dr. Webster could become pathology's equivalent of, to quote Bono, Lennon and McCartney.
Respectively, you may be right.
I do think we must have something to contribute to the wider understanding of pathology.
That's excellent. And do feel free to consult me if you think my talents can add anything to the mix.
I'm sure we will, Ringo.
What's that you're reading?
It's the latest edition of this very rare comic book from America. It's called Sweet Dreams, and it's about this man in the future who accidentally gets injected with the mould they use in Stilton, and, as a result, he can give other people nightmares. This month, he has to battle a radioactive oatcake.
Strange that it's so rare.
Afternoon, Chloe. Gordon. Mind if I join you both? Mid-repast, as you are.
Certainly not, Simon. And what's going on in the exciting world of the Metropolitan Police?
Well, there was a rather amusing incident at the station this morning. We were filling out some forms connected to an affray outside one of those fast food outfits that tries to look like Kentucky Fried Chicken. Arkansas broiled goose, it was. Anyway, Stuart, who's the duty officer, this is absolutely typical of him, put down the charges as grievous bodily harm when it should have been actual bodily harm. Couldn't make it up.
I don't suppose either of you saw Damon Dash on T4?
No, I don't know what any of those words mean.
No, of course not. I'm sorry, I mistook you for people I had something vaguely in common with.
What do you mean? We're all firm friends, surely.
Yeah, of course we are. We know each other inside out, because we all work for the pathology department.
Except me, of course.
What?
Well, I'm a policeman, Gordon. Therefore, I work for the police.
Oh, all right. How clever.
Perhaps Chloe has a point. Perhaps we have relied excessively on the familiar structures of our working environment, which have in turn lent a false degree of intimacy to our comradeship.
Yeah, possibly.
We should take more of an interest in what each other does away from work, like my mountain biking.
Or my pet wasps.
Or my collection of Sandra Bullock DVDs.
Do we have to start now?
Pudding first.
Right. Read to me what we've got so far.
Pathology, see footnote 1, is a branch, see footnote 2, of medicine. See footnote 3. Footnote 1, pathology for the purposes of this book is defined as what people usually mean by the word pathology. Footnote 2, it's not literally a branch. Pathology isn't made of wood. Footnote 3, sorry there are so many footnotes in this first sentence. It's amazing what you can get done in 4 hours. Ruth, you're going to have to stop banging your head against that particular bit of wall. There's definite curvature. Using my head doesn't make it any better.
Let's go back to the start. Are we going about this the correct way?
Perhaps like me, you're thinking we should write this work in German.
What?
Well, I know neither of us speaks German, but it is a tremendously authoritative language. I toyed with writing my article about constipation in German, simply based on the fact that the German word for constipation is Verstopfung. Verstopfung. You can almost feel the strain.
We are not writing it in German. Stop wasting my time with all these irrelevancies.
So, how's the magnum opus coming along? I hope you found inspiration from the copies of my various essays and treatises that I left you. I see you've been browsing through Care in the Crimea.
Yes, we have. Not quite to our tastes, to be honest.
There was one photograph we both found particularly disturbing.
Well, that book concerns itself with 19th century convalescent hospitals. So in that context, a picture of me in a Florence Nightingale outfit makes perfect sense. I'm used to this kind of snobbery being directed at my work. Some people call me the Geoffrey Archer of academic publishing. But I know in my heart of hearts, I am the Wilbur Smith. The more astute critics realized it too. Melvyn Bragg, for example, described the 3rd chapter of this book as not entirely without merit. Let's move on. What's the title of your paper going to be?
The title?
The title is an essay.
About?
Something to do with an illness.
Of some sort.
You haven't written anything, have you?
We have a sentence.
I had anticipated this. Writers usually function best when working to a deadline. So, I've decided you should work to a very important one indeed.
You want us to finish it before we die?
I've spoken to a few old colleagues in the publishing world, as well as some former pupils, and there's already more than enough interest for us to host a St. Luke's Hospital Pathology Scratch Night this Friday.
Friday?
One question. Could we widen this scratch night of yours to include abrasions?
A scratch night consists of feisty, bold, innovative pathologists exchanging ideas and riffing off each other in an atmosphere of frenzied creativity. It sounds ghastly, I know, but it can work.
Friday? We won't have anything finished by Friday.
Nor should you. The emphasis with a scratch night is on the rough and ready, the work in progress, the unfinished.
I understand. So, what about lesions?
Do you know, I really thought this was going to work.
It seemed like the perfect thing for us to do.
And yet it turns out that watching the cast of Hollyoaks competing in a charity go-kart race whilst wearing orangutan costumes makes for rather a dull evening.
I can't get any indication of their make-up strategies.
The standard of the karting is too poor to afford me any pleasure.
And the fact that these guys are driving go-karts makes any similarity to actual orangutans very distant indeed.
Well, we tried. Maybe we should just stick to talking about work.
No. Or not let us do that, because we have to give this a chance. Also, because if we do talk about work, that will include discussion of dead bodies, so I will almost certainly hurl. That would be irresponsible this close to a chicane.
Simon, face it. We're all individuals with our own unique personalities. It's a depressing truth, but there it is.
Gordon's got a point, you know, and why should we all be the same just because we work at the same place? I don't live for my job. Life's for living. That's what I wrote on the mortuary whiteboard until it was pointed out just how inappropriate that was.
Actually, that's one of the things I like about... Oh, none of the blonde ones has crashed. About working for the police. You get such a variety of people. Former rugby union players, ex-rowers, lay preachers. We three are a similarly diverse bunch.
That's exactly what we are. We're like chalk and cheese and Chechnya.
Actually, do you realise what could be achieved by a group of people like us? People who between them boast a wide spread of interests and pastimes?
Simon, what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting nothing less than this. That we form a pub quiz team.
Brilliant! I love the idea of a thing that happens in a pub.
So anyway, she sends her apologies and wishes us a successful evening. It's a shame, but then again, the guest list is pretty full, and trying to get Jordan to come to a pathology seminar was always a long shot. Strange with that sort of person. They'll come to the opening of an envelope, but never a torso. Well, I've never seen two people look so full of anticipation as you do about tonight's event.
We're not doing it.
Please don't make us.
What?
I'm sorry, Graham, but I just don't feel we're ready.
I don't like being rushed. I feel like I'm standing over a mortuary table and the person I'm autopsying is shouting at me, "Come on, Dr. Webster, tell me how I died. Remove my organs and tell me how I died." And that can't be right.
But this is terribly short notice. The posters are up, the invitations dispatched, and the potato crisps purchased.
I'm sorry, Graham, but we have made up our minds.
Oh, thank goodness those crisps were on sale or return, because I don't know what I would do. Oh, come in.
Professor?
There he is!
Matthew. And Alison. Oh, how wonderful to see you. What brings you here?
What brings us here? The pathology scratch night, of course.
You don't think we were going to miss the first public appearance in over 2 years by the great Professor Graham Donaldson, do you? I would rather die.
Oh, I don't know that it's quite that unmissable.
Graham, who are these people?
I'm so sorry. Let us introduce ourselves. I'm Matthew Adams, and this is Alison Talbot.
And we are, put simply, the two biggest Professor Graham Donaldson groupies in the world.
Oh, right. Seriously, though, who are you?
The professor taught us medical ethics at Oxford, and it's not overstating things to say that he changed our lives. He filled our youthful minds with such powerful feelings of intellectual curiosity and scholarly zeal.
Those aren't the only feelings he inspired.
Well,
Is this a stunt? Are you actors?
Matthew and Alison edited my most recent academic works. Allow me to introduce my colleagues, Doctors Anderson and Webster.
So you're the people who took the professor away from us. Well, I'm sure you both realise how lucky you are to have him.
We do agree on the exact amount of luck involved in that.
Sorry, Professor, did you say Dr. Webster?
He did. That's me.
But you're not Constipation Webster, are you?
That's not my actual full name, no. Constipation is the area of pathology that interests me.
This is incredible. You are a sly one, Professor. You didn't tell us you worked with Constipation Webster.
No. Well, I thought it was best not to. What?
Dr. Webster's essay on chronic idiopathic constipation is one of the most talked about subjects in all of publishing.
Is it?
Many people thought it didn't exist, that it was a myth like Atlantis or the rude names in Captain Pugwash.
Everyone who's met Dr. Webster tells me he would make for the most brilliant writer on pathology ever.
Is that a bit rash, perhaps? Might he be only the second most brilliant?
So the fact that he's focused on this one composition for over 20 years, well, it's obviously going to be a work of genius.
Yes, I suppose that's right.
As my boss at the Oxford University Press once said to me, I would sell my grandmother to read a new J.D. Salinger novel, but I'd kill her to read Dr. Webster's essay on chronic idiopathic constipation.
You're going to talk about it tonight, aren't you, Dr. Webster?
I wasn't specifically planning to, but perhaps I might rustle up a few remarks on the subject.
That's wonderful. What about you, Dr. Anderson? Are you contributing anything tonight?
No. Dr. Anderson doesn't feel that
Yes, I am. I'm going to contribute something really, really good.
Great. What about?
All pathology.
Ruth, are you sure?
Yes, because that's what I just said.
Ooh, that sounds rather ambitious.
Yes, but obviously I've done a lot of work on it already. It's not as if I have to come up with it all this afternoon.
No, of course.
Now then, would you excuse me a moment?
I just thought it would be a nice touch for a party in a pathology lab.
I think it's tremendous. Thank you, Chloe. But we will have to remember to wipe the scalpels after people have had their cheese and pineapple squares.
That's no problem. I can do it while I'm washing the vodka shot syringes.
I didn't think it was possible that you two have made the mortuary look even jollier than usual. You've really gone to town. I'm particularly impressed by your idea of giving everyone toe tags instead of identity badges. I don't care what the osteopaths say. I think it works. Quite a turnout already.
My influence in the academic and publishing worlds have not entirely waned. Chloe, will you be staying for the lectures?
I'm afraid I can't, Professor. Gordon, Simon and I are doing a pub quiz later, and this list of Secretary-Generals of the United Nations won't learn itself. Hope it all goes well. So it's Dag Hammarskjöld, Den Uthans, Den Kurt Waldheim. Silly long name, silly short name, Nazi. Got it.
So, have you had a pleasant afternoon with your former students?
Well, Alison and Matthew are rather naive, unquestioning people who treat me like some kind of medical shaman and generally display a devotion to me which borders, well, in Alison's case, particularly on infatuation.
Oh, dear.
It's been just lovely. So anyway, Anthony, are you ready for your big moment? There's a tremendous buzz in the room about your talk already.
Yes, I wanted to talk to you about that. You know I said I'd written about 3/5 of it. That was a little bit of an exaggeration.
Anthony, these people will happily seize on even the smallest morsels to fall from your proverbial mortuary table. How's Ruth getting on with her preparations?
She's produced some rather interesting examples of bruising.
What, for a slideshow?
No, on Matthew and Alison, when they offered to give us some helpful tips. The thing is, Ruth is an excellent pathologist, but she wants so badly to get it right that her fervour gets the better of her. If she were just a little calmer, she'd be fine.
I wonder if perhaps one of us should do something about that.
Graham, you don't mean... That's not a bad idea. And as physicians, we both know exactly what one of us should do.
But the winners with a grand total of 45 points are the pathological pay lawyers.
We roll!
Get in there! It's pronounced players, but with a hint of liars. Pathological players, pliers. Split the difference.
How good were we?
Oh, it was you, Chloe, mainly. I mean, I've never even heard of that bloke who was the answer to the Paris Hilton question. Or Paris Hilton. Or broadband.
Oh, come off it, Gordon. You were the star. I don't understand how you could physically have learned that many episode titles and character names from Banana Man, but definitely deserved more than half a bonus point.
Simon, you were pretty amazing too.
Well, if I say so myself, I am strong on valves.
Well, I think tonight has been a real breakthrough. We know each other so much better now. We've all really shown our true colours.
Yeah, that's right. For example, I now know just how encyclopedic you are on minor celebrity gossip, Chloe.
Yeah, and I now appreciate how much of your life, Gordon, is spent watching obscure children's television.
And I've witnessed the true depth of Simon's love for RF induction components. From now on, unless it concerns work, we tell each other absolutely nothing.
Yeah, agreed.
Pathology is the one for me. I like to be in a mortuary. The problems, I just sort them. Then assist with a post-mortem. Well, come on, world, and get your socks on. I'm Donaldson. PhD Ops on.
Bravo, Professor!
We love you, Professor Donaldson!
Thank you, yes. Thank you. And let me reassure you that piece of Allen Ginsberg-style beat pathology was genuinely improvised. Well, we'll take a short break now, and then the St. Luke's Hospital Pathology Scratch Night will continue with Dr. Ruth Anderson. Graham, Anthony, aren't they a super crowd? Yeah. Some of my publishing colleagues are wearing expressions I've never seen before.
Not surprising. They've probably never seen anyone wearing a surgical caftan before.
You're on after Ruth, if that's all right.
Yes, fine. I'm rather looking forward to it now. As you said, a little can go a long way. And you'll have noticed, perhaps, that Ruth seems remarkably relaxed.
Ah, indeed I have. I suspect that is the result of one of us executing a pretty cunning scheme.
I think it's fair to say that's exactly what one of us did.
Yes, well, I'll get the show started again and introduce her. Oh, and in case you're curious, I slipped the Valium into her mineral water.
Ah, right. Very good. Oh, dear.
Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure now to introduce one of the sharpest, most intense and serious pathologists I've ever worked with. Please welcome, speaking on the subject of, all pathology, Dr. Ruth Anderson.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Graham. He's Graham. Isn't he lovely? I think you're so clever, Graham. You say clever things because you're clever. Where's my coat? Have you got my coat? Oh, I'm wearing it. I said just then, where's my coat, but I'm wearing it on my head. So pathology then. Pathology. Pathology. The important thing to remember about pathology is that it's great. Yeah. All the people who are involved in it are terrific, even the dead ones. Seriously, I've worked with some delightful stiffs and they always make sure to do you like me, you lot? Because I hope you do. I know I can be a bit surly sometimes, but the rest of the time I'm absolutely...
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Webster and I have just been conferring, and we've realized that we've made a rather bad mistake. And what that mistake was that, was not to tell you that Dr. Anderson was in fact conducting an experiment. A brave experiment worthy of David Blaine himself, in which she has been subjecting herself to sustained sedative abuse. Yes. The effects of which we're seeing before our very eyes. Groundbreaking stuff, for which I'm sure you'll wish to congratulate her.
I can see the ceiling.
Yes, that's right. You lie there. Now, moving on then, it's rare that one senses the hand of pathological history on one's shoulder, but at the moment I feel like I'm being positively massaged. It's my honour to present to you now, speaking on the subject of constipation, Dr. Anthony Webster.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chronic idiopathic constipation is an illness of the bowels and therefore of interest to pathology, a branch of medicine. And that's what I've got so far. Though, if you're interested, there are quite a lot of footnotes.
So, Dr. Webster, you received this message on your pager saying the film rights for your work had just been bought, and so its contents mustn't be disclosed here while you were actually speaking.
That's right, isn't it, Anthony?
Oh, it's such a shame. Although, I must admit, I can't wait to see what Ben Affleck does with the title role.
Well, we should be going.
Well, congratulations on a triumphant evening, Professor. Your ability to communicate ideas in pathology through unexpected media never ceases to impress me. I mean, a word search. Brilliant.
Not that there's much chance now that you're working with people as daring and original as Dr. Webster and Dr. Anderson, but if you ever feel that you'd like to come back to us, we're only a phone call away.
Thank you, but I don't believe in planning escape routes.
You do have our number, though.
Got it on speed dial.
Bye. Bye.
Graham, I am really very grateful to you for covering for me.
It's nothing, Anthony. Speaking of which, is that really what you came up with after 20 years' work?
I know. But I am not going to give up on my writing. Even if it takes me another 20 years, I will get that first sentence right.
Has everyone left then?
Just the three of us now.
Well, that went pretty well, I think. It's odd. Sometimes the moment a really major event in your life is over, it suddenly feels like it happened ages ago. You almost feel as if it never happened.
Well, I'd better be heading home, I think.
Graham, can I ask you something? Why didn't you take up Matthew and Alison's offer?
Trying to get rid of me, are you?
Graham, really? Only partly. It's just that those two clearly have the highest regard for you.
And it's not just them. How you managed to get all those people to come along tonight at the drop of a hat, I can't imagine.
We just think maybe you belong in that world.
And perhaps that's why I had to leave. I am at my core a restless spirit. Vagabond that I am, I needed to take one more plunge into the unknown before the first of my pension schemes kicked in. Academia was a comforting world to me, it's true, because I could look around at my colleagues and realize that they hadn't got a clue what they were talking about either. It's not the real world. This is. You are. And with you, I can make a difference. Just with simple, humble, everyday actions. I suppose you're right, and I'll see you both tomorrow. When, if you've time, I'd like to discuss launching our own name-brand range of nose clips.
You have been listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy, Gus Brown, Beth Chalmers and Stephen Kinman. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. By Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead.
Lovely. All right then, Ruth. Will you carve or shall I?
Why don't you?
Do you prefer breast or leg, or bit of both? Or shall I opt for the more conventional torso?
Look, you can start the autopsy however you like.
Everything all right, Ruth?
I still cannot believe we're spending Christmas Day in the mortuary.
I think that's an unhealthy attitude. Remember, Ruth, post-mortems are not just for every other day except Christmas. They're also for Christmas. And besides, Graham had very little choice but to call us in. Look at them all.
Oh, I suppose you're right. These poor people. It was no way for them to go, was it?
Being crushed to death in a department store on a Christmas Eve afternoon.
Interesting to note that they're all men.
It must have been an appalling scene. Like something from the film Jingle All the Way, but slightly less grim. My daughter made me see it with her.
Oh, surely we could have just shoved them all in the freezer until the day after tomorrow.
That would be far too risky. You know how busy we get in here after people have spent 3 days with their families.
Yeah. It's still pretty miserable that this is what we find ourselves doing on Christmas Day.
If I'm being honest, I'm rather grateful. Margaret and her mother are in Cyprus again, and I probably wouldn't be allowed to help at the old people's home this year.
Why not?
Apparently my appearance there last year ruined everyone's appetite.
How?
I gave a running commentary while carving the turkey that was deemed too anatomically detailed. Will you be seeing your family at all?
My sister's having her usual Boxing Day party, though what a bad-tempered affair that always is. Within 5 minutes of sitting down to Uno or Pontoon or some other card game, you're guaranteed one of us will have stormed out in tears.
You really shouldn't take such games so seriously.
I know, but Granny does not play properly.
Oh, now, Ruth, you know that thing you were mentioning to me yesterday evening, the thing you wanted someone to...
Oh, that?
Well, I've managed to sort something out for you.
Oh, how did you get this? It's Christmas Day. Everywhere's shut.
I have certain resources. Aren't you going to open it? Well, what's the verdict?
Oh, it's wonderful. Anthony, this is the best Christmas present I've ever had. A piece of paper telling me I'm not pregnant.
Congratulations, Ruth.
I am without child. The Lord be praised. Thank you, Anthony. What would I do without you?
Oh, well, it's nothing. It's hardly the first time I've analysed your urine.
Isn't it?
So, anyway, are you going to tell me now who you thought the father might have been?
Oh, I suppose I owe you that. It's this guy I met on an internet date. We went out a few times, but eventually I realised he wasn't quite right for me.
Why not?
Mainly because he possessed none of the characteristics with which he described himself on the internet. A shame, though. I would like to go out with a real astronaut. Oh, wow, I'm so relieved. Imagine me, Tony, with a... I was absolutely convinced I was pregnant.
I could do a B test, just to be sure.
No, there's no need.
Sergeant Oliver's just rolled up with another body for us, but seeing as we're full, I'm going to send him away.
No, can't we find a space somewhere?
Dr. Webster, we've no room.
There's a little portable storage unit round the back of A&E. It can go in there.
Well...
Oh, please.
All right, I'll go and tell him.
I still can't believe Graham's made you come in today as well, Chloe.
He hasn't made me, Dr. Anderson. I have made him agree to an extremely attractive triple-time pay package. Very handy at this time of year. I've got a lot of aunties, you see, and Bailey's is not cheap. Besides, my family wanted me to come to them, and my Liam wanted me to go to his. That way, at least, they're equally snubbed.
Well, look, I'm glad you're getting something out of it, but I do think it shouldn't be allowed.
Well, none of us is going anywhere for a while, so we'll just have to make the best of it. The professor says he wants us to have our own little Christmas day right here.
What? In a mortuary? A load of blank, dead faces staring back at you, inert bodies slumped all over the place.
Has a kind of Queen's Speech vibe already.
Oh, no, I like working on Christmas Day. It's prestigious to police major holidays. I think it's a sign of my popularity within the Met that I'm always assigned this one in the rota.
Oh, but don't you miss the family meal, the exchange of gifts, the sense of being loved?
I do, but on the plus side, the driving conditions are a dream. Those roads out there are absolutely deserted, not a soul around. And I don't mind telling you that I have taken the chance to bump my way over a fair few of my sleeping colleagues.
Can't you just switch your siren on and do that whenever you like?
I'm a policeman, Dr. Webster, not an ambulance driver. It's important I maintain my status at all times.
Morning, everyone.
Gordon, you as well. I can't believe he's made you come into work.
I know, Dr. A, it's ridiculous. But I've just got to get on with it like the responsible adult that I am.
Good for you, Gordon, and Merry Christmas.
It's Christmas. I thought it was late November. I always do this.
Do what, exactly?
Lose my memory for the first 3 weeks of December for no particular reason. I bet I've been to loads of office parties and fancy dress do's. Oh, and I love Advent.
Oh, well, at least you woke up in time for today.
I can't take the credit for that. Simon found me sleeping in the portable storage unit round the back of A&E.
A most felicitous Noel to you one and all. And may I say how grateful I am to you all for helping the department out on this, the morn of morns.
I'm surprised to see you here.
Did you really think I would allow Professor Donaldson's little helpers to slave away here in his grotto of death? I'm going to pull out of this metaphor now. Did you really think I'd just leave you to do all the work whilst I sat at home sipping claret and roasting my chestnuts?
Yes. That's very specifically what I thought you'd do.
Then you misjudged me. I've always been happy to make personal sacrifices. My personality has a distinctly ascetic side to it. And besides, the larger the turkey, the longer the cooking time. And this year, Joanna has procured a beast. The central lemon will be barely tepid. Now, would you all like your presents?
You really didn't have to buy us presents, Graham.
Yes, buy me one. It's in the contract. Not to mention the pop-up card I've already eked out of him. Anyway, why are you complaining? Presents are fun.
Mine aren't. I've always chosen presents that have genuine symbolic meaning, and I believe the value of my gifts should be judged by that measure rather than by how much I spent on them or whether they came from a proper jeweller's. So, who wants theirs first?
Me.
There you go, Gordon.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Professor. A set of whiskey miniatures, all of which are empty. I didn't drink them all myself just now, did I?
No. Their emptiness represents the futility of excess. Aren't they fun? Now, who's this one for? Oh, Dr. Anthony Webster.
Oh. A watch, and I must say, rather a nice one.
It's a very nice one, Anthony. And broken. Of course it is. Irreparable. Its hands motionless and that little date indicator thing frozen. This gift teaches us that unless we change with the time, however technically accomplished we may be, we are useless.
Thank you, Graham. I feel $1 million.
Chloe, here's yours.
CD tokens. What do these represent?
Money. For spending on CDs. I couldn't think of anything for you.
Oh, let's just get this over, shall we? We do have work to do. Right, here's mine.
Actually, Ruth, I was intending to give you yours in a more private... I can explain.
Lingerie. Why have you bought me lingerie? Oh, I see. To indicate the flimsiness of the external trappings with which we clothe our spiritual nakedness.
That's right.
It's quite nice, actually, thank you. And at least I'm in a position to wear this sort of thing, not like if I was, I don't know, a mother, say. I bet I wouldn't look attractive in this if I had a baby tucked into the waistband, would I, Anthony?
Doesn't do it for me.
Well, that's everyone then, except for Simon, of course. I haven't forgotten you.
Oh, well.
I just haven't brought you anything. After all, you don't actually work here, so no Donaldson treat for you.
Yes, all right, Graham. Don't rub it in. Simon's looking smug enough as it is. We don't really have time, Graham.
We're barely a third of the way through our work.
Please, Anthony, Ruth, just a few minutes. This is important. It may not quite be the traditional version, but this is our Noel repast, and we must honour it appropriately. Now, let's have a little hush. We thank thee, O Lord, for providing food for us on this your special day. Not for you, Lord, the easy way of doing it, by ensuring that the canteen would actually be open. No, that would be too obvious for your wiliness. So instead, we thank thee for these chicken and stuffing flavoured potato crisps. Harvested from the vending machine through your divine providence and Chloe's boot. We thank thee for giving your servant Gordon the imagination to offer us this map of Turkey. Even though it's blatantly not edible. And we thank thee for Dr. Webster's comment that we all eat pâté and surely a liver is just a liver. Though we've decided against pursuing that line of thought. For these and all other items upon which we're about to snack, may the Lord make us truly thankful. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Let's get stuck in.
Don't you need to be back home by now?
Oh, don't worry about me. I take rather a commando approach to my family at Christmas. I dive in, then dive out. Coming back now is just what they'd expect me to do, besides which I shan't be content till you're all filled with the spirit of Noel. Simon, you don't seem to be eating anything.
I've rather lost my appetite.
Why's that?
Dr. Webster's liver comment was certainly a factor, but I think it's more generally a scoffing nuts in the presence of carrion problem.
Honestly, what a fussy eater. I bet you don't like eating sprouts in the mortuary either. Unless Mummy puts ketchup on them for you.
Don't make me think about ketchup.
Well, anyway, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get on with the post-mortems.
Oh, well, that's nice, isn't it? You go off and play with your corpses if that's what makes you happy.
Can't we let some of the others go home? There's no reason for Chloe to hang around unless she wants to.
Well, of course I don't want to. I'm not one of those people who always do weird things on Christmas Day, like picnicking in the woods or going to church. But I'm not giving the professor a get-out from our deal. He will get his 8 hours, and I will get my shortbread.
Anthony, I don't want to come across as dictatorial, but nobody is leaving until we all feel Christmassy.
Graham, I'm bored, depressed and nauseous. That's about as Christmassy as I can feel.
I understand your scepticism, but I'm going to prove to you that together we can have a perfectly agreeable and entirely normal Noel. So, Anthony, put that lung down and let's play games.
Dr. Webster, your time starts now.
Right.
It's a film.
9 words. 9 words.
Shrek! Is it Shrek?
Gordon, how could it possibly be Shrek? Do the whole thing, Anthony. Right, yeah, I don't know it, but is there a film called Big Weird Flappy Burke?
Time's up.
This is pathetic.
I can't believe you didn't get that. It was so obvious.
What was it?
You're going to kick yourselves. Symptoms of triphenyl phosphate poisoning for industrial compensation cases.
Yeah, you were partly right. I am going to kick someone.
You must know it, surely. It's just about the most famous technical training video for pathologists about triphenyl phosphate poisoning in industrial compensation cases out there.
And at the end of round 4, Simon the Prof and me have 9 points and Gordon and the Doctor on none.
I'm not playing this game anymore.
Bit of a bad loser, are we, Dr. Anderson?
I just don't enjoy being partnered with one player who's only seen 5 non-pathology-based films in the last 20 years, and another who could genuinely think I was miming Larry Cotter and the Knobjet of Wire.
Perhaps we could take suggestions for alternative forms of parlour-style Noel entertainment.
How about Blind Man's Buff?
No, you're only suggesting that so you can blindfold yourself from the bodies, aren't you?
I am, yes.
I do have a Mr. Potato Head on me.
Well, that's a children's game, is it not? Such things tend to rely on the sort of naive wonder one only gets from infants.
Look at this! A spud with a tash! Oh, brilliant!
We don't want to play a children's game. Children's games are rubbish. When you have children, you probably have to spend hours with them playing boring games like point at the nice dog or smile at balloons. I'm well clear of that kind of entertainment.
Come on, everyone. More suggestions.
I have one. Let's play the letting Dr. Webster just get on with his work game.
You know, perhaps Anthony's onto something. Perhaps we're missing a trick in not thinking about amusements that actually utilise our working conditions.
What did you have in mind, Graham? The most authentic feeling game of murder in the dark ever? An all-tibia version of Jenga? Twister by proxy?
Actually, I do have a game that's related to here. I devised it myself.
What's that, Gordon?
Mortuary top trumps. I made a different card for every corpse that came in here over a 3-month period and gave each of them marks in categories like height, weight, lividity, stench, fear factor and special powers.
I don't think that...
Oh, come on, Graham. Let's give it a go. I like a nice, harmless little card game.
Ruth, are you sure this is a good idea, given your...
I'll deal.
Okay, my turn. I've got the late Mr. Burr. Weakish card, but I will pick stench with a score of 41%. Can you beat that, Dr. Anderson?
This is the most corrupt game I've ever played in my whole life!
Do you want me to pick a deliberately low score next time, and then you can...
Do you want me to kill you? If you patronise me any further, I will kill you.
Calm down, Ruth. It's
Don't you dare even conceive of telling me it's only a game.
I think perhaps everybody we should show Ruth some sympathy for what I'm sure we'd all agree was a freakish run of bad cards she just suffered.
Thank you, Anthony. At least somebody here understands me, even when concentrating on a post-mortem. Anthony consents. I'm distressed, but just by my tone of voice, my body language.
And by what you've just done to Mr. Potato Head with his spectacles. Ruth, you need to learn not to get so upset by such little things.
Oh, I'm fine now. I'm calm. I can rise above anything.
Splendid, for that is, without doubt, the very spirit of Noel.
Would you please stop using the word Noel? It's Christmas. That's what the rest of the country calls it. What are you? Some sort of French homosexual chorister?
Well, I'm sorry you haven't enjoyed our festive get-together, Ruth, although I think you'll find the rest of us are experiencing intense feelings of conviviality.
Oh, stop trying to play happy families, Graham. 6 strangers stuck in a mortuary on Christmas Day do not constitute a family.
Maybe the Addams family.
Do you know what's ridiculous about us? We act like we're all put upon, but we've all chosen to be here today.
Or the Munsters.
Gordon, you could be with your family right now, but you prefer to hang around the mortuary, even though no one's asked you to.
That's not a fair description of my thought processes, because until you mentioned them just then, I had forgotten I have a family.
Chloe, surely you could have decided that being with your boyfriend and your family was more important than earning a few extra quid, but no, here you are.
They'll be getting plenty of quality time with me on those 4 extra Tuesday afternoons I've got off in May.
Simon, I think you're an exception to the rule.
As I am in so many ways.
Because, bless you, you genuinely have nobody else in the whole world to be with.
Yeah. Well, that was going to be a compliment.
Graham!
I think you've illustrated your point with enough examples now.
You had the chance to leave hours ago, but...
But I didn't want to return home to the derision of my children, the violent sexual indifference of my wife. A dog in whom I'd begun to detect sarcasm. Yes. Thank you, Ruth. We know you've got us all pegged.
She was certainly spot on with me. I did choose to be here today. Fairly safe bet, though. I choose to be here every day. No, I'm glad my work brings me happiness, because there could be nothing worse than being a pathologist who hates the job and has a non-existent personal life. Hey, Ruth? Ruth, have I said something? Come
on, Dr. Webster. Leave that man, or woman, I can't really tell at this stage. Leave him or her alone and get a Bailey's down your neck.
Right, I am more or less finished now, so go on then. From the look of all these empty bottles, I'd say you lot have got to rather a lot of the stuff.
Have we ever? Yeah, we've not exactly stinted ourselves.
Enough to wet our lips, but really no more than that.
I hope this isn't because of what Ruth said about you all. Actually, has anyone seen her lately? I fear I may have rather upset her.
I told you, Dr. Webster, she was beating her fists against your chest playfully. She's probably just having a bit of a wander to clear her head and sew those two pieces of your tie back together.
Well, cheers, one and all, and to one and all a happy Christmas. Come on, Simon. Yeah. Tell us about this sad existence of yours. Have you really not got anyone else you could be with?
No, not a soul. How dismal is that? My sister lives in Australia. I don't really see my parents anymore.
Why not?
They're anarchists. So when I decided to join the police force, that was a problem.
I remember having a particular stinker of a Christmas back in the late 70s. Joanne was so furious with me over some minor indiscretion I'd committed in Amsterdam. She would only communicate with me by means of messages and Christmas crackers. If I wanted to be past the sprouts or allowed to get up off my knees, I had to write it on the back of some pun about elephants. Eventually she gave that up, though, and instead took to pouring lighted brandy over my crutch. What are your Christmases like, Chloe?
Oh, the sort of normal family Christmases that most people in Britain have.
Yeah, and we thought we had the horror stories. The only one of us who seems to have coped with this festive season is Anthony.
It's a rare achievement for me. When I was still with her mother, Margaret used to say that I got more overexcited on Boxing Day about going back to work than she ever did on Christmas Eve. I wish Margaret was still... Well, I'm all right when I'm busy, which is why this year was so lucky. For a tragic event like that, with all those fatalities to happen on Christmas Eve, well, it's the sort of thing that makes you believe there really is someone watching over us.
And if it can happen for Anthony, it can happen for us. Maybe someday we'll all get our fantasy Christmas.
What would yours be like, Professor?
Do you know, Gordon, I think my fantasy Christmas might be something very much like this. Not true, of course. It'd be loads better, but you get the point. Cheers.
Hi, Tony. Has everyone else left?
Yes, they've all gone. Simon mentioned that he was thinking of randomly pulling up motorists and asking if they'd been good or bad. And Graham, Chloe and Gordon persuaded him to let them join in.
There must have been rather a sombre atmosphere in here after my outburst.
Actually, as soon as you left, we all suddenly started to have rather a good time. Not that the two things are connected. Where have you been, Ruth?
Oh, nowhere. Wandering. It is so silent out there, Tony. You know, sometimes if you're on your own at home on a Sunday night, it can feel like you're the only person left alive in the world. You wonder if you'll remember how to speak the next time you need to. You start thinking Midsummer Murders is actually decent entertainment.
I do know that feeling.
It's like that, times 10 out there. Oh, maybe we've done it, Tony. Maybe we've autopsied the whole world.
Well, I've certainly finished the last of today's.
So, you'll be heading home, will you?
Yes, off home.
Same for Ruthie. Homeward ho!
Oh, hang on, I almost forgot. There's that extra one Simon brought in.
Oh, yes, of course there is.
We could do that. I think he said he transferred it to one of the storage drawers. Here we are. Oh dear, I didn't realise what kind of case it was. I wish Simon had mentioned what kind of case it was.
She was pregnant.
Evidently, yes. That really is very sad.
She's beautiful, isn't she? Don't you think she's beautiful?
I suppose so, although I believe beauty is more of an inner thing. That's me, though. I prefer innards.
Tony, you know that pregnancy test you did for me earlier? It's the strangest thing. I was so desperate for it to be negative, but when I opened the envelope, just for a second there, I think I wanted to be pregnant.
Did you? Why? You hate children. Weren't you asked to leave the obstetrics department for being rude about the babies' faces?
At that moment, I felt something completely different.
Right, I see. Alive people are so complicated.
Maybe if I had had a baby, it would have been good for me. I've spent so long complaining about how empty and meaningless my life is. Why don't I just do something about it? If I had a baby, maybe he or she would redeem my failed life, fulfill me, and complete me. I mean, that's not too much to expect from a child, surely.
People do thrive under a bit of pressure. Have you given any thought to the tediously mechanical question of who the father would be?
Well, there wouldn't be one. Well, technically there would, obviously, but his involvement would be limited to some undignified activity in a small room with a beaker.
But would you really want to bring a child up on your own? Children need a father figure, even if there's no father there. You thought about involving some kind of stepfather, someone to share the burden, someone you know and trust, someone you'd like to be a part of your life.
Tony, would you be interested in...
Interested in...
buying off me a blow-up Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, which I've noticed no longer matches my decor, was what I was going to ask you. Not important, obviously. Oh, look at the time. Perhaps I'd better be heading off.
Ruth, I might be, actually. Interested, that is. I'm not sure. I'm certainly not overburdened with inflatables. but I need to check first to see if I've got the space.
Of course, yes. You'll let me know, will you?
I will.
Merry Christmas, Tony.
Happy New Year, Ruth.
By Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy and Gus Brown. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead.
This is what makes my life worthwhile. The finest moment of my year. January the 3rd. First day back at work after the festive break. I enter my office and close the door behind me. Now I know that I will not have to try to command authority with my family for any sustained period till late spring.
Soon, probably someone will address me as Professor, without it being a sarcastic reference to my lack of skill at Scrabble. Yes, I've had some of my happiest times here at St. Luke's, specifically in this room, with the door closed and on my own. Until life intrudes. Chloe?
Professor,
A happy new year to you. I trust you disembark onto the jetty of 2006 with optimistic legs.
Could you pop out here, please? We have something of a situation.
Of course. Come on, Graham. Let this be the year that you make a difference.
I mean, it really is absolutely preposterous.
I understand that it seems that way to you.
Can you stop bashing my desk with that, Simon? You've just made me type that some poor sort has tested positive, Lou, for Banser.
Please. I'm Professor Graham Donaldson of the St. Luke's Hospital Pathology Department. How may I mollify?
I'm sorry about all the fuss, Professor, but this police officer here has made a terrible mistake.
That's just not the case.
I suspect doing what he does is making him lose his mind.
And that's just a very lucky guess.
Either that, or it's the most crackpot administrative mistake you'd ever believe.
Could someone please explain to me the nature of the present beef?
Mrs. Wantage here is rather unhappy that Sergeant Oliver is taking her son to the mortuary to be autopsied because he's not dead.
Right. That does seem questionable, Simon.
Well, it would do, Professor, were it not for the fact that Mrs. Wantage's son is dead.
Are you sure?
The sight of him made me spurt sick through my nose. That's a dependable guide.
Okay. Well, this then seems to be one of those your word against hers situations.
I can't agree there, Professor. I think I have the stronger case, and it's because of this.
Oh. Mrs. Wantage. Is this your son?
That's right.
This one here? The one lying extremely still on the trolley? The one with his head hanging off at a very novel angle?
That's my David.
He's the one that Sergeant Oliver is telling you is dead?
I know. Isn't it the craziest thing you've ever heard?
But no, it was a successful evening on the whole. Some of my younger cousins seemed rather bemused by the first footing ceremony.
That's the crossing the threshold thing.
That's right. A tall, dark stranger, in this case yours truly, comes through the front door on the stroke of New Year with a tray of items he's chosen to bring good luck.
What did you rustle up?
Oh, the standard. Piece of coal, a loaf, bottle of whiskey, a pelvis. And a selection of glands.
Glands.
Happiness is brisk secretion, as the old saying goes.
Does it, though?
In fairness, the tradition of not a word is spoken until the stranger has said Happy New Year was observed impeccably. If anything, people seemed a little overcautious about when they could speak again.
Well, Anthony, you will forget to bring them a lucky throat.
Do you know, I always like New Year. I find it a time of great excitement.
Yes. Do you?
Of course. New Year is the #1 time for drug overdoses, hypothermia, cycling accidents, and domestic murder. It's a giddy period. And what's that other one we always get loads of?
Yes, well, I hate New Year. I don't like having to remember what I've done with the previous 12 months. Sometimes I actually can't remember what I've done, though it's generally worse when I can.
Have you made any New Year's resolutions?
I'm trying to be more realistic with them these days, so I've only made the one.
What's that?
To be completely happy.
How's that going?
Shut up!
So, Ruth, when are we going to start doing something about having this baby?
In a few weeks, I suppose, once all the alcohol and bacon have filtered out of my system. You haven't told anyone, have you?
Of course not, Ruth. Mum's the word. Oh, Mum. I was just unintentionally witty.
Yes.
I can't tell you how proud I am that you want me to be the father. You still feel positive about the whole idea?
I've always wanted a baby. I want to know what it feels like to spend every waking hour thinking about someone who's not me. I want to know what my mother will complain about once I've actually given her a grandchild.
And you're still sure you want to have it with me?
I've given up on finding a husband, and don't put yourself down, Tony. You've got a lot of strong points.
My glands?
Are you still sure you're happy to have a child with me? I mean, you have already got one.
I sort of don't. I see nothing like as much of Margaret these days as I'd want. She hasn't let me x-ray her for years. I really do feel I'd like one more try at fatherhood.
I'm so glad we're doing this together. It's such a great thing for us to be doing.
I think it is. Two labourers in the field of death turning their hands to life.
Caring for someone, protecting them, laughing with them when they're happy and making things better when they're sad. It'll be so exciting to bring a new life into this world.
It is, after all, a pretty wonderful world.
Morning, Docs. Got a young man who committed suicide for you.
Suicide? Of course, that's the other big New Year favourite.
Thank you, Simon, although perhaps we'll let the coroner decide whether it was suicide.
Hey, fair enough. Although I think it's unlikely that someone who took a stack of sleeping pills, slashed his wrists and then jumped off a tall building died of frostbite.
So, you are now satisfied that your son is indeed, very sadly, dead.
This really is lovely tea, Professor. Oh, sorry, what did you say? Oh, yes, we've cleared all that confusion up now. Once they'd taken him away from me, I could see where I'd been going wrong.
I understand, Mrs. Wantage.
I've had a very strange few days. I could hear myself saying all these things about how David was still alive when I knew he was... Anyway, I'm back to normal. Now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you...
He was 24 years old, for goodness sakes. 24! His whole life ahead of him. Are you a religious man, Professor?
I am drawn to the sacred. For instance, I recently furnished my summer house with a second-hand pew.
Well, maybe you can answer me this, then. What kind of God takes my child away from me at the age of 24?
An innumerate one? Sorry. I probably shouldn't have attempted an answer there. I'm just trying to make things better.
Well, you can't, can you?
Hello there, Professor. Happy New Year to you. Ooh, having a nice cup of tea, I see. What's that your friend's drinking?
Gordon, I'm actually engaged in a rather delicate conversation with a grieving mother.
Hint taken, Professor. How can I help?
No, Gordon, I actually meant for you to... Well, Mrs. Wantage, this is Gordon, one of our lab assistants.
Can you relate to this, Gordon? A young man of 24.
I'm 24.
Easygoing, popular, not a care in the world.
Sounds like my kind of bloke.
Goes out to a New Year's Eve party for a few drinks and never comes home.
This is uncanny. See, I went to a New Year's Eve party for a few drinks. I haven't been home since either.
Gordon, this young man didn't come home from the party because he died.
The parallel still sort of works. I'm told that round about 7 p.m. on New Year's Day, I was close to death. Life's funny like that, though, isn't it? A doctor told me I've got the liver of a 70-year-old man and the kidneys of a 15-year-old rat. Yet I'll probably be around for ages.
Listen, I'm trying to sympathise with Mrs. Wantage here over the death of her son. And let me tell you, it's bloody hard work. You talking about your drunken exploits does not help me, and I'm sure Mrs. Wantage isn't interested either.
She might be. It might take her mind off things.
He is helping, actually.
See?
Oh, shut up.
Oh, please don't talk to him like that. He seems like a nice boy.
Well, he may not be the most reliable student, but he certainly does possess a certain...
It wasn't suicide.
I'm sorry?
David, he didn't commit suicide. Well, he wouldn't have, would he?
I haven't had a chance to speak to Sergeant Oliver or my colleagues yet, but I'm sure, well, I can't see...
Well, there may be some other reason for it. Something he couldn't have known about. An illness, an accident. I mean, that would make more sense. Whereas for him to have chosen to... Can I have another large cup of tea, please?
Famous grouse tea?
That's the one.
Are you absolutely sure about that?
It is a really very clear case of suicide.
That is a problem. I must admit that I was hoping, worst-case scenario, for murder.
Murder, indeed. You sound like a younger version of me, before all the fancifulness and hope was bludgeoned out.
What's the problem with suicide?
Well, apart from the appalling human tragedy of it, you mean?
That's right.
I don't want to tell Mrs. Wantage that's what happened.
I know it isn't easy to inform a mother that her son has killed himself, but that's what we have to do. Calmly, simply, and without going into excessive medical detail, as I may have been guilty of in the past.
Not in this case. It was hard enough to get her to accept that he's dead at all. If we tell her it was suicide, it'll tip her over the edge. We have to protect her. No, telling her exactly what happened would be very difficult. I haven't got the stomach for it.
No, well, if that's your worry, it's right here. Let me just put it in a dish for you.
Anthony, when will you learn about the existence of metaphor?
Graham, I'm sure we both sympathise with her, but it was suicide. What else can we tell her?
I want to present to Mrs. Wantage an explanation less horrifically blunt and meaningless than suicide.
This may not be a fashionable view, but I really appreciate suicide. It often produces the most fascinating fatal wounds. What with the awkward angles and the flinching and so on. And there's something more personal about a suicide somehow. It's like the victim giving me a little gift. They're saying, I don't want my life anymore, Dr. Webster. You have it. Well, I can understand Mrs. Wanted seeing things differently.
You are a sensitive soul.
Graham, how big a lie should we go with? I mean, can we tell her cats ate him?
I don't want us to lie. I want us to look beyond the mere facts and find a deeper, more compassionate truth. We must show that woman that her son's life was not a waste. Give her reasons to believe her existence is still worthwhile. To put it in its absolute simplest, I want you to define the meaning of life.
That sounds really appealing.
I don't want to be defeatist.
Oh, fine. Don't bother then. I don't know why I imagined you two would be up to the job. A ghoul and a misanthrope. What would you pair know about nurturing life, about protecting someone, looking after them, giving them succour?
If you let me finish, Graham, I was going to say, I don't want to be defeatist, so I won't be. I think we can do it, don't you, Anthony?
Yes, and actually I think my tone of voice came out wrong. I meant to say, that sounds really appealing. Sounds really appealing. We can do it.
Afternoon, Chloe. Here's the paperwork for the Wantage case. See you soon, then.
Simon, see you soon, then. That doesn't sound like you. No clumsy flirtation, no cod police comment along the lines of, you have the right to remain silent, but if you choose to offer me a cup of tea, anything I drink can and should contain milk and 1 sugar.
Just not myself today, Chloe.
Feeling queasy again, are you?
Between you and me, Chloe, it's more than that. Do you ever wonder what's the point of it all? I mean, I've been this mortuary's Metropolitan Police liaison officer for 4 years now, and sure, when I started, I found the sight of dead bodies deeply harrowing. But over time, and as the weeks and months have gone by, absolutely nothing has changed. Shouldn't I have got used to it by now?
Yes. 6 months was okay, but after that it's been pathetic.
Exactly. So why do I carry on? This isn't a life. I didn't join the police to spend 4 years fainting on widowers.
Can't you just get a transfer?
I've applied many times, but my boss wants me here. He very much sees me as a puker.
Why is he like that with you?
Well, I don't really fit in at the police. I suffer from Graham Lasso syndrome. You know, the footballer.
The one with the teeth?
Yeah, that's him. He was always ostracised in changing rooms because he read The Guardian. It's eerily similar to my situation.
What do you do that other policemen don't like?
I read. I don't see what I can do about it. I don't want to leave the police. Maybe the only way out is to get so traumatised by this place that I have to be sectioned.
Keep it to yourself, but I'm wondering if I might move on pretty soon.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
I think this job's beginning to do weird things to me.
Weird things?
Last weekend, Liam and I were watching a DVD of that Johnny Depp film about Jack the Ripper. From Hell, it's called. We didn't look at the box properly and assumed it was a US teen comedy about a nasty supply teacher or something. Anyway, halfway through the film, Liam hits pause because apparently I'm complaining too much about the lack of detail in a prosthetic uterus. Now, knowing my job is one thing, but I don't want to turn into a Dr. Webster.
Or a Dr. Anderson.
Simon, that's sick.
Sorry, yes. So, you applying for other posts, then?
Well, I need a reference from the prof, really, but any hint that I might leave and he'll be devastated. It'll be hard for me to go while he's still here. Although, actually, I have heard a rumour that he might be retiring.
Really? Where'd you get that from?
It's one of the items in the new Wicked Whispers section in the Lancet. I'm pretty sure it refers to him. And it'd hardly be a surprise. Being in charge of Dr. Webster and Dr. Anderson would drive anyone to Eastbourne.
Quite.
So, if that happens, maybe that can make my mind up for me. After all, I never intended to stay here as long as I have. It's a nice enough job, but if I'm not careful, people will think I'm passionate about it.
Would that be bad?
I'm a secretary, Simon. Sullen and indifferent, yes. Passionate, no.
So, this Mr. Wantage business then, what's a nicer way of telling his mother your son committed suicide?
Your son did himself in?
That's not appreciably nicer.
Except that it sort of sounds like he did it by pummeling himself, which is quite an amusing image. Trying to dodge his own fists and hold himself back. Leave it, Mr. Wantage, I'm not worth it.
Still don't think that's the angle, Gordon. What about saying it was Harikiri? Does Mrs. Wantage speak Japanese?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Great. Then there's a chance you wouldn't know what we're talking about.
Ruth, we're meant to be showing how responsible and considerate we can be, remember? No, I think our best way forward is to explain more, not less.
What do you mean, Doc?
Suicide is a very wishy-washy umbrella term, a bit like religion, or offal. It covers things in pathology that don't really belong together. Drowning and poison, are they in the same group? I don't think so.
How does any of this help, Anthony?
What will upset Mrs. Wantage are her son's motives, so we need to take the emphasis off what this chap was intending to do and onto simply what happened. When did he die? How much ibuprofen was in his bloodstream? And what sort of trauma did his sternum suffer on impact with the pavement? That's the tactful approach.
Out of your mind?
What?
I'd feel like jumping off a tall building myself if I was told all that about my son. What else were you going to suggest? Making her a post-mortem photo album?
No.
Do you understand anything about people's feelings?
Of course I do, and it's for that reason I believe in always giving everyone the full facts.
I can imagine. Yeah, I'm picturing you now, cradling a small baby in your arms, telling her there's no Santa Claus, and that despite what everyone else says, she's really ugly.
Well, what do you suggest, then?
We've got to try to explain to Mrs. Wantage why her son did what he did. We've got to try to get inside his head.
But we did that this morning.
Metaphor.
Right.
I mean, people always talk about suicide if it were a sort of delusional thing, but maybe there are perfectly understandable reasons to top yourself.
Like what?
Well, I've never thought about it, but off the top of my head, low self-esteem, a sense of futility of life, feelings of rejection, depression, self-loathing, guilt, London house prices, getting old, loneliness, small children on public transport, Beau Selector, putting on tights, Centre Parks, Tim Henman, ITV2, genocide, June Sa Pong, people who say, nice one, my fat ankles, just the sheer bloody boredom of it all, cyclists, DFS, mouth ulcers, and the nagging sense that life is no more than an elaborate version of a poor Channel 5 hidden camera prank show. Oh, and the young.
Not that you've ever thought about it.
No.
So we're basically going to comfort Mrs. Wantage by telling her that her son killed himself, and rightly so.
Don't be so childish, Anthony. That's not what I meant at all.
Well, it sounded very much like that to me.
Oh, and I suppose you think your suggestion was better.
I do, as it happens, yes. Not that you have the sense to see it.
Guys. Listen to me for a second. Has anyone got any crisps? Never mind. Listen, I'll have some chocolate raisins. You're funny when you disagree. It's like watching two people simultaneously trying to whisk an egg. It's not much fun for the egg, mind.
Gordon has a point. Perhaps, Ruth, we're not cut out for eggs.
So, yeah, maybe we shouldn't take this project on, at least not together.
Best just to do the things where you really know what you're doing.
Sounds good to me. Then again, if I only did things where I knew what I was doing, I'd spend my whole life sitting on the toilet making popcorn.
Why can't I think of a solution to this Mrs. Wantage business? Normally I'd be able to come up with 10 ideas in an hour. 8 of them wouldn't be any good, but 2 of them would be fine. In almost a week now, and nothing. Perhaps I'm losing my powers.
Afternoon, Prof. I need a few signatures from you, if that's okay. Prof? Eastbourne, here we come.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chloe. I was absorbed in my cheese plants.
You're paying them a lot of attention at the moment.
Oh, just keeping my fingers green.
I find the winter months rather frustrating horticulturally. But I'm looking forward to spending a lot more time in my garden in the near future.
Are you indeed, Professor?
Chloe, I've been meaning to discuss something with you. I'm approaching a very difficult moment in my professional life. I'm sure you know what I'm referring to.
I do, as it happens.
It's a somewhat daunting prospect, to be frank. I have to be able to justify and validate a man's whole life. A man who will forever now be regarded as a quitter and a coward, a freak and a failure.
That may well be how many people remember him, yes. But you can't think of it like that. If anyone asked me, I'd say he didn't give up. He didn't choose to fail. He made the best fist of it he could for as long as he could stand it.
That's very generous. But I need a better explanation than that.
Then my explanation would be this, Graham. When you consider what that man had to put up with, he didn't jump. He was pushed.
Oh, that's it, Chloe. That's the way I've got to play it. Thank you. I feel so much better about it all now.
Oh, I'm pretty happy about it for my own reasons. And it sounds like I'd better start the whip round for that gold watch.
Indeed you had, Chloe. Indeed you... Gold watch? Anthony, Ruth, is Mrs. Wantage here yet?
She's not, no. Perhaps she's taken the odd decision to miss out on the chance of hearing a lengthy description of her son's death.
She may be a little mentally unstable, Ruth, but she's not stupid.
Are you going to tell her it was suicide after all?
Certainly not. Never fear, team. Your professor has power-walked to the rescue again with the perfect plan. Ah, here she comes. Mrs. Wantage, how nice to see you again, but, well, not nice as such, given the...
Can we just get on with it, please?
Of course. And this is your...
Norman Wantage. I was David's father.
Mr. Wantage.
Please, can we just do this?
Of course. If you'll both follow me.
I'm going to stay here, in fact.
Oh. Well, of course. If you'd find it easier. Mrs. Wantage, through here then, please.
I'm Dr. Anderson and this is Dr. Webster, by the way. We're the pathologist who did the post-mortem on your son. Our condolences and so on.
Why didn't you want to go with your wife?
Well, what'll be the point? I know what he's going to tell us. It was suicide.
Right. Well?
Well, what? Well, the police officer who found him told me and Angie that it was suicide.
Sorry, so your wife knows it was suicide?
Well, yes, of course. When I say that, the poor woman's only just started admitting it to herself. That's why I brought her in today, you know. I figure hearing the truth from a professional might bring her back to reality.
Yes. It's a complicated business, though, pathology, so when you say hearing the truth...
Well, he's hardly going to lie to her, is he?
No! The idea!
See, there was a stage a couple of days ago when I thought she might be going the other way, deluding herself about what happened. People were telling me if she didn't snap out of it soon, she might need help. You know, maybe go to a clinic or an institution. And until she sorted herself out, I was beginning to think, but maybe they were right.
Ruth, should we go and see if everything's all right with Professor Donaldson?
Good idea.
And do you want to know what seeing my wife like this has made me think about my son, Dr. Webster?
At some stage, certainly.
Can you guess what my feelings are about him, Dr. Anderson?
Can I go and have a think about it?
I think he was a stupid, selfish little bastard.
Fair enough. And now, might we...
Now, why did he do it? We gave him everything he could have wanted. Love, affection, freedom, and discipline. And what does he do? He throws it all away because he thinks his life is worthless.
We should leave you alone for a moment.
Yes, we'll just leave by this, the nearest door.
Do you think life is worthless? Do you?
Of course not.
Do you think it's better to give up than keep on trying?
No, I do not.
Of course you don't, and that's what any fool would think. It's better to make mistakes than not have a go in the first place and so on. There's no other way to live.
Mr. Wantage has a good point, don't you think, Ruth?
I do, Tony. What he's perhaps saying is basically, if in doubt, have a go.
You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. I'm not suggesting I would actually break your eggs with my... It's more a question of taking a leap. Not a literal leap, Mr. Wantage, obviously.
I'm just glad I was able to make a difference for you.
Graham, now, what have you just said to Mrs. Wantage about...
Norman, it's just like I always knew. Professor Donaldson's just told me that Davy didn't kill himself.
Is that right?
No, he didn't jump. He was pushed.
Oh, God.
Of course our boy couldn't have done something like that. I mean, how could I have let myself think he did? And when he explained that the injuries to his wrist had come from watering some extremely sharp cheese plants, well, it all just made sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's great news, dear. What a relief. I just wish I'd come with you, because I'd love to have heard what the professor actually said.
I could give you my speech again, but somehow it wouldn't be quite the same as what your wife heard.
No, I'm sure it wouldn't. Well, we'd better be off, I think. Thank you for your understanding, Professor. Doctors.
Professor Donaldson, you have done me the greatest kindness any man has ever done. Ooh, I'm feeling all dizzy, Norman.
Oh, come on, dear. I'll look after you. Or somebody else will.
Graham, do you...
Don't spoil my moment. I've done a good thing here.
Afternoon, all. Got another body for you folk to take off my hands and, if possible, out of my nightmares. How are we all?
Ruth and I are very well, I think, aren't we, Ruth?
Absolutely, Tony. I think we're going to have a very full year.
Professor Donaldson, on the other hand, may have just accidentally consigned a mildly distressed woman to a nut house. But that aside, he's fine, aren't you, Graham?
Indeed I am, Anthony. Indeed I am. Nut house?
I'm sorry. So, this woman is going to get sectioned despite the fact that she's not genuinely crackers?
That's right.
Some people have all the luck.
You have been listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy and Gus Brown, Felicity Montague and Kim Wall. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead.
Ah, yes, that's a very good question, Ruth, and of course one to which there are many possible answers. Let me for a moment draw your attention to the blood sample under my microscope here. You'll notice, I'm sure, the very low white blood cell count, and I think I'm right in detecting also a touch of histiocytosis. Now, I wonder if perhaps that sheds some light on the matter that you raised.
Okay, but can we get back to the specific question I actually asked you?
Remind me what that was?
When are we going to make a baby?
Oh, that's right.
You can't keep avoiding this, Anthony. I want a child and you volunteered to be the surrogate father, but so far we've done nothing towards taking the all-important first step.
Ah, the issue of how to get my manly sap introduced into your female compartment.
What are you talking like that for?
Like what?
Manly sap, female compartment. You don't usually shy away from graphic bodily terms. You use the word vagina in conversation more than any man I've ever met.
That's because I'm a pathologist. I use the word when I'm at work.
Not exclusively. Your valedictory lecture at your aunt's funeral was peppered with it.
Well, I just don't feel it's an appropriate word in this context.
Oh, it's because it's us, isn't it? You're actually embarrassed about referring to our sexual organs, Tony. That's so sweet.
It's a really intimate thing we're doing. That's why I find it hard to be clinical about our places.
Oh, it's so cute the way you didn't say genitalia there. Look, I don't want this to be cold and emotionless either. It's really important to me that however we arrange it, the conception is a private and precious event, not some distasteful, undignified shambles. Otherwise we might as well just have sex.
Quite.
All the moments in my life that I wanted to be special have ended up as fiascos. You know, my first kiss lasted 10 hours after my tongue got wedged into Harvey McNamee's braces. And on my 30th birthday, a game of Pictionary got out of hand and I was arrested for blasphemy. But this has to be different. If we get this right, we could share something really beautiful and loving.
I agree.
Great. So if you can just churn out a cup of semen at some point today, get on with it.
Will do.
Oh, isn't it such a relief to have something other than work in our lives? This can be our number one priority, Tony.
I must say, this is one of the most fascinating batches of tissue samples I've ever seen. Have a look. This liver section is highly abnormal. There's both severe hemochromatosis and portal hypertension. And how about this? German measles, eh? Good old-fashioned 1970s German measles. The old viral infections are always the best. Quite a happy coincidence, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, to have all these different fascinatingly ill people in the hospital at the same time.
Oh, sorry, I thought I'd explain. The samples are all from one woman.
But that's impossible. Such a woman could only exist in dreams. How could one woman have had such a perfect combination of estimable diseases?
You talk like she's dead.
She's not dead?
She's just been admitted into intensive care.
I have to meet her.
Chloe, I have just heard a rumour that you are going to love.
This wouldn't by any chance be the rumour that Professor Donaldson's about to retire.
Actually, no. It's the rumour that you can get edible moss. But I have just heard about the Professor too. Is that quite an old bit of gossip then?
I'd say it's roughly of the you'll never believe it, Elton John is gay era.
You're always so far ahead of the game.
I'm the Professor's personal assistant, Gordon. It's my job to keep track of every little piece of tittle-tattle about him that's doing the rounds. Also, in this case, I'm the one that spread it.
So it's true then, the Professor actually told you he was retiring?
Certainly did. Well, not in so many words, but I've definitely picked up a few broad hints, a contestant application form for flog it on his desk, that sort of thing. And he'd have denied it by now if it wasn't true. Word spread like wildfire in the last week or so. He must have cottoned on.
Good afternoon, Gordon. Chloe, you both look in terrific fettle today.
Afternoon, Professor.
You look pretty cheery yourself, Prof.
Oh, it's the oddest thing. It's as if something's happened in the last week or so to make me the most popular man in the hospital. There seems to be an atmosphere, in this department particularly, of extraordinary optimism and jollity. Normally indolent people now greet me with smiles and back slaps and hip-hip huzzahs.
There's a pretty obvious explanation for that, isn't there?
Yes, I suppose there is. My innate personal allure. Although, of course, I wouldn't want to blow my own trumpet.
Doesn't sound like you need to. Everyone's fighting to get their lips around your mouthpiece.
Yes. Quite. Well, that's more than enough self-congratulation for now. I must return to my work and see what fresh, important challenges life has in store for me.
Oh, there's some post for you, Professor.
Oh, thank you. A Saga Holidays brochure and a catalogue for luxury slippers. Thank you, Chloe.
Oh, hello there, Simon. Don't often see you around this part of the hospital.
No, that's true. I really am your classic outpatient. Can I help you at all, Dr. Webster?
No. I'm just on my way through there, actually, to see someone in intensive care.
Can't let you do that, I'm afraid.
What?
There is currently a police cordon around the patient in this particular room.
A police cordon consisting of you?
Yes.
Why on earth is there a police cordon?
The person in this room, whom I cannot name for security reasons...
Mrs. Dorothy Barton.
That's right. Well, if you know who she is, you'll know why I'm here.
Ah, right. You're a big fan of rare liver diseases.
I'm here because Dorothy Barton is something of a celebrity, Dr. Webster. She's particularly well known in the charity field for setting up funds relating to each of the illnesses she suffers from.
How many funds has she set up?
Around about 32. There's a cancer one, a multiple sclerosis one. Her most recent one relates to something called Madeleine's disease.
Madeleine's disease? That's my all-time favourite disease. Does she actually have the large accumulation of fatty deposits around her neck?
She does, yes.
Oh, this woman is too perfect.
She also found fame as an inspirational figure. And the fact that she's still alive and battling on against such astonishing odds and so on. The Daily Mail called her the Ellen MacArthur of infirmity. And, there was that Channel 4 programme about her, the woman who went up a hill but came down with typhoid. Rabies, meningitis, hepatitis C, acute respiratory distress syndrome, and mumps.
So why won't you let me see her?
Turns out she's quite poorly. What with that and all her fans trying to crowd in, I'm under strict instructions to admit no one.
Oh, please let me through. The chance to meet someone living with all the pathological conditions she has may never come round again.
I'm sorry, Dr. Webster.
Oh, fine. You have your little moment of triumph then, Simon. She must be a pretty cushy posting for you, given your problems with dead bodies.
No, not really. I've still been copiously unwell, because at the end of the day, whether it comes from the living or from the dead, pus is pus.
I really don't see why I have to do this now.
Anthony, it's hardly the most taxing chore. Most blokes would have had half a dozen goes by this stage.
I've just been very busy.
Yes, I've noticed, and deeply flattering it is that you prefer being hunched over Dorothy Barton's stool samples to the idea of impregnating me.
She has fascinating feces. You don't appreciate what an extraordinary opportunity that woman represents. One almost never gets the opportunity to study some of the diseases she has in a living host.
Nonetheless, if she can survive acute pneumonia, I'm sure she can survive you disappearing to the toilet for 5 minutes.
Well, maybe, but this isn't very dignified. You were saying you want the whole process to feel comfortable. Well, I'm hardly going to feel comfortable doing it in this toilet.
Why not?
For one thing, it's the ladies.
If you want to risk the faulty catch in the gents next to the HIV clinic, you're more than welcome.
Why can't I do it later in the privacy of my own home?
Because you've already had 3 days and you've produced nothing. Here's a beaker and some literature to help you on your way. You'll be fine.
Oh, no, hang on. We haven't discussed whether there's anything from our professional experience that we could bring to bear here. Is there a good technique for maximising the penetrativeness
Get
of...
on with it. I'll come and fetch you in a few minutes.
Right. Better have a go, then. Here's a perfectly pleasant-looking young woman. I particularly like this pose. It's very coquettish. And it really illustrates the flexibility and strength of the human spine. That is one mighty fine columna vertebralis. Right, that's not working. Let's try something else. Now, this is more like it. 2 ladies frolicking about in some mud. Suddenly they see me watching them, and they know just what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they're in real danger of contracting trench foot. I wonder if anyone's tested Dorothy Barton for trench foot. Oh, come on, Anthony. Mustn't think about pathology. Mustn't think about pathology. Think sexy thoughts. Think about the sexy bits of women. Breasts. Thighs. The neck. The way the neck can swell with fatty deposits from the influence of Madeline's... Oh, this is useless! All right, Ruth, will you give me a moment in here? I hope you're not going to be this impatient with our child, telling it exactly when it's allowed to smile or gurgle. Well, you've broken the mood now. I might as well come out.
Hello, Dr. Webster.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Tony. Sorry I didn't come to fetch you. I got distracted by an old man's wig.
That's all right, Ruth. There's something perhaps I ought to tell you.
Oh, never mind about that. Have you got anything for me?
I'm sorry, Ruth. I failed.
What? Why?
Because I couldn't... This is a very uncomfortable thing to discuss. As I've got older, I found fewer and fewer things motivate me in that area. When you've done as many autopsies as I have on Tory MPs, male sexuality seems a mixed blessing. To be absolutely honest, I've never understood why so many men are keen on that form of self-expression. It seems to me you have to be both very imaginative and very bored. That's got to be a rare combination.
So how is this going to happen, then?
I know it's far from ideal, but couldn't we just have sex?
Well, if you're not going to take things seriously...
Look, it'll sort itself out sooner or later, I'm sure. Now, I'd like to get back to Dorothy Barton.
Oh, fine. You gallivant off and see your critically ill girlfriend.
She's not my girlfriend, Ruth. She's a once-in-a-lifetime patient, and I would always regret it if I didn't give myself to her 100%. Besides, if you remember, I've still not been allowed to meet her. I asked Graham to intervene, but he's been about as useful as an appendix.
Well, he's a lame duck now, isn't he? Because by all accounts, he's on the verge of retiring.
Ah, you've heard that rumour too?
Yeah, it's definitely true. I read about it on the wall of the ladies' toilet.
Yes, that's where I saw it. To be fair to Graham, there's probably nothing he could have done about access anyway. Simon's being very strict. It's her surgeon and her agent only, I believe.
And her faith healer, if he ever turns up.
Oh, yes. That's right.
It's really frustrating that we're not making progress with this, Tony. I suppose at least if nothing's happening, our privacy can't be threatened.
Ah.
What?
This is what I was going to tell you just now. When I was in the toilet, I did accidentally end up telling someone what we're doing.
Tony!
But I insisted that she has to be discreet about it, and I'm pretty confident she will be.
She? Oh no, I hope you didn't tell...
Oh.
There they are, everyone!
The prospective parents.
You pair of sly lovebirds.
They're not actually going to have sex, are they? Are you?
No, I imagine Ruth's going to use a turkey baster.
Make sure to sterilise it first, because I've heard bad stories.
Or maybe you should use a water pistol. I saw a kid with one of those big pump-action ones. I mean, that would be ideal.
Oh, look at Ruth. She's overcome with the sheer emotion of it.
What do you want?
Oh, some Post-its.
And what's made you decide to ask me?
Well, I didn't. It's just that this is the stationery cupboard, so...
Have some pink ones.
Ruth, I sense that you're upset.
I'm not upset, Graham. I'm just having a bit of a hide.
You didn't want your decision to have a baby made public, did you? But it's out there now, so you might as well shout about it from the rooftops. I, for one, applaud you, Ruth. I think what you're doing is brave and magnificent. And I want to support you in every way I can.
Thank you.
If I may be, impertinent, has the process already begun?
Not yet.
Then this is perhaps the perfect moment to ask you one question. Are you sure you're doing as well for yourself and your baby as you possibly can?
What do you mean?
I simply want you to be aware of your options. Anthony would make for a very solid donor in many ways, but is he the best available? Why settle for Asda own brand? When you could have Tesco's finest.
Graham, would you mind standing a bit further away from me?
I'm sorry, Ruth, but I can't. It's a very small room. Look, I know I'm not the most youthful of men, but I could offer a genetic legacy of unparalleled distinction. For instance, my family has a distant but provable connection to the Fernley Whitting stalls. My great-grandfather was in the Royal Engineers and helped them win the FA Cup. We Donaldsons are the finest breeding stock on two legs.
You've got some nerve talking like this.
It's not nerve. It's a newfound confidence brought on by the positive atmosphere that surrounds me at the moment.
Positive atmosphere? Yeah, well, that's what happens when everyone finds out you're about to retire.
What do you mean? Everyone finds out I'm about to retire.
Well, maybe that's something you didn't want to be made public, Graham, but now it is. You might as well at least mutter something out of an attic window.
I'm sorry. You're saying that the reason everyone's being nice to me is because they've all heard I'm going to retire?
That's right.
Rather than say, well, I don't know, that they've all simultaneously realised that the 4-year-long error of their ways and collectively concluded that I'm a dude.
Not quite my sense of things, but what do you care anyway? You'll soon be long gone. I'm going back to work. Are you coming?
No, I might stay here for a moment. To reflect. Perhaps toy thoughtfully with a bulldog clip. And drink a big glass of Tipex.
Hello, what have we got here?
Praise be, my child. I have come across the ocean to bring hope and healing to my dear friend Dorothy Barton. For I am a faith healer who harnesses the flow of spiritual energies to bring about miracles of recuperation in a way that flouts basic medical common sense. I am the cleric of cures, and this explains why I must wear a cowl that obscures my face almost completely. Let me through so that healing may commence.
Afternoon, Dr. Webster.
Damn it, how did you know?
I believe Mrs. Barton's faith healer is actually a Malaysian gentleman, and also it was just obviously you.
Is there nothing I can offer you to change your mind?
My job has its ups and downs, Dr. Webster. Sometimes the downs may outweigh the ups. And sometimes the downs may seem to consist almost exclusively of getting your police helmet sterilised after you've been sick in it. But on the plus side... Oh.
How about 50 quid and some porn?
Yeah, all right, in you go.
OK, then. This is it. I'm going in. Mrs. Barton? Dorothy?
Is that Najib?
No. I'm Dr. Anthony Webster. I just want to say that I'm such a big fan of yours.
Oh, well, it's always nice to meet people who appreciate my charity work.
I'm a fan of that too, certainly, but I've never come across anyone who has such an extraordinary array of infections and syndromes.
I never think of myself as unwell.
You're too modest. Because trust me, you're really, really ill. There's enough disease in your bowels alone to last most people a lifetime.
The doctors tell me I have Crohn's disease, but I've always thought that the symptoms suggest ulcerative colitis.
Seriously now, have you been reading my notes? I wonder if you'd also agree with me that some of the assumptions about the condition of your lungs may not be...
Look, we don't just have to chat about me, you know. I'm not that interesting. I mean, how are you feeling?
Me? Well, I'm okay. Not great, actually, as it happens.
Tell me about it.
All right. Seeing as it's you, a colleague and I decided a while ago that we'd have a baby. We're not a couple, but we both want a child, and we're both single. But I've been having real problems with the practical business of providing her with a sample of my semen.
Okay.
I just can't bring myself to do it. The idea makes me feel cold and functional, like a rented Nissan.
I understand. Your problem is that you're thinking about what you have to do rather than why you're doing it.
Do you think?
That's what keeps me alive. I think about the life I have rather than the life my sickness stops me having. You need to think hard about what you really want.
Thank you so much, Dorothy. You are the most extraordinary woman. Like a cross between Oprah Winfrey and a singing detective. I should let you rest now.
Well, it's nice to meet you, and good luck.
I'll come and see you again soon.
Is there something I can do for you, Mrs. Barton?
That man who was just in here.
Dr. Webster?
Never let him anywhere near me again.
Why not?
I'm lying here, consumed by agony, my body a harp upon which pain may finger out its every tune. And he's just spent the last 10 minutes banging on about how difficult he finds it to have a wank.
Hello there, Dr. A.
Gordon.
Got to say it again. I think it's great that you and Dr. W are having a baby.
Yes, thank you.
So, have you actually got hold of the goods yet?
No.
Oh, well, I'm sure Dr. W will sort you out. Although, if you want me to chip in, you've only to ask.
Are they all going to offer?
Actually, thinking about it, I think I've got a tub of mine on me.
Have you? Why's that?
Oh, you know, can't remember. Something to do with a night out I had at TFI Fridays. I'm pretty sure it's mine, though. Do you want to take it just as a backup, or...?
You know what? Maybe I will, Gordon. After all, I think Anthony's always going to be a very busy man.
No worries. I'll just dig it out of my bag.
If that's what I think it is, Gordon, you can put it away.
Anthony?
Yes, Ruth? We're all systems go.
You may just have saved me from a very strange fate.
Yeah, that's true, actually, because now I look at it properly, it might well be Thousand Island dressing.
Here's your paperwork for this evening, Professor. I've marked the urgent stuff. And don't forget your meeting with the registrar's been moved to 9:30. I'll see you in the morning, Professor. Professor?
Chloe, I'm going to be announcing tomorrow that I intend to take early retirement.
What? That's amazing. I'm flabbergasted. Where did you get this idea into your head?
It had never occurred to me before this afternoon.
Well, I can honestly say this comes as a total surprise to... What?
Luckily, it seems my involvement in the decision process wasn't necessary. Indeed, just as it was with my halitosis episode, I appear to have been the last one to find out.
Are you seriously telling me that you never had any intention of retiring until you heard rumours that you were and now you are?
I think that's what I'm saying.
So why have you decided to now?
You know, when governments want to implement a really controversial policy, they leak an even more unpopular version beforehand so that when the real thing comes out, everyone's relieved. I'm fearful of provoking the opposite reaction. Having been led to believe that I was going to retire, if people now found out that I wasn't, morale could plummet.
But you're not going to retire just because other people want you to.
I've really enjoyed being popular. I've got used to it. I don't want to lose it. It's like when you get a dishwasher. It's very hard to go back.
Don't be so soft.
You know what? I'd actually like to find out who came up with this rumour and thank them.
Right.
Chloe?
I didn't come up with the rumour, but I may have sent out the odd round-robin email.
So where did it start?
I can't even remember now.
I'm not surprised. It's never easy to discover the true source of rumours. They're like quotations, or the Nile.
I feel a bit guilty about all this, inasmuch as, by spreading an unfounded bit of hearsay, I've ended up forcing you out of your job.
It's all right. Retirement will be good for me. I'll be able to... Well, I'll certainly have more time for... And listen, if I'm not here anymore, I can stop worrying about what people think of me. I'll try to stop anyway. No, it'll be good. And the time I have left here should be fairly undemanding because I'll have nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing. Which, of course, could make me a more dangerous player than anyone could possibly imagine.
Here we are then, me and 50 million mini Antonys. Right. Might as well just get on with it. It's a perfectly straightforward procedure after all. I do much more unpleasant things at work every single day, and now I'm thinking about autopsies, which doesn't help. Don't be a pathetic girl about this, Ruth. That's what your father would have said if he could see you now. I really hope my father can't see me now.
Hello?
Tony, it's me.
Hi, Ruth. Is everything all right?
Yeah, fine. Just rang for a chat. I'm finding it a bit difficult to...
It's all right. I'm here. I'm there. I'm here. I'm near.
This hasn't really worked out the way we hoped, has it?
I'm sorry I was so inattentive. I promise I won't let my work life dominate if all goes to plan.
So where are you now?
At work. It's very exciting. Dorothy Barton may have bird flu. Sorry, did you need me to help things along there somehow?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Establish a romantic mood for you? Do you want me to come over, maybe?
No. I don't think so. Thank you, Tony, but no. And anyway, there's a little part of you right here by my side.
Ruth, that's such a lovely thing to... You're talking about the beaker of my...
Yes. I'll see you tomorrow, Tony.
Okay. Hope you have a productive evening.
Oh, didn't notice that.
You have one new message.
Hello, Dr. Anderson. This is Sergeant Oliver here. I was just ringing to congratulate you and offer my support for you and Dr. Webster having a baby. I'm sure you've probably had a few infantile comments from some of our colleagues, so I'll just say that I'm really pleased for both of you. And that if you were considering other possible donors, I don't want to press my own claims here, but I would strongly recommend a couple of big healthy lads I know in the traffic division.
You have been listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy, Gus Brown and Joanna Brooks. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler, and Jeffrey Whitehead.
This could be it. I've been at this pathology department for nearly 9 years, and in that time, we haven't had a single one. I'd all but given up hope, but there is every chance that this sorry individual before us now could be our first murder.
Ruth, I know you don't like it when I present new initiatives to you, but threatening to murder me seems unwarranted.
And besides, if I did murder you, there'd probably be some fiddly rule meaning I wasn't allowed to autopsy you either, wouldn't there?
Welcome to Blair's Britain.
Graham, what is the point of embarking on one of your idiotic new schemes when you're retiring in a few months?
My impending retirement makes it all the more important. Before I decided to step down, my focus was always on the day-to-day running of this pathology department. But now, it's about my legacy. Will history be my friend? Or some hussy who doesn't remember me? Despite the fact that we met only 4 years previously at a conference and actually slept together. My question is, what exactly will I leave behind for others when I'm gone?
Have you checked your organ donor card? That should give you a pretty comprehensive list. Although the donor people are still rather unambitious to my eye, I'm really pressing them to give someone my face.
No disrespect, Doc, but I don't want your face.
Fair enough.
It's your liver I've got my eye on.
Gordon, that is unbelievably tactless. I mean, what's wrong with my liver? After all, I don't drink.
You don't at the moment, Ruth, because you're pregnant, of course.
And it's a change in my lifestyle I'm really enjoying.
Could we return to the subject of my legacy? I want my core philosophy to leave its distinctive imprint all over this department, like some intricately carved potato. And there is one initiative I've always wanted to implement, but till now I've lacked the sheer gumption.
What kind of draconian nonsense is it going to be this time? You want us to write an oratorio about every body we autopsy?
You're going to make us take all the bereaved relatives for a trip on a narrowboat.
They're going to stop me using lungs to bulk out my compost heap?
It's none of those things. Actually, I would like you to stop doing that last one. No, my initiative is this. I'm going to let you do whatever you want.
You see, exactly the kind of patronising, vindictive idea that only you could... What did he say?
The ultimate test of any manager is not how much he can control his charges, but how much he can empower them. And I think you've been in Professor Donaldson's nursery for long enough now for me to release you into the wild.
But you don't actually mean that we can do whatever we like, surely?
Oh, but I do. I intend to absent myself from the hospital for a period of a fortnight, during which you can do all your post-mortems and biopsies entirely free from my interference.
I don't want to look into this too deeply for fear it'll turn out to be some beautiful dream, but why? From the day you arrived, you interfered in everything we do. We even maybe changed the way I drink my tea.
Although you yourself did eventually concede that a rib was not an appropriate stirrer.
2 years ago, perhaps, I would never have suggested it. You wouldn't have been up to it, and I, to be candid, was too much of a control freak. But we've all matured. This guy right here's been given a few bloody noses, and it's chastened him. I know the old top-down approach won't work anymore. I can't just say to my people, I am the leader, follow me. I've got to lecture less and listen more. In short, I'm giving you the chance to show me that I can now trust you completely.
I am so excited about this, Prof.
Sorry, Gordon, I should have said this doesn't apply to you. In fact, if I'm going to be away from the hospital, can you ring me to prove you're not drunk at least once an hour?
Righto.
This will be good practice for you, Anthony. Ruth, because once I have retired, you will have to carry on the project of Donaldsonism without me. So... do you think you could possibly face 2 whole weeks without me at your elbow?
Yes. Shall we start now?
We'll start right now. Get out!
Afternoon, Chloe. I've got some post for you.
Oh, afternoon, Sergeant Oliver. Why are you delivering the post?
Because Colin, your regular postman, is delivering dead bodies to the mortuary.
Some kind of job swap day, is it?
No, he just took pity on me when he saw that I was weeping uncontrollably and gnawing my wrists. I think I prefer post. When it comes to lightness, handleability and ooze,
Male beats cadavers, hands down.
You should tell your bosses all about this. It might help you get that sick leave you're after.
Unfortunately, it would have the opposite effect. The police consider my squeamishness about corpses exceedingly rational. If ever I get used to them, that's when they'll believe I'm disturbed. The whole thing's like a Kafka novel, only with more retching. Here's your post, anyway.
Oh, this is the one I've been waiting for. Oh, that's ridiculous.
What is it?
I didn't get the job I applied for.
You're really going to leave, then?
Yeah, and I assumed I'd be going to Patax, the Indian food company, because I did a brilliant interview. I know for a fact that they loved my idea for a celebrity endorsement campaign.
And what was that?
Burt Bacharach's Patax Attack.
Yeah, well, you can never tell with these things. It's probably just a one-off bit of bad luck.
It's the third time I've missed out this month. All them jobs I was perfectly qualified for. How I didn't get that position at IKEA, I'll never know. Having worked in pathology, I had more experience of coping with hysteria and misery than the rest of the candidates put together.
So why does this keep happening?
I can't think of a reason. I mean, look at my recent CV. 6 months working in a stationer's, followed by 5 months working in an optician's, followed by 4 years working in a mortuary. What could put people off about that?
Oh, hello, Simon, Chloe. I'm off now. My trial absence from the department will begin from tomorrow. Joanne and I have rented a remote cottage in Pembrokeshire, so I'll only be contactable on my mobile.
Have a nice break, and don't worry, I'll keep them in line. Actually, I might go and get the docs. I think they said they wanted to take photos of you leaving.
So, Professor, I hear you're letting Dr. Webster and Dr. Anderson run things for a couple of weeks.
Yes, Simon. That's what I've told them.
Do I sense, though, that that's not necessarily quite the case?
How very perceptive of you.
Not really. You were winking at me quite violently.
Keep it to yourself, but I'm not going to Pembrokeshire at all. In fact, I'm going to be coming into work just as usual.
What are you up to, Professor?
I'm guarding my legacy, Simon. I need to find out what problems will arise in this department after my retirement, but be able to deal with them before I retire. So, I'm about to adopt the role of an unseen observer of Anthony and Ruth, Chloe and Gordon. I shall become as invisible as a spy's ink. I will be the professor of dark corners.
I once did a bit of police undercover work posing as a pimp. So, if you need to borrow a tweed jacket or some chinos, let me know.
They'll think they're acting freely, but in truth, I will be directing their every decision from secret vantage points, such as the out-of-order disabled loo.
Hang on then. So you want to see what they'll be like when you're not around, but at the same time you're actually going to influence everything they do? Kind of defeats the point, doesn't it?
I've bought a fake beard.
Oh, fair enough.
Time for me to disappear. I will re-emerge in a fortnight, Simon, but in the meantime, if you need me, you'll find me in the shadows. I don't mean that I'm going to impersonate Hank Marvin.
Happiness, happiness, the greatest gift that I possess. I thank the Lord that I've been there's the cancer, with more than my share of happiness.
Morning, Anthony.
Good morning to you, Ruth.
You still autopsying Mrs. Owen, are
Oh,
you?
it's glorious, Ruth. It's how I've always wanted this job to be. I'm doing a proper, thorough, cell-by-cell post-mortem without worrying about any of Graham's piffling concerns like NHS targets or making sure her children can recognise it when I've finished. Are you going to start on Mr. Aspinall?
Nope, I've had a look at the notes and he doesn't cut it.
This is your new rule, isn't it?
That's right. If someone's died what I consider a predictable or boring death, I don't bother autopsying them. I feel it's really transforming the way I work.
Well, it would. You basically don't do autopsies anymore. Never mind, I'm sure I'll get round to him soon enough.
Don't you think everything's so much better without Graham? It's given us a new lease of life.
The thing I love is how we've managed to rationalise our paperwork. It's just as I've always suspected. If you don't send out paperwork in the first place, you hardly get any back.
I think the secret's been keeping all relatives well away from their deceased loved ones. It's made the whole process so much more civilised.
Do you know what this reminds me of? What this place was like before Graham arrived.
I remember that as a very happy time for us, despite the lawsuits.
It makes you think that Graham has been a complete waste of space all these years.
Ooh, that cleaning cupboard really is falling apart.
So anyway, Ruth, is all well with our baby?
Baby?
The one in your womb?
Oh! Got ya. Yeah, fine. It's surprisingly not that big a deal. You think it's going to be this earth-shattering change, but actually it's been less of an upheaval than getting Freeview.
Morning, Doc.
Gordon, how are you? Still keeping up the hourly phone calls with Graham?
I certainly am, Dr. W. It's quite an exhilarating change, this whole not drinking thing. You learn some surprising things, like, it turns out I really hate some of my friends. They're complete imbeciles, but somehow I've never noticed before.
Surely you don't have to go completely teetotal, just during work hours, isn't it?
Yeah, but these hourly calls start at 10 a.m. So if I had one of my big nights out, there's a chance the next morning I'd miss the first 8 or 9. Ooh, speaking of which, better check in with the prof. That's weird. That's the third time that's happened today.
What's happened?
I call the prof, and at exactly that moment, someone else's mobile starts ringing nearby. Maybe my brain is making them ring because it's so incredibly sober.
Well, Miss Montague, I think that pretty much wraps it up. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
I must say, I'm particularly taken with your suggestion for a celebrity endorsement campaign. I'd never have thought of pairing Yoda with us here at Skoda. But I think it could work.
I have a talent for these things.
I don't want to preempt anything, but I'm pretty confident we'll be in touch with good news very shortly.
That is such a relief. I don't mind telling you, I was beginning to worry people had a problem with, I don't know, the font I use on my CV. I cannot break my Baskerville old face addiction. Or maybe my employment record.
Oh, yeah, we haven't really talked about that. What's it been like working in a mortuary?
It's been a very rewarding and enjoyable experience.
Really?
I'm ready for a new challenge now, but I've had 4 years of good hard work and dead good fun.
Sorry, so you've actually enjoyed being in a mortuary? You don't have a problem with all the, bodies?
Oh, no. I've always treated it as no different from any other job. Maybe it felt a bit odd at first, but then I just imagined I was working on a farm and each body was a particularly large delivery of manure.
Right.
Talking to them helps as well. I like to regard my deads as customers, you see. So I try to be very relaxed with them, have a bit of banter, you know. Otherwise the atmosphere can get a bit lifeless.
And you wouldn't want that in a mortuary?
So, when you say I'll hear from you very shortly, does that mean tomorrow? The day after? Next week?
Keep going. This really is outrageous. I still don't see why we should be expected to do this.
Yeah, I'm sure this isn't the way it's meant to work, and it does seem rather cruel.
Look, you two are the ones who've been ringing me every hour of the day, and if it's not you, it's some weird bloke called Mr. Nudesland coming up to me and asking me all kinds of ludicrous questions. I've had to pass up a Swedish massage to be here. If you don't like my suggestion, I'd be more than happy to call the whole thing off.
Fine, but I shall be taking this up with my MP. Right, then. I think you should do a post-mortem on my father because he was a very well-respected man in banking circles.
Okay, Mrs. Whelans?
I think you should do a post-mortem on my father because it would bring his family comfort if we knew how he died.
Well, that's true of my father, too.
Mine died working on a building site. The insurance company said they need a post-mortem before we can apply for compensation.
I want my father to be attended to because it's what he deserves, not so that I can get my hands on a pile of cash.
No, well, your father was a banker, so you can probably afford to have it done privately.
You don't get post-mortems on Bupa.
I'm afraid both your fathers sound pretty mediocre fare. I've done thousands of autopsies, so I really need something special to catch my interest. I only want to autopsy people who've been crushed by a piano or jettisoned into space, that sort of thing. Or, if they haven't died interestingly, they at least need to have lived interestingly.
My father was a truly remarkable man. He is almost single-handedly responsible for the popularity of cricket in Holland.
My father built his children a tree house from dust sheets and an old table.
People trusted my father with their nest eggs.
Tommy Steele taught my father to play the spoons.
Okay. Clearly this means an awful lot to both of you, and sometimes in life it's necessary to look beyond your selfish needs and have compassion and understanding for others. So please try to understand how boring it'd be to autopsy either of them.
I mean, look at yourself. You've really let yourself go.
Talking to yourself again, Sergeant Oliver.
Chloe!
Hello. Talking to myself. Yes, that's what I... How are you this, day?
Fine, thanks. Why did you just put a baguette in that big washing trolley?
Oh, well, I hate the cleaners. So listen, how'd you get on with your latest interview?
Didn't get the job.
Oh, not again. You must be at a complete loss, aren't you?
Not so much now. I got the distinct feeling from this last one that the problem's been to do with me working here.
What do you mean?
People seem to worry that I don't find my job disgusting.
I can understand that, in a way. You can be oddly blasé about this place. Like when you handed out that prize last week.
The 5,000th customer award? That's a perfectly normal thing for a business to give.
Yeah. I'm not sure that's what Mr. Price's relatives thought when you pinned the rosette on his body bag.
I'm proud of the fact that I don't make a big song and dance about working here. Grieving people who come to my mortuary are met with sympathy, yes, but also a pleasant manner and a wide selection of leisure magazines. It helps them get on with their lives.
But it's stopping you from getting on with yours.
So what am I supposed to do? I don't want to pretend I've hated every minute of it. How's that going to look, given I've been here 4 years?
If I can offer a piece of advice from a colleague in the mobile phone recovery department, sometimes you've just got to tell people what they want to hear, even if you know it's an immense lie. Besides, if occasion demanded, I'm sure you could recall a few peculiar anecdotes about your colleagues. Professor Donaldson occurs to me as an example, for some reason.
Maybe you're right, Simon. Anyway, I better get back to my office. I've got a stack of helpful emails from some bloke called Mr. Noodland to get through. See you later.
Bye then, Chloe.
Got any more baguettes?
Professor, are you sure you're not finding all this cloak and dagger stuff too much of a physical hardship?
Not at all. The valuable information that I'm gathering is more than enough to compensate for a little bit of sciatica and temporary blindness. Well, I am missing some of life's more basic comforts. If that disabled toilet wasn't out of order before, it certainly is now.
And you think this whole plan of yours is working out?
Oh, it's proving tremendously fruitful.
I only asked because there have been a few rumblings back at the station about what's going on here. I had a very irate woman complaining to me about the viewing Dr. Webster gave her of her late mother.
Didn't she want to see the body?
Well, she did, just not as much of it as Dr. Webster showed her. Although she did admit she'd never otherwise have found out that her mother had a tattoo on her buttocks.
If things get really out of hand, I'll step in, but for now I shall continue to observe from my position of veiled majesty. Now, can you wheel me to the mortuary and I'll climb back into the waste disposal shaft?
The mortuary? No, Mrs. Whelan. This is the hospital pub.
Thank you, Gordon. Once again, the nosiness of the grieving knows no bounds.
That's all right. Blimey, Doc, we really have got a bit of a backlog in here, haven't we?
Oh, with autopsies, you mean? Yes, I suppose. What with Ruth only taking cases that interest her and me taking my time with all the ones that interest me, the storage here is a little more chock-a-block than usual.
Say that again. Although I must say you've come up with a very creative solution. I'd never have thought to stack them up right.
We could perhaps do with cracking through them a little quicker. I suspect that Mr. Noodland's suggestion that I organise a speed autopsy evening for all my unattached pathology friends is not the answer, but I'm sure something can be done, and certain other people could be much more supportive.
Oh, like our undertakers, you mean?
Exactly. I told them standing around me in a circle giving me a slow hand clap simply doesn't help.
Well, I suppose what you need to convey to them is that you prefer to...
Gordon?
Yeah?
You seem to stop talking there.
I know. To be honest, Doc, since I stopped drinking, a lot of things, including my own conversation, suddenly seem incredibly boring. I used to get genuinely excited by such a wide array of stuff. Comic books, hats, other people's leftover butter, the alphabet, pro-celebrity, golf, and imagining oddly shaped dogs. Now all those things seem, I don't know, unimportant.
But you were saying you felt your health has improved.
Oh, definitely. My head's as clear as the winter air. My breathing's painless for the first time in years. I can actually feel my toes. But is it all really worth it if you no longer get pleasure from the idea of a spherical dachshund?
It's just teething troubles. We're all having them, but in the long run, things are going to work out much for the better. I passionately believe that it pays to do things properly. If this were accident and emergency, then I could perhaps understand us sometimes having to do things in a bit of a rush, but this is pathology. What's the rush? By definition, there's no justification for half-baked, hurried work. Let's not cut corners. Let's cut corneas.
Fair enough. Do you need me to do any more dissection on these kidneys?
No, you can just dispose of them, thanks.
You see, 2 weeks ago, I'd have imagined that noise was somebody in the waste disposal shaft. But now, I'm just not interested.
So, yes, given that my husband has to attend to this family matter, I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me.
Oh, no problem at all, Mrs. Dance.
I'm rather out of practice at interviews.
I wish I was.
So, Chloe Montague, trained at the Sherwood Secretarial School, very good. Your typing speed, excellent. I do want to ask you a few questions.
Come on, Chloe, tell her what she wants to hear.
How would you describe yourself?
As a dependable worker who's popular with colleagues and clients alike.
Mm-hmm. And what would you say is your biggest fault?
I'm a perfectionist. I push myself too hard.
And I see that you currently work in a pathology department. How have you found that?
It's been a living hell. Obviously it has. I mean, dead bodies, they're disgusting. Who in their right mind would enjoy working day after day with dead bodies?
Well, I can certainly understand your feelings there. And tell me, is your boss...
My boss, Professor Donaldson, is a nutcase. He loves the dead. He prefers their company to the living and treats them as his friends. He also enjoys doing sick and childish pranks with body parts, such as frightening small children with severed hands and inflating bladders with a bicycle pump until they explode.
How awful for you. Well, I hope getting all that off your chest has made you feel much better about yourself.
It hasn't really, Mrs. Dance.
Well, there's not much more we need to know. But thank you for coming in. I think I can safely say that you can look forward to a rather more normal working life with us here at the British Institute of Clairvoyancy and Mentalism.
Please, have a little respect for the dead. Thank you.
Oh, Simon, no, not another one. Although, of course, I love doing autopsies, so that's great.
It's all right, Dr. Webster. I'm not actually adding to the pile as it happens. You can come out now, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, Simon. Getting rather sweaty in there.
Yeah, still marginally preferable, I'd have thought, to being lynched. Chloe's out there now. She seems to be containing the mob, but they are pretty angry.
So let's waste no more time, Ruth, and just get down to work.
Don't have a go at me. It's not my fault we've got the villagers with their pitchforks at our door.
It's your fault. Of course it's your fault. Michael Barrymore's worked more than you have recently.
Oh, and clearly you've been performing post-mortems at an electrifying pace. How does it work again? For every day they were alive, you spend 2 autopsying them?
I never realised sobriety would be so frightening. I think I've decided that drink is really nice. It's that odd, clear-headed glimpse of what this place is really like that makes my love of alcohol seem so very logical.
Gordon, you're young, you're not used to dealing with stressful situations, but experienced professionals like Ruth and me know how to adapt to the fluctuating conditions of life, don't we, Ruth? Ruth? Ruth, why are you staring at your stomach like that?
There's a person living inside me. A little person inside my body, draining my blood, growing in readiness for the day when it will burst out.
Right, I think they're now trying to break the door down.
How have we got ourselves into this position? Have we become monsters?
All these years I thought that Graham was the only person stopping me from connecting with like-minded members of the public. It turns out, though, that I don't think like any member of the public about anything. That's a rather lonely feeling.
You won't hold out much longer, Doctor.
I've always complained when Graham forces me to do stuff I don't like, but given a free hand, it turns out there's almost nothing I do like. All I have is my resentment, my pessimism, and my bile. Am I a negative person?
I'm sorry, everyone. I tried to hold them back, but they wouldn't be told. Also, and I know this isn't the most appropriate moment to tell you, but I am very excited about it. I've got a new job.
I demand an explanation for what you have done and propose to do with my father.
If you don't tell us what's happening with all these post-mortems, you're going to be doing post-mortems on yourself.
I, too, am angry. But doesn't this show the value of efficiency and good communication skills? Things that have previously been the hallmark of this department.
Not you again, Mr. Newsland.
Why don't you just shut up, you big, beardy idiot?
Come on, then. What are you going to do about this mess?
Well, I said, Ruth.
Well, I'm sure that, Gordon, any thoughts?
I really don't want to die sober.
Is there anybody here who can actually take charge of this situation?
Me, possibly. I am a policeman.
Oh, be quiet.
Right you are.
Seeing as there is nobody in charge, maybe we'd better take matters into our own hands.
Wait a second. There is perhaps one person who could step into the breach.
Mr. Newsland, why are you talking like that? You almost sound like... Who is it he sounds like?
Perhaps I can give you a clue. Graham.
Bloody hell.
That's right. I am Newsland. And Newsland is I. My little disguise fooled you, didn't it?
Yes, that and the fact that you've blacked up.
Mrs. Whelan's, Mr. Dance, all of you, I am the head of this pathology department. I must apologise profoundly for any distress you may have been caused in the last 2 weeks. I shall be hiring a locum to help Dr. Webster and Dr. Anderson to get through their workload. I will also speak to the hospital administrators about some compensatory muffin baskets. Now, I know this must have all seemed highly irregular to you, but trust me, the natural order has now been restored. Thank you for your understanding. Anthony and Ruth, are you happy to submit yourselves once more to my authority?
Deliriously happy.
Your way is evidently the best way, Graham. Has there ever been a more depressing sentence in history?
I still can't believe how brilliant your disguise was, Prof. But why did you call yourself Mr. Newsland?
Piece of ingenious wordplay, Gordon. Newsland is an anagram of Donaldson.
Donaldson? That's your name, is it?
Yes.
Are you Professor Donaldson?
That's right, Mr. Dance. Although I shouldn't be surprised at you knowing that. Didn't you tell me you were rather prominent in the world of psychics?
Oh, my God. My wife's told me all about you. You're a madman.
Where on earth could she have got that idea?
Goodness, is that the time? I really must get back to my typing.
This man gets his kicks by blowing up people's bladders with a bicycle pump.
What? I never... No, I really don't... Everyone, in the body bag!
You have been listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy, Gus Brown, Gerard McDermott and Beth Chalmers. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead.
Diseased bowel. I suddenly got a visit that was absolutely brilliant.
Could you tell me what a waste of time? So you go straight with your roots again.
And the crucible was full.
Gordon, can you take your mask off? I can't make out what you're saying.
Sorry, Doc. What I said was, and a shillifer by la.
Why did you say that?
You know that you sometimes see a mad tramp in the street talking what seems like gibberish to himself, but you get the feeling it means something to him? Think of it like that.
Right.
So hang on, when you and Dr. A are talking with your protective masks on, you can understand what the other one's saying.
It's really not that impressive. Anthony's hardly the most indecipherable of people.
And I only need to see Ruth's eyes to know exactly what's going on in her mind.
Oh, so what were you discussing?
My haircut.
Your haircut's given you dysentery. That's what I call a bad haircut.
I've had worse.
So do we really need to put all this astronaut gear on?
Absolutely we did, Gordon. That poor chap died, as was suspected, of variant CJD. And among its many extraordinary characteristics is that it's indestructible. We call it the Captain Scarlet of diseases.
To be strictly accurate, Anthony, you call it that. Everyone else calls it variant CJD, and in general doesn't have humorous nicknames for fatal illnesses.
It's a deadly serious nickname, Ruth. We pathologists understand very little about Creutzfeldt-Jakob, and in the same way, as a young boy, Captain Scarlet's indestructibility was something about which the medical textbooks had almost nothing to tell me.
But we do post-mortems on people who've died of nasty things all the time. We don't put on the full E.T. outfits for them.
Most diseases die with the people they kill. This one lives on and hangs around like the smell of a Chinese takeaway you promised yourself you wouldn't order.
It's typical of you, Ruth, to put the worst possible spin on things. You managed to make variant CJD sound really unappealing.
For very good reasons, Anthony. That horrible, vicious disease took the life of an otherwise healthy young man in the most distressing way imaginable. Also, after wearing all this sweaty clobber, I'm now going to have to dry clean my jumper.
Well, admittedly, if you contract it, it is horrific, but from my end of the scalpel, it's an absolute belter.
Should we take the rest of the protective gear off now?
Yes, let's just stick it all in that laundry pile there. A bit of soap and gamma rays will shift these germs. To be honest, even if we'd done the post-mortem without wearing protective clothing, it's pretty unlikely we'd have been in danger. It's not an especially infectious disease.
But it's better to be safe than extremely sorry. I'm sure you'd agree, Gordon. Gordon?
Oh, right. Yeah. Great.
What's wrong, Gordon?
Well, I just noticed this protective glove here in the laundry pile. This yellow one. For the right hand. It's the one with a little bit of a hole in it.
What? Show me.
Gordon, this is dreadful.
I can't believe you were given a defective glove.
You see, that's the thing, though. I'm not 100% sure it was mine. You see, we all bunged our dirty gloves into the one big heap like we were at a swinging party for dustmen or something. So, I reckon it could be anyone's.
My wife has just left me. And as she left, told me that I'm not the father of our children. I have weeping sores all over my back. I recently witnessed an appalling accident at an air show that accounted for my accountant. And I've just found out that I've been issued with a fatwa.
Right, and if someone said that to you, then you'd be prepared to put them on stress-related sick leave?
Absolutely. I'd do anything I could for someone like that to get them out of the door as quickly and for as long as possible. But otherwise, I'm very sceptical of such claims. Stress is the asthmatic wheezing of the flabby mind. And even as it approaches retirement, flabby is a word you would not apply to the Donaldson brain.
What word would you use?
Buff. Why do you want to know all about this, Simon?
I just wondered what your criteria are, because I'm trying to persuade my chief super that I should be given sick leave.
Why, you're not mentally disturbed?
It's so annoying when people say that, because I bloody am. I blame my adamantine exterior. But you've seen the kind of distress that, say, bringing in that CJD body causes me.
Well, your squeamishness, you mean. But surely that's just a harmless and rather amusing little weakness.
That is how you've always treated it, yes. But there's the cumulative effect to consider. If somebody slips on a banana skin once, sure, that's humorous. But imagine watching someone doing that every day for 4 years. After a short while, it stops being quite so funny. After a while longer, starts getting funny again for some reason. To do with the repetition. But a while after that, it stops being funny permanently because you can see a man's back is being steadily broken.
So why won't the police agree to your request?
They're not prepared to fork out for an evaluation of my mental distress. So they've only got my word for it. And my word is either wrong or the word of a mentally distressed person.
Thought it would be helpful. I'd be happy to give you my professional opinion.
It's not your area, is it?
Well, I don't exactly belong to the conventional mainstream of psychiatry.
In the sense that you're an academic pathologist.
But I have studied the subject extensively and developed my own techniques. Also, I am a professor. And that word tends to blind people to my actual level of expertise.
I know the feeling. Just because I can put sergeant before my name, for some reason, people expect me to be able to control gangs of unruly children in the street. I might well take you up on your offer, Professor.
Do, Simon, because a rock-solid mind, like mine, can often have uncommon insight into the mental state of others.
Professor!
Well, as an example... From the way Chloe has just come running from the direction of the mortuary, and from the pallor of her face, I'd say she brings good news. And you really don't know whose glove it was?
I can't see any way of telling.
It was mine. Of course it will have been mine. It's the story of my life. It stands to reason that the protective glove with a hole in it would have ended up on a person who has lost her last 112 consecutive games of paper, scissors, stone.
Don't be silly, Ruth. It's a simple 1 in 3 chance.
In case you've forgotten, Anthony, I am pregnant with your child. I am more than one now. I am 1 and a bit. And if I understand statistics, that makes me the clear favourite.
I certainly wouldn't back me at 3 to 1. 9 to 2 I'd be looking for, minimum.
What do you base that on?
I am extremely jammy, in the sense of being lucky, rather than covered with jam.
Although at the moment that is also true.
Oh, yes, so it is. I've always been the lucky type. I'm the sort of person who, after a few glasses of wine, perhaps, can go to sleep on the central reservation of a motorway and never get my head crushed. I lead a charmed life.
Right. Here's what we're going to do. We shall simply sterilise the item in question and try it on each of you. Then whomsoever the glove fits, he or she shall...
Oh, thank you, Professor Charming. I shall go to the hospice. I shall go to the hospice.
All the gloves are of a standard size, Graham. They don't fit like a... They're the same size.
This is the worst thing that's ever happened anywhere I've worked. And I include in that the 1998 Café Rouge brioche riots.
There's really no need for all this fuss. The whole glove thing is academic because it really is pretty doubtful the disease will have transmitted itself to Gordon or Ruth or,
You?
Me, that's right. That's the other possible victim. So it'd be a real mistake for the 3 of them to...
The 3 of us.
What? Oh, yes, I suppose that is correct. Sorry. I'm just so used to referring to people with fatal diseases in the 3rd person.
This is clearly a moment that demands from me authoritative leadership. So having considered all the options and having brought my medical expertise to bear, I judge the best course is to test you all for the disease as soon as possible.
Although, as you doubtless know, Graham, the only real way to test for variant CJD is a post-mortem examination of the brain.
Yes, I do know that. So, of course, what I'm suggesting is that we test you as soon as possible after you've died.
I can't wait that long to find out.
Although, actually, you can occasionally diagnose it with a brain biopsy. So if we were to put a needle through each of our skulls and extract a sample of brain...
On second thoughts, just leave a note in my coffin.
It's so crazy, because I went through all the protective clothing only a few days ago, and I threw away anything substandard. I can't understand why nobody noticed the glove was split.
I'd say it's because we've come to assume the very highest standard of equipment thanks to the way Graham allocates this department's funding.
That's a very kind tribute, Anthony, particularly in these difficult circumstances.
I was trying to be sarcastic. Did I get it wrong again?
Team, we all hope and pray that the worst will not happen, but we should perhaps prepare for it. So let me offer you some guidance on how quickly the symptoms of variant CJD might display themselves and what symptoms they would be. Anthony, remind me how quickly the symptoms of variant CJD might display themselves and what symptoms they would be.
Symptoms include depression, disorientation, memory loss, disconnectedness from reality, breakdown of physical coordination, personality change, dementia, blindness, loss of speech function, severe brain damage, coma, and death. But here's the good news. Although the degenerative process might begin immediately, the disease can also incubate for a very long period. So the person in question might enjoy 15 or 20 years of perfect health before their body starts quite suddenly to disintegrate.
Oh, good.
I couldn't really be completely healthy for the next 15 or 20 years, could I?
Certainly, yes.
This CJD thing is a miracle worker.
I really must emphasise that it's unlikely that any of this is relevant. Everything will probably be fine.
It appears, then, that I've done all I can in this matter for now. I propose that the best course is simply to keep an eye on yourselves. Ruth, Anthony, Gordon, observe yourselves and each other for any sign of depression, memory loss, detachment, and so on. Because if you know your every word and gesture is being closely monitored, it should at least stop you getting paranoid.
Anthony?
Oh, hello, Ruth. What have you got there?
The scan results.
Oh, Ruth, I told you there was no point in having a brain scan. You need to get a grip.
The scan results on our baby.
Ah, right.
Yeah, I managed to get one of the nurses in the ultrasound department to send me the news a couple of days early.
What does it say?
It says our baby's going to be completely normal.
Oh.
Gee, Did you want our baby to be deformed?
No, not seriously.
Actually?
It's just sometimes I think that the importance of normality in children is overstated. Some rare but not at all debilitating disorder would make any child even more special. And I only ever get to see an illness after it's done its work. I think I'd find it really invigorating to observe one at such close quarters.
Although there is perhaps a downside, namely that the life of our child would be blighted from birth.
Yes, I suppose so. In that context, it's good news that there are no problems with our baby, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, isn't it?
Oh, sure, it's one hurdle cleared, but that's all it is. Can a scan tell you that there won't be problems at birth? Does it mean I won't have to worry about cot death or meningitis or dingoes? Can an ultrasound really guarantee that my child won't seem perfectly normal for the first 15 or 20 years of their life until I'm woken one day by loud, heavy metal music to see him looming over my bed with a big axe?
I'm not an expert on ultrasound, but...
No, I'm not going to let any sonographer fool me into thinking that everything's sure to be hunky-dory when I know just how many ways life has to defecate on my parade.
Why are you worrying like this?
I don't know. I just have a horrible feeling, what with the glove and everything, that something terrible's going to happen.
That's just silly. You know perfectly well that there's almost certainly nothing wrong with you. All this anxiety is making you depressed.
Maybe you're right.
Well, either that or your depression is actually an early symptom.
What? What are you saying? Oh, God! I've got it, haven't I?
Stop being paranoid. Because that's also a symptom. No, there's nothing to worry about.
Yes, there is, Anthony. You've got to get it in your head that we are going to have a baby. That's something to worry about. One of us might have accidentally contracted a hideous fatal disease. That's something to worry about. The sheer number of worries we have is itself something to worry about. And if that's not enough, there's always global warming, international terrorism, and Michael Vaughan's knee.
I'm sorry, you're right, of course. However remote, I've got to face the possibility that this disease could be inside me.
Indeed you do. And if you think you'd really get to know a disease if your child had it, imagine what it would be like if you had it.
It might take over my life completely.
Exactly. I don't know why you're being so blasé about it all. It's like you're disconnected from things somehow.
Disconnected, you say? Interesting. I wonder.
Okay, then. Just lie down on the MRI scanner. Sorry again that I couldn't find a couch. Relax, and we'll begin. Tree.
Branch.
Field.
Potato.
House.
Hugh Laurie.
Love.
I'll go with joy, but I don't think that's right.
Fear.
My revision pays off. Corpses.
Simon, you're not meant to revise for a word association. You're meant to react spontaneously to each word and thereby reveal your subliminal thought processes.
Right, so if I get stuck on an answer, I probably shouldn't text someone.
No! There are no right answers. Just disengage your conscious mind and allow yourself, as sports commentators do, to just say the first thing that comes into your head. Morning.
Afternoon.
Sunshine.
Walking.
Cloud.
Rain.
Earth.
Soil.
Dog.
Cat.
Casserole.
Receptacle.
Cheese.
Biscuits.
You can't win at word association.
A bit of a sore loser, are we?
Simon, there's clearly nothing wrong with your mental health.
What? Professor, there is, honestly. I have a really strong pathological fear of dead bodies. It's just that my pathological competitiveness is even stronger. Try me with something else. I'll stop being competitive.
Very well. I suggest we move on to the Donaldson test.
What's that?
Well, it's like a Rorschach test, but I use sounds instead of inkblot. I instructed an internet-savvy nephew of mine to choose a selection of random noises and downloaded them onto my Yamaha keyboard here. I'm going to play them, and I want you to tell me what you hear in them. Now, late last night, I wrote down my own first impressions, so we have a healthy set of answers, as it were, to compare with yours. Okay?
Now, here's the first one.
Well, that sounds like a nail being driven in.
Okay. Well, I had it as a man with a wooden leg walking down the corridor towards my childhood bedroom, but... I think your answer is acceptable. Now, here's the next one.
Oh, that's an owl.
No. That was quite clearly the sound you start to hear from inside your own head after a prolonged period of silence. Now, what about this one?
Car horn.
Yes, that did sound like a car horn, although first time round I seem to have pumped for the hollow laughter of my late father as he looks down from heaven upon a son in whom he is eternally disappointed. Which now seems a bit of a stretch. In fact, now I look at them again, all of my answers seem rather curious.
So what do you reckon? Would you say that your test has pinpointed any psychological defects?
I'm beginning to suspect it's a minefield in there.
Afternoon, Chloe.
Gordon, where have you been?
I told you, I was just popping to the pub across the road for a glass of lemonade and some soup. Didn't I?
You did say that about a week ago.
Really been that long?
Where have you been since then?
For some reason, I'm getting images of scuba gear, a back scratcher, and the swans at Hampton Court. But I couldn't tell you much more than that.
Gordon, I'm getting worried about you.
Me? Why? Apart from my usual problems with the DTs and impotence, I'm absolutely fine.
It's because you're having memory loss, and that's one of the symptoms of... you know...
Oh, yeah, right. Well, then again, I have had memory loss pretty consistently over the last 4 years.
That's true. In fact, it's going to be very hard to tell with you. You could be staggering around and foaming at the mouth, and we still wouldn't be sure you had mad cow disease.
Good point. So, how's everything been round here?
Very tense, Gordon. It's a bit like the atmosphere on a Virgin train. Everyone just waiting for something to go wrong.
You don't reckon anything bad's actually going to happen to one of us, do you?
Dr. Webster still says it's unlikely, and I'm sure he's right, but the uncertainty's getting to me. I'm beginning to suspect the lot of you. Dr. W himself is behaving very strangely. Every time he drops a fork or spills his tea, he says, "Goodness, I do seem to be suffering from impaired physical coordination."
How's Dr. Anderson getting on?
If anything, worse. She's spending her whole time learning sign language because for some reason she's convinced she's about to lose the power of speech. But the one who's really giving me sleepless nights is the professor. All he does now is wander around tapping his head and saying, "What's in there? What's in there?"
Doesn't sound good. Although, of course, we know that the prof definitely hasn't caught the disease.
Oh, yeah, I'd forgotten that. Oh, well, that's my 20 quid out the window.
Can you see it? What do you think?
I don't really know.
It is pretty big, and it's honestly not the sort of thing I've ever done before.
I see what you're driving at, Anthony, but I'm just not sure that developing a mole on your back could be clinically categorized as personality change.
Of course, I haven't forgotten how unlikely it is that anyone's contracted anything, but do you reckon I might be onto something? Could it be me? What do you think, Graham?
Well, now, maybe, because you certainly... But then, although equally... I don't know what I think.
That's not like you, Graham. You're always incredibly sure of your own opinions, even if they're fat-headed beyond belief.
I shouldn't have looked inside me, Anthony. I shouldn't have looked...
I'll bear that in mind. Right, I'm going back to the mortuary. I'm working on this prototype for a microscope that'll actually enable me to see up my own nose and into my brain. See you later.
Oh, I could really do without talking to oddballs like that at the moment.
Hello, Graham!
Yet still they come.
How are you this beautiful sunny day?
Why must there be so many questions?
Well, I'm absolutely deliriously happy. You won't find me down in the dumps because I've been doing all manner of cheery, upbeat things like, listening to a CD by the Lighthouse Family, taking photos of my friends on my camera phone and sharing tubes of Pringles with skateboarders.
Are you all right, Ruth?
Yes, that's the whole thrust of what I've been saying. Why do you ask?
It's just that you seem a bit... demented.
Oh, well, that's great. I go to all this trouble to avoid being depressed, and I just end up exhibiting dementia instead.
What are you talking about?
Isn't it obvious? It's me. I'm the one who got that horrible disease. I just know I have it. It's bubbling up inside me like some kind of malignant fondue.
What makes you think it's you?
Given my track record, who else could it be?
You don't think it might be one of the others, like Anthony?
Anthony? Oh, I do hope it's not Anthony. That would be absolutely awful. It'd be just my luck to end up a single parent.
Right then, the Professor's psychological evaluation report. Let's see what ammunition he's given me to take to the Chief Super. Right. Evidence of significant psychological scarring. That's a useful start. An overly dominant ego, which conceals extreme weakness of personality. Get in. Mentally fragile, inability to cope with responsibility, tendency to escape into fantasies of infanthood. Blimey. He's just riffing now. This is dynamite. However, I do feel that none of these problems should prevent me from offering my professional opinion on Sergeant Simon Orwell. My assessment is that Simon is basically just a big girl's blouse, Science Professor Graham Donaldson, PhD, Oxon. I wonder if they'll put me on sick leave if I pretend I'm a racist.
And so I just wanted you all to hear this news from me. The news is that I'm convinced it must have been me that contracted variant CJD. There it is. I'm sure that must come as a complete shock to you all.
I suspect the edge has been taken off their shock, Ruth, by the fact that I announced that I'm sure it's me only 30 seconds previously.
Yeah, but no one believed you. You'll interpret anything as a symptom of some illness or other. I remember you diagnosing a whole room full of people with Parkinson's disease when, in fact, they were just doing the birdie song.
What? I don't suppose your self-diagnosis will have convinced anyone. You are a bit of a hypochondriac after all, like when you sat on that magic marker and started thinking you had the Black Death.
Oh, rubbish! I'm the one with the illness!
Think you'll find it's me?
Anthony, Ruth, please. I really feel that I ought to offer some words of wisdom to resolve this impasse. But I'm not going to. I feel at the moment that my words will be of no particular value and that you would not welcome the intervention.
That's okay, Graham. Thank you for your understanding.
It's very sensitive of you not to try to offer some pat solution.
Right, yes. Sorry, that's interesting. I didn't expect that last comment of mine to be quite so well received. Could it really be that the missing piece in the jigsaw of my people skills has been humility? I'd never have guessed that in a million years.
Getting back to the glove and the disease and so on, can I tentatively throw my hat into the ring? It's just that the other day, I temporarily lost the ability to salivate. Now, I know it wasn't on the doc's list of symptoms, but it was pretty weird, so I wondered if it might be linked
Oh, for
to...
goodness sakes, you lot, stop it! Have you forgotten that the most likely scenario is that none of you have caught the disease? I've been watching you three, and you're not ill, or in Gordon's case, iller than normal. Your problem is that you're like I am with transsexuals. You don't like grey areas. You want it to be definite one way or the other. But life's not like that. Maybe something bad will happen, but if it will, it will. You can't let the fear of it ruin your lives.
In a way, we'd be better off if I'd never even noticed that ripped glove on the laundry pile.
Well, it's a bit late for that, isn't it?
Laundry pile? What laundry pile?
The pile of all the other bits of dirty protective clobber.
There wouldn't have been a laundry pile in the mortuary. There was that pile of gear I'd removed from our stock, but... Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
I can't believe this. When I was sorting through the protective clothing a couple of days before the autopsy, I did make a big pile of all the defective stuff. Cracked goggles, faulty breathing apparatus, and a glove with a hole in it.
And so, in other words, none of us was wearing it when we autopsied the variant CJD body.
That's right!
Oh, that's wonderful!
Oh, yes. This is the best day of my life. Everything's going to be absolutely fine from now on. I'm going to live a long, happy and fulfilled life, and we are going to have a beautiful, healthy baby, aren't we, Tony? Tony? Are you crying?
I was scared. I know I acted like it didn't bother me, but for the first time in my life, I was scared of a disease, because it would have meant I wasn't around for the baby. I'm going to look after that baby. Sod, polio or whooping cough. I'm going to vaccinate the arse off our baby.
Team, we have come through the darkest abyss we have ever known, and I'm proud to have led you out of it into the light with my calm but firm... Oh, who am I kidding? I've been a pathetic shell of a man, but we got lucky. Anthony, Ruth, come on. I'm taking you out for celebratory beef burgers. Actually, are beef burgers the best thing for us to be eating? What, their association with... No, they're fine again now, aren't they? Yes, beef burgers it is! Hey. Oh, cheese on mine!
Amazing, Chloe. That's just the most fantastic news we could ever have had.
Everyone seems very happy.
Oh, it's a big weight off my mind, certainly. Well, not a big one, to be honest. My mind's not a heavy weight-bearing kind of an organ. But it is a bit of a relief, even so.
Gordon, just out of curiosity, do you find it a bit odd that I never mentioned that I'd thrown out a glove with a hole till now?
No, not especially.
Well, that's good.
You've been listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy and Gus Brown. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead. All I'm saying is, please prepare yourself for a nasty shock.
Come on, Simon. I've been a pathologist for many years. I very much doubt anything in there could distress me.
Well, as long as you're ready. Go on then, Dr. Webster. Open it.
Right. Well, I don't see what all the... Oh, my Lord.
Yeah. Should I have told you what to expect in advance? I didn't know the kindest way.
Sorry if I seem underwhelmed, but isn't that just yet another dead old woman?
No, Ruth, it isn't. I knew this woman. This woman had a profound influence on me and my family. In fact, she has been one of the most dominant figures in my life for the past 15 years. This dead old woman was my mother-in-law. And now I get to disembowel her. Happy days are here again, the skies above are clear again, so let's rip out her trachea again. Happy days are here again.
Anthony! Before you begin your one-man tribute to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, can you tell us what's going on?
Yeah, why are you so happy about it?
This purulent old sow persuaded Valerie to divorce me. After that triumph, she tried to prevent me from having regular contact with my own daughter. And she always confused pathologists with undertakers. Oh, this is going to be sweet. Doing an autopsy on my dead mother-in-law. It's professional and personal happiness all rolled into one. Hang on, why has she been brought down here? She lived up in Yorkshire.
That's right, but your ex-wife requested she be transported to London so you could do the post-mortem.
Really? Why on earth would Valerie send her to me? It's a beautiful gift, but a rather strange and bulky one. I can't help wondering what's in it for her.
You can always ask her yourself.
What?
She's supervising all the arrangements personally. I believe she'll be here in an hour or so.
Well, so Valerie's coming to see us again after all these years. I suppose at least it proves she doesn't have a problem with us having a baby together.
Ah, yes. I wonder, actually, if you should be involved in the greeting process. It might be a bad idea, given your condition.
Carrying our baby, Anthony, is not a condition. It is a living nightmare.
Well, I'm sure that's not true.
My pelvic floor feels as if it's been converted into an ice rink. And I look like I've swallowed a penny farthing. But I am still perfectly capable of greeting your ex-wife.
I just think it might be better.
Although I tell you one thing, when this baby finally deigns to emerge from me, it better be unspeakably cute.
Dr. Webster does have a point, though. You are now extremely heavy with child. If I were you, I'd have been off home weeks ago to rest up my swollen ankles and pat my fertile, distended belly.
Do I sense you're still hankering after some leave?
Yeah, to such an extent I'm apparently fantasizing about getting myself pregnant.
I really think it would be more tactful if I met with Valerie alone.
Oh, I understand. Was she upset when you told her that we were having a baby?
That's it. She was upset when I told her that.
Oh, but it's just a surrogate thing. She knows we're not a couple, doesn't she?
I've given her no reason to think we are, certainly.
Okay, well, you see her alone then. But don't forget, Anthony, you owe that woman absolutely nothing. She's the one that left you. It may have taken you 10 days to notice it, but once you did, you were heartbroken.
Valerie's actually not a bad person, despite being genetically half Gorgon. Maybe I can prove I'm not the pathetic little man she sometimes makes me out to be.
You're not pathetic, Anthony. In fact, I think you're going to be a very considerate, caring dad.
Thank you, Ruth. So if you could perhaps go and lock yourself in the toilet for a couple of hours, I'll get everything ready for Valerie.
Morning, Chloe. Just wondering if there's any post for me.
Ah, Gordon. Good. I'm trying to clear out my office before I leave, so time for you to take back those little items you've left here over the years.
Oh, can't they stay here? It's hard to imagine they've been anyone's way.
I'm afraid not. Let's start with your CDs.
Yeah, fine. I'll just pop them in my rucksack.
And the second-hand jukebox you brought to store them.
OK, might need a bigger bag.
Also, your bicycle.
Oh, surely my bike can stay. In front of the filing cabinet is a pretty convenient place to leave it.
And, of course, your mice.
Oh, Patricia and Hans Peter. If I hadn't forgotten all about you, I'd have assumed you were dead. Well, it's great to have all this lot back, obviously. But is there any post for me?
Here you go.
God, post is boring, isn't it? Look at this lot. Hospital newsletter, loan offer, death threat, coupons, charity appeal.
Gordon, did you say death threat?
Yeah, I assume that's what it is. Hand delivered, addressed with letters cut out of a newspaper. Gordon, you are going to die. Yep. Nothing fancy about it. That's a death threat.
Oh, my God, that's awful.
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Besides, you get used to them after the first 4 or 5. I'll see you later.
No reason I should have told Valerie about the baby. None of her business. She'd make fun of me. And I certainly can't tell my daughter, well, after she made me promise never to be a dad again.
Good morning, Anthony.
Hello there. Valerie, I'm so sorry about your mother.
No, thank you. We'll have no consoling words from you, I don't think. We don't have to pretend to care about each other these days.
Right. How's Margaret?
We're managing perfectly well.
Did she get the birthday present I sent her?
She did, yes. I won't say that the skull of a gerbil was top of her wish list, but I expect she appreciates the thought. Come on then, Anthony. Let me see her.
Of course.
Oh, Mum.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. I didn't... It's odd. I thought she'd seem more dead somehow. She looks like she's just asleep.
She definitely isn't. She is dead.
Well, this is a great occasion for me, isn't it? The death of my mother. The moment at which I know I'm truly alone in this world.
Valerie, can I ask you something? Why is it that you asked for me to do the post-mortem?
You were a lousy husband in very many ways. Obsessed with your work, cold, insensitive, a tedious conversationalist, and with an approach to love-making which knew the Latin name for everything and the romantic possibility of nothing.
Yes, sorry about that.
But one thing I've always known about you is that you're very good at your job. I asked for you because you're the best. It really will help me to deal with this, Anthony, if you can find out for me why my mother died.
I will, of course. Shall I start now?
No.
Gordon, you are going to kick the bucket so hard, the bucket will bear the imprint of your foot for the rest of its useful life. You nibbly crink-pinker. Words to chill the blood.
What do we think is a nibbly crink-pinker? Some sort of hairdressing insult?
I don't know, but that is me down to a T. That's what spooked me about this latest one. It's like this guy knows me.
I'm glad you brought this matter to our attention. A member of my staff receiving death threats is something I flat out don't like. Although, and I don't want to get too FR-leavish about this, I think it's worth close analysis of the wording of these notes. Gordon, you're going to die. Hello there, I'm from the land registry. I've got the deeds ready for this farm you're about to purchase. Death is coming, you grape-munching soap mammal. Are those threats, or predictions, or concerned warnings? Also, is all this linked to you being in pathology? To my eye, there's a definite element of twinkle, twinkle, little star. Where you work is what you'll be.
Yes, we in the police tend to take a more simplistic view. We're going to try and arrest this person. Now, Gordon, has your daily routine changed at all recently?
Not that I can think of. I come to work, stay here all day, pop out for a few drinks, wake up the next morning in a newspaper recycling bin, cough up some blood, then come to work again. Nothing unusual there.
You really must start looking after your health. If you're not careful, one of these days you will get recycled.
That's a good point, Prof.
Indeed, one of my regrets about my upcoming retirement is that I'm not going to be around much longer to look after you. And regret is a seedy, halitotic companion. I hope you won't regret this phase of your life, Gordon.
I doubt it. Either this whole thing will disappear and I'll be able to have a good laugh about it, or I'll get murdered by some psycho with a novel line in swear words. I mean, regret doesn't figure either way.
Gordon, you're an amazingly, almost pointlessly resilient young man. And even so, as your boss, I want you to know that if a spot of compassionate leave would help you, any amount is absolutely fine.
Oh, yeah, rub it in my face, why don't you?
Right. I think that's the post-mortem pretty much completed.
You seem rather out of breath, Anthony. Any reason for that?
Here's one for you. My mother-in-law was so fat it took me almost half an hour to remove the subcutaneous layer of lipid deposits in order to access her ribcage.
Yeah, good one, Doc.
Good what? Never mind. Ruth, what's the verdict from the dissection table? Coronary problems? Liver disease?
No, actually all her organs appear to have been perfectly healthy.
I see.
So presumably there was some external wound, Anthony, or a tissue disease, cancer of some sort you'll have picked up with your microscope?
There was none of those things. In fact, as far as I can tell, this body exhibits no cause of death whatsoever.
That's bizarre. How can that be?
I've absolutely no idea. Unless... Wait a minute. Oh, my God. That devious old bitch!
Anthony, what are you talking about?
Don't you see? It's obvious, isn't it? My mother-in-law has done this deliberately.
Done what?
I knew she didn't like me, but this takes it to new depths.
No, let me get this right. You're suggesting that your mother-in-law knowingly died in a way that would be hard to detect in order to sabotage your autopsy of her?
I know. I mean, can you believe that?
I almost can't. No.
How could she have physically done it, though?
I don't know. That's the whole point. She hasn't shown her working. What a petty, spiteful woman. It's like she's taunting me from the other side of the grave. Or to be more accurate, this side of the grave, but the other side of actually being alive.
Anthony, this is insane. I'd have thought you, of all people, would back yourself to find a rational explanation.
Oh, don't worry, Ruth. I will. She's messing with the wrong pathologist. My professional pride is at stake, but more than that, I'm not going to let the bloated, odious witch lying dismembered before us now undermine Meter Valerie one last time.
Good. Well, as long as you're following the rational path.
I suggest we go and tell Graham. He may be able to buy us some more time with the coroner and the undertakers. Then we'll come back here and find the answer, even if we have to work through the night.
Oh.
Come on now, Gordon. You're not averse to being in here in the small hours. Recently, I'm always seeing you wandering around the mortuary in the middle of the night.
What are you doing in the mortuary at that time?
I've run out of light bulbs at home, so I try not to be there outside daylight hours.
Oh. And what am I doing in the mortuary at that time?
Playing darts, learning Russian, plumbing, various other activities connected to you being extremely drunk.
I don't remember any of that. But I've obviously got more hobbies than I give myself credit for. So, Doc, do you really think your mother-in-law's got a vendetta against you, even now she's dead?
I would imagine that death has only increased her capacity for evil. She's probably got a half a dozen vendettas on the go by now. Trust me, Gordon, that woman is capable of absolutely anything.
Really? I wonder.
So what we're saying is that from a medical point of view, this woman has no excuse for being dead. How intriguing.
Yeah, don't get too excited, Graham. It's not a proper mystery. There wasn't a dead moth down her throat or conflict diamonds up her rectum.
She has an excuse now, I suppose. Her lungs are in a jar. Well, Anthony, your mother-in-law has put us in a real administrative hole. I hope she's very happy.
Why can't we just tell the coroner that we couldn't determine the cause of death? That's the truth, after all. And in any case, who actually cares why she died?
Damn it, Ruth! I've been at this hospital for 8 years and I've never once had a patient die on me without knowing exactly why. And I'm not about to start now.
Anthony's right. We can't just tell the coroner the truth. I've worked too hard for that.
Well, what are we going to tell him, then?
Don't you even have a theory about the death?
Anthony has one, don't you, Anthony?
I do, actually, yes. Ruth is rather sceptical about it.
Well, what's your theory, Anthony?
I think my mother-in-law somehow purposely disguised her own cause of death in order to wind me up.
Well, it's a novel theory.
Can't think why I was sceptical now.
But is it perhaps a little far-fetched?
Not if you knew my mother-in-law. Graham, I've got to be given a chance to crack this.
You haven't got much time. The coroner's report is due in first thing tomorrow, and we're meant to release the body even sooner than that. Perhaps I could go and see Valerie. I'll come up with some likely-sounding reason to delay the funeral. People trust me, you see. So I can abuse that trust to tap her for information about it.
Good idea. And we'll get back to the body. After we've given her a second autopsy, something's bound to stick out.
Her ribs, particularly.
Is a second autopsy possible? I mean, surely everything's... Well, I can't remember the medical term, but all in bits.
It's a perfectly normal procedure. I'm always doing second autopsies on bodies.
Oh, so the coroner requests them, does he?
No.
Oh, go on. I mean, you're really into the supernatural, aren't you?
I like reading my horoscopes, certainly, and when Liam and me briefly had on digital, I did catch the occasional episode of Most Haunted.
There you go, then.
But I still don't think that qualifies me to exorcise an evil spirit.
Right, guess I'll have to do it myself.
Gordon, what's all this about?
The death threats. I reckon it's Dr. Webster's mother-in-law who is sending them.
Leaving aside the fact that she is dead, what makes you think it's her?
Well, you've seen how she's cursed Dr. Webster with this whole no cause of death thing. She probably decided to do me while she's at it. You know, 2 for the price of 1. And besides, I think those threats have probably got to come from a ghost or someone like that. I mean, there are references to stuff about me that nobody else could know.
Like what?
The fact that I love plums soaked in beer.
I knew that. And before you ask, no, it's not me that's sending the threats.
Well then, the fact that I've been having really bad stomach ulcers for some reason since I started my plum diet. I haven't told anyone about the ulcers.
No, but someone who could get at your medical records could find out. Which is interesting because Simon told me the paper being used for the threats is the same sort that we have in the department.
I still think it's definitely Dr. Webster's mother-in-law. There's nothing else for it. I'm going to have to exorcise her spirit. Here goes. Oh, spirit of Dr. Webster's mother-in-law, I command you to come into my presence. And now that you have come into my presence, I command you to stretch your hamstring muscles for a bit and then just roll your neck gently round and round. Now, the other way. That's great. Now, give me 10 star jumps.
Right. Gordon, let me explain to you the 2 different meanings of the word exercise.
And so your mother is having the test, and that's why, regrettably, we won't be able to release her body quite as soon as we'd hoped.
I see. It does seem a bit fussy for the hospital to be checking even dead people for MRSA.
I quite agree. Thank you, Tony Mary Poppins Blair.
Well, I'm grateful that you've let me know, but I am actually in the middle of saying a private prayer for my mother.
Oh, of course, I'm sorry. Dear Lord, we commend the soul of Valerie's mother to your merciful care. I didn't personally know her, but from what I hear, if she's not made the cut at the pearly gates, you've dropped a real brick.
On second thoughts.
So, getting back to your mother's death, if we may, how was it first described to you then?
It wasn't. I was actually with her when she passed away.
Really? Well, that's perfect. No, I mean, because who better for her to have been with in her final hour? So, would you find it helpful to share your recollections of that moment?
Not really, no.
How do you know till you've tried?
I don't want to talk about it.
What, never?
Well, I'll probably talk about it at some stage.
Roughly when, would you think?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. How insensitive of me. Take my handkerchief. I bet that feels better. Always good to have a good clear out of the sinuses. I wonder, how clear would you say your mother's sinuses were at the time of her death?
Right, come on, let's get some energy going in this mortuary. We've only got a few hours to crack this. Ruth, get me 20 cc's of formaldehyde, a big nose peg, and we're going to need coffee. And lots of it. Simon, set up a police cordon around this mortuary. Nobody disturbs us for the next 9 hours.
I can't do that, Dr. Webster, and in fact I only came in here in the first place to ask if I could borrow a tenner.
Damn it! A woman's life is at stake here.
In an obvious sense, it's not.
All right, damn it, a woman's death is at stake here.
I'd argue that's considerably less important.
Anthony, will you give it up? It's nearly midnight. We've been here all day and we still can't find out why your mother-in-law died. For God's sake, you've even tested her for cot death.
Let's just have one more post-mortem.
How can we? I mean, you haven't as much as dissected her as diced her. Trying to put her back together again is going to be like something out of the Krypton Factor as it is. Look at her.
Please don't make me.
I'm talking to Anthony.
Good, because I won't look.
I wouldn't worry about that, Ruth. My mother-in-law, I tell you, my mother-in-law was so ugly that even the most traumatic post-mortal surgery could hardly make her look worse.
Oh, very droll, Doc.
What is?
Anthony, face it. We're beaten. Graham drew a blank with Valerie. We've got nothing here, and I'm beginning to think that even Gordon's mission to get us some mid-afternoon snacks may have failed.
Okay, look. Instead of focusing on what the corpse doesn't tell us, let's look at what our expertise does tell us. Why don't we quite simply list every single possible cause of death until we find the right one? Oh. Come on, let's have some causes of death.
Heart attack.
Thank you, Simon, but no, it wasn't that.
Tuberculosis.
No.
Oh, decapitation. Oh, no. There's her head, of course.
Hepatitis A.
No.
Hepatitis B.
No.
Hepatitis C.
No.
Hepatitis D.
No, and I'm not going to get annoyed by you suggesting that because there is a hepatitis D, so it's a perfectly sensible offering.
Hepatitis Q.
Oh, shut up, Ruth. Right, that's it. I'm just going to ask her directly. Why did you die? Come on, I give up now. You can just tell me, why did you die? What's the matter? Catgut your larynx? Or maybe, just maybe, you don't know why you died either. And you're the one who did the dying, you fat, dead fool!
Look at yourself. Look at what you're doing.
Oh. What am I doing?
You're slapping a dead woman around what's left of her face.
Yes, good point. I'll go home now.
Look at your smug, dead mother-in-law, rotting there like she's so clever.
Why are you so angry about it all of a sudden?
When I told the coroner this morning that we hadn't been able to determine the cause of death, he really patronised me. Asked me if the prospect of a free bus pass and watching enormous amounts of county cricket was proving too distracting. He called me a lame duck professor.
I feel for you, Graham, I really do.
Good morning.
Ah, Valerie, good morning to you.
Right then, what's the verdict, Anthony?
First of all, I want you to know that I've given it my all. I left no stone unturned, gall or kidney. But at the end of all my investigations, Valerie, I am afraid that I was not able to reach a conclusion.
What does that mean?
I can't determine why your mother died.
Well, that's quite all right, Anthony. The undertakers will be here to pick her up first thing tomorrow.
That is incredibly understanding of you, Valerie, because I was worried
But
that you...
let me just say, even for you, this is rather pitiful.
What?
Don't play innocent with me, you simpering louse. I know how much you hated my mother, but I didn't think you'd be so petty as to take revenge on her like this, refusing to tell her daughter how she died.
He's not refusing. We genuinely don't know.
Oh, so you're both in on it. How charming. I'm not a fool, you know. I was married to this man for 10 years, and never once did he fail to explain her death.
This is where she's been so clever. She's using my powers against me.
But you expect me to believe that this just happens to be the one post-mortem you haven't been able to complete?
No. I'm sorry, Valerie, you're absolutely right. I was being petty, but I've decided to be a bigger man.
Anthony?
It's the right thing to do, Graham. I can see that now. Valerie, your mother died of... rabies.
Rabies?
No, cholera. Malaria. Didn't she once go to India?
Oh, well, that makes perfect sense. And I thought you were being vindictive.
It was an easy mistake to make.
I've heard some disgusting lies from you in my time, but that is the vilest yet.
You see, this is exactly the sort of thing your mother was aiming for.
You never understood my mother. You saw some cartoon fire-breathing mother-in-law. But I knew a kind, funny woman whose only aim in life was to protect her beloved daughter from a man who she knew was not good enough for her. Which, Anthony, you never, ever were.
No, right.
I'm never going to find a new husband now. All the men of my age in Harrogate are either married or gits. It's your fault I'll never be happy. But of course you'd never have noticed that.
No. Well, here's something I have noticed. My mother-in-law was so stupid that her stupidity appears to have forced itself down to the next generation.
Now is not the time for humour.
Why does everybody keep thinking I'm making jokes?
Sorry to interrupt, but there's quite a crowd in the corridor, what with all the shouting.
No, this is good, Ruth. Come over here and stand next to me.
All right, but it'll take me about 90 seconds.
Valerie, I have sincerely tried to find out what happened to your mother, not least because I wanted you to appreciate me, but I don't care about that anymore. I don't need your approval, and you may not have found anyone else, but I have. Her. We're having a baby.
What, you and Rose? Ruth, whatever.
That's right. We're having a baby, and I'm not embarrassed to say it.
But she must be about 8 months pregnant. Why haven't you told me about this till now? Or your own daughter?
Anthony, I can't believe you hadn't told them. How do you think that makes me feel?
But you see, obviously, I was planning to. It's not that I'm ashamed. Valerie, do you know, I think your mother may have had a point about me.
Hello again, Dr. Webster's mother-in-law. Now, I know you're off to your funeral soon, so I just wanted to check that you're going to stop sending the threats. Please leave me alone.
Do you mind? I'm actually studying her.
Oh, no, I'm hearing voices again.
Gordon, it's me. I'm in here.
Hello, Doc. Sorry, I didn't realise you were in the refrigeration unit as well.
Just wanted one last look at her before morning, but she was beginning to turn, so I couldn't take her out. So I knocked down the partition to the next storage door and climbed in. Why are you interested in my mother-in-law?
I'm trying to figure out why she's sending me these death threats. Have I told you about them?
Not exactly, but Gordon, I can assure you they're not being sent by her. I happen to know they come from rather closer to home, from someone who I'd say is worried about your well-being.
So Chloe and Simon were right. It's the prof, isn't it?
No, Gordon, it's you.
Run that by me again.
You send them to yourself. When you come into the mortuary on one of your post-pub middle-of-the-night visits, you often scrawl a little death threat to yourself and then leave it on Chloe's desk for the morning.
By which time, of course, I can't remember having written it. Yes, that makes sense. Looking back, my use of the phrase nibbly crinkpinker was the big clue. I've been sending myself death threats. That's not an entirely normal thing to do, is it? I wonder why I'm doing that.
Perhaps you're trying to give yourself a scare. Either that or it's just a nice break from the plumbing and the Russian. I wish I could send notes to myself, my younger self.
Really? What would they say?
Don't marry Valerie. Don't let your daughter drift away from you. Oh, and don't tell a heavily pregnant woman to stop hitting you because it might upset baby.
Do you really regret your marriage that much?
I'm not sure it's regret. I just hate having failure on my emotional CV. Makes me worry I'm more likely to make a mess of whatever I do in the future. Like being a father again.
Yeah, you can't worry about the future, Doc. That's certainly my attitude, at least 80% of the time.
I suppose you're right.
What about your mother-in-law? Why do you think she did die, Doc?
I'll never know, Gordon, but on reflection, I don't suppose it was to spite me. To be truthful, her body not displaying any of the scars of death isn't actually that unusual. And in general, there's a lot more guesswork involved in this life than people might imagine. So, I've just got to focus on the things I can make sense of and let go of the things I can't. I do think all this has helped me learn to just let go. Now, can you slide me and my mother-in-law back into the fridge till morning, please?
Will do.
You've been listening to Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead, with Tom Price, Marianne Levy, Gus Brown and Rebecca Front. The music was by Paul Mottram and the producer was Dawn Ellis. Rigor Mortis by Lawrence Howard, starring Peter Davison, Matilda Ziegler and Jeffrey Whitehead.
It's the 90th minute. The final whistle is about to be blown. In the fixture of me, Professor Donaldson, versus this pathology department, I'm losing 4-0. But I've still got time to turn this game right round. I know that I can make the final score 4-1. Grab that hollow consolation goal, Graham. Give your supporters the chance to say, that's a bit less embarrassing, but why the hell didn't he do it in the first minute instead of the last? Well, it would have actually meant something. With these final 2 days of work before I retire, I want to achieve for myself a happy ending. However inappropriate or tacked on that might feel given my actual career.
Good morning, Professor. Here's your last big batch of paperwork.
Good morning, Chloe. Thank you for bringing me all these documents, absolutely none of which I shall be reading.
Oh, I don't blame you. I've not exactly been keeping on top of things myself. When you're halfway through the exit door, it's hard to find the motivation to re-index a load of pancreases.
Then I'd say, given tomorrow is your and my last day, that we're both due a nice, straightforward coast to the finishing line.
Although there's still quite a bit to do for tonight's your retirement come my leaving party. The function room of Cafe Uno is booked and the antipasti ordered. But making a pathology-based mixtape to which people will actually dance is proving a challenge.
I can't see that impeding our nice, straightforward coast to the finishing line.
Then there's Dr. Anderson. She's got to have a baby someday soon, surely. She started trying to bully it into being born. She shouts at it things like, "Get out of me, you lazy, hefty fetus."
With any luck, she'll hold on till the weekend and allow us that nice, straightforward coast to the finishing line.
We've also